Chapter 686. Chu Tian is already dead. From today onwards I will be called Lin Xian. Please don't call me the wrong way when you see me in the future. Under the resplendent sunlight, Li Qingshan's mind drifted off. He recalled the final words the man called Chu Tian had said in the dark underground palace. Was Lin Xian a name he made up? Or was it his original name? He had no idea. He only knew that Qian Rongji was in trouble this time. She would be an enemy even more terrifying than Si Qing and Yi Dan. All the school leaders gathered together, gazing at the rippling surface of the water. Because the original water mirror disk had been taken away by that wretched demon North Moon, the water mirror for observing the new students was cast by Li Qingshan, who was most skilled in water technique. Li Qingshan leaned against the window and gazed at the shimmering lake of dragons and snakes lazily. It had truly been a long time since he had experienced such a peaceful life. He felt like every single bone in his body had been dismantled, allowing him to relax. Actually, he had not been idling around during this period of time. He had paid a visit to the Chan monastery of Devanaga and reported his current cultivation to the unraging monk. The unraging monk sighed in amazement at his terrifying cultivation speed. The only pity was that he had condensed an ocean pearl and not a Buddhist sarira. Afterwards, the unraging monk allowed him to enter the 7th floor of the demon suppression tower. He advanced step by step, and after a bitter battle, he finally arrived before the 7th demon suppression statue and comprehended the 7th demon suppression statuary. And this was all thanks to the fact that he could demonify freely now, disguising himself as a demon, so the demons would not gang up on him. His cultivation advanced further too, and his demon heart became even more resplendent. After demonifying, he could contend against mid or even late golden core cultivators. However, he was unable to see Shaoan, who he wanted to see the most. He only heard that she was cultivating arduously in the Bodhi courtyard, refusing to speak to anyone. It was said that she was practicing Zen of silence, but the unraging monk said that she just did not want to speak to anyone. With some reluctance, Li Qingshan left the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Before he left, the unraging monk warned him, "You're all moving too quickly. You should stop and think about it." After some thought, Li Qingshan agreed with him. He had gone from a teenager who knew nothing at all to practicing cultivation methods of both demons and humans. It had only been a decade or so before he reached his current realm of cultivation. Shaoan was no different. He had gone from a little ghost who was afraid of wind and light to someone who could kill corpse commanders like butchering dogs. No matter how talented he was, he still needed a certain amount of time to consolidate his strength. Powerful cultivators struggled to achieve rapid progress, which was why Brother Ox had given him 10,000 years. Perhaps it was not that the powers of the phoenix and the spirit turtle could not merge, but he had invested far too little time and effort into it. He always wanted to resolve the problem in one go, allowing his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. As it seemed now, it was not that simple. Since there was no shortcut to the South Mountain, then he would just have to climb up bit by bit. Right now, he sat lazily upstairs, while his mirror clone was deep underground, soaking in the magma of the earth and enduring the pain of being burned. It was on the brink of collapse at any time. He had to constantly mobilize his demon chi to repair it. Only then could he maintain it. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, his comprehension of the ways of the world and the mysteries of nature had deepened. He had gradually found a way to merge water and fire. He was no longer as confused as he was in the past, where he had no idea what to do. "Qingshan, once it's all over, let's go to the restaurant and have a few drinks together. How about that?" Wei Yongxing suddenly said. His expression was not exactly ingratiating, but it was filled with deep reverence. In reality, while Li Qingshan was unconcerned, he had always been the focus of everyone's attention. Even Han Tie, who was as cold and tough as steel, looked at him in a completely different light after receiving Han Anjuan's subtle hints. The only one who did not take him seriously was the leader of the School of Medicine, Ru Xian. At the very least, that was how it seemed. Sure. Is the door still open? Li Qingshan agreed straightforwardly. It was not like he was some kind of ascetic cultivator, and he had the opportunity to drink to his heart's content, so why would he turn it down? Even a centipede will not fall over even when it's dead, let alone a sect as large as it. Though, it seems like there's been quite a lot of trouble lately. It's all because it's lost its foundation after all. Qingshan, why don't you take over? Lu Zhongqing picked up the conversation with a smile and suggested to Li Qingshan. After Granny Yu's death and Qiu Haitong's disappearance, the sect was leaderless. Not only did it fall apart internally, but it also faced numerous dangers externally, becoming the target of many organizations. Originally, Lu Zhongqing wanted to use this opportunity to swallow it up, but after careful consideration, he still gave up on that idea. Li Qingshan had taken a tremendous risk to help Qiu Haitong escape, but in the end, he ended up taking all the benefit. If any ill feelings arose between them, then the losses would outweigh the gains. As a result, he used his identity as the prefect to maintain the status quo of the sect. It did not collapse, but no one could get their hands on it either. Me? Let me think about it. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to say, "What use do I have for that?" However, upon further thought, this was Qiu Haitong's sect after all. If he had the opportunity in the future, it would be nice if he could return it to Qiu Haitong. The various tests were carried out in an orderly manner. In the end, the handsome young man called Lin Xian passed the tests with ease and joined the school of Taoism, becoming a Taoist. It left the leader of the school of Confucianism, Wei Yongxing, in great pity. Many people were confused too. Ever since Zhichenzi's death, the school of Taoism had always been without a leader. It was completely up to the primary disciple and a few professors to manage the situation and pass down the Taoist method. No one could make the decision to give him any extra benefits, but Wei Yongxing had offered quite the impressive conditions. However, Li Qingshan understood that he had probably chosen the school of Taoism precisely because he did not want a certain person to pay special attention to him. He would probably become the leader of the school of Taoism before long. Not only did he possess a powerful cultivation method and cultivation experience, but Ru Xian had even promised to provide him with sufficient resources for cultivation in exchange for the Taoist technique of cloud furnace and the detailed teachings of the Taoist technique of cloud furnace. The rise of a new star could already be foreseen. Lu Chuanfeng sighed. What a pity! If only this kid could join our school of novels. You can stop dreaming, junior brother. The school of novels might be much more powerful than before, but true geniuses won't take this path. For the entrance examination this time, Sun Fubai had specially hurried back as well. He had accepted over a dozen disciples for the school of novels. Li Qingshan said, "If it weren't for that bastard Zhou Tong, I wouldn't have ended up in the school of novels." Sun Fubai smiled. "This is the will of the heavens, as well as the good fortune of the heavens. I'll do my best not to disappoint you, Qingshan. I'll tell you in detail once we get back. The School of Novels has great potential too." They returned to Cloud Wisp Island with the new disciples. The three of them each said some words of encouragement and explained some of the rules of the School of Novels. They let them wander around before returning to the bamboo loft to discuss matters. Among the dozen or so new disciples, the oldest was already 20 years old, while the youngest was only 9. After the three of them left, they all let out a sigh of relief. The pressure that a foundation establishment cultivator gave off was far too great. Although it was just an unintentional aura, it was enough to make them hold their breath. The oldest youth exclaimed excitedly, "It's really him!" The youngest child, who was 9 years old, tilted his head in confusion. "Who is it? The one who spoke at the end, the one who's the tallest, is Senior Uncle Li Qingshan. Don't tell me you haven't heard of him before. The young man suppressed his voice as if he was saying, "You're just too ignorant." "Of course I've heard of him. He's the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture. He was originally just a cowherd, but he only cultivated for around a decade before defeating a group of Foundation establishment cultivators from the School of Novels in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures. He's not even 30, yet he's already close to breaking through to Golden Core. He's the most powerful genius in our Clear River Prefecture, no, in the entire Rui Commandery," a young girl said immediately. She was so proud as if she was talking about her own matters. Her eyes were filled with admiration. The young man sighed. "Sigh, I'm not asking for anything else. I just want to reach Foundation establishment before the age of 30. The others all showed expressions of admiration and eagerness. They were filled with confidence towards their lives in the School of Novels. The power of a role model was endless. Although Li Qingshan was still a distance away from becoming renowned throughout the world, becoming renowned throughout the Rui Commandery was not an issue at all. Before he knew it, he had become a legend. In the bamboo loft, the 3 of them sat before one another. Li Qingshan picked up a cup of tea and said to Sun Fubai, "Fubai, you've worked hard. Qingshan will replace wine with tea, so let me toast you." Lu Chuanfeng also picked up a cup of tea and expressed his gratitude to Sun Fubai. If it were not for him running around outside, the Cloud Wisp Association definitely would not have achieved what it had today. Sun Fubai replied with a smile, "Junior brother and I should be the ones thanking you. Qingshan, do you still have any money on you?" "Money? Are you talking about spiritual stones?" Sun Fubai shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, just money. Real gold and silver." Originally, to cultivators at their realm of cultivation, gold and silver were basically no different from scrap metal, completely meaningless. However, in order to expand the Cloud Wisp Association and carry out Li Qingshan's plan, Sun Fubai set up free private schools across the Rui Commandery to teach the children of poor families how to read and write. He wanted to expand the foundation of the School of Novels, only to discover that money really was not enough. In the vast territory of the Rui Commandery, just setting up these private schools would probably cost hundreds of millions of gold and silver coins. Coupled with the costs of recruiting people and maintaining operations, it would be an astronomical figure, and it would only be paid out. Sun Fubai was not lacking in methods to accumulate wealth. He already possessed many salt pans and gold mines, all of which were rolling in money. However, if he wanted to carry out such a grand plan, there was still quite a gap. After listening to Sun Fubai's explanation, Lu Chuanfeng said, "Since you don't have money, then you'll have to develop it slowly. Why are you in such a hurry?" Sun Fubai shook his head. "But that'll be far too wasteful. It's like a barren piece of land. The more seeds you plant now, the more food you'll harvest in the future. If you delay farming by a year, you'll harvest by a year, so the more you invest right now, the better." Li Qingshan rummaged through his 100 treasures pouch and found quite a lot of silver notes, as well as gold bars and silver ingots. They were worth as much as 10 million taels of silver. "Then I won't hold back. It'd be great if I had more." Li Qingshan thought, regular sects don't accumulate too much gold and silver, but there are exceptions. The pavilion welcomes guests from all over, and most of them are mortals who use gold and silver. The sect should be quite rich, right? Li Qingshan told him Lu Zhangqing's suggestion, and Sun Fubai immediately said, "That's a great idea. A single pavilion surpasses 10 banks." Chapter 687. Chu Tian is already dead. From today onwards I'm called Lin Xian. Please don't get it wrong when you see me in the future. Under the resplendent sunlight, Li Qingshan's mind drifted off. He recalled the final words the man called Chu Tian had said in the dark underground palace. Was Lin Xian a name he made up? Or was it his original name? He had no idea. He only knew that Qian Rongji was in trouble this time. She would be an enemy even more terrifying than the likes of Si Qing and Yi Dan. All the school leaders gathered together, gazing at the rippling surface of the water. Because the original water mirror disk had been taken away by that wretched demon, the North Moon, this water mirror for observing the new students was cast by Li Qingshan, who was the most skilled in water technique. Li Qingshan leaned against the window and gazed at the shimmering lake of dragons and snakes lazily. It had truly been a long time since he had experienced such a peaceful life. He felt like every single bone in his body had been dismantled, allowing him to relax. Actually, he had not been idling around during this period of time. He had paid a visit to the Chan monastery of Devanaga and reported his current cultivation to the unraging monk. Even the unraging monk sighed in amazement at his terrifying cultivation speed. The only pity was that he had condensed an ocean pearl and not a Buddhist sarira. Afterwards, the unraging monk allowed him to enter the 7th floor of the demon suppression tower. He advanced step by step, and after a bitter battle, he finally arrived before the 7th demon suppression statue and comprehended the 7th demon suppression statuary. And this was all thanks to the fact that he could demonify freely now, disguising himself as a demon. As a result, he would not be ganged up on by the demons. His cultivation advanced as well, and his demon heart became even more resplendent. After demonifying, he could contend against mid or even late golden core cultivators. However, he was unable to see little Anne, who he wanted to see the most. He only heard that she was cultivating arduously in the Bodhi courtyard, refusing to speak to anyone. It was said that she was meditating in silence, but the unraging monk said that she just did not want to speak to anyone. With some reluctance, Li Qingshan left the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Before he left, the unraging monk warned him, "You're all moving too quickly. You should stop and think about it." After thinking about it, Li Qingshan deeply agreed. From a youth who didn't know anything, he cultivated both human and demonic cultivation method. It had only been 10 years or so for him to reach his current realm. Little Anne was no different. He had gone from a little ghost afraid of wind and light to someone who could slaughter corpse commanders like they were dogs. No matter how talented he was, he needed a certain amount of time to settle down. It was difficult to become a powerful cultivator in a short period of time. That was why Brother Ox gave him 10,000 years. Perhaps it was not that the powers of the phoenix and the spirit turtle could not merge. Instead, he had invested far too little time and effort into it. He always wanted to resolve the problem in one go, so his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Now it seemed that it was not that simple. Since there was no shortcut to Nanshan Mountain, he would climb up bit by bit. Right now, he sat lazily upstairs, while his mirror clone was deep underground, soaking in the magma of the earth and enduring the pain of being burned. It was on the brink of collapse at any time. He needed to constantly mobilize his demon chi to repair it, which was the only way he could maintain it. After overcoming the second heavenly tribulation, his understanding of the grand chaos of the heavens and the earth and the profundities of nature had deepened, and he'd gradually found a way to fuse fire and water together. He wasn't as confused as he was in the past. "Qingshan, once it's all over, let's go to the restaurant and have a few drinks together. How about that?" Wei Yangsheng suddenly said. His expression was not exactly ingratiating, but it was filled with deep reverence. In reality, while Li Qingshan was indifferent, he had always been the center of everyone's attention. Even Han Tie, who was as cold as steel, looked at him in a completely different light after receiving a subtle hint from Han Anjuan. The only one who did not take him seriously was the leader of the School of Medicine, Ru Xian. At the very least, that was how it seemed. "Sure, has the door not been closed yet?" Li Qingshan readily agreed. He was not an ascetic, and there was no way he would refuse a chance to drink to his heart's content. A centipede dies but never falls down, not to mention such a large sect. However, there seems to be a lot of trouble recently. After all, it has lost its root. Qingshan, why don't you take over? Lu Chongqing suggested to Li Qingshan with a smile. After Grandma Yu was killed and Begonia disappeared, the sect was without a leader. Not only did it fall apart internally, but it also faced many external dangers, becoming the target of many forces. Lu Chongqing originally wanted to take the opportunity to annex it, but after some consideration, he gave up. Li Qingshan had taken a great risk to help Begonia escape, but in the end, he had reaped all the benefits. If there were any grudges between them, it would be too much of a loss. Thus, he used his status as the prefect to maintain the status quo of the restaurant so that it would not fall apart and no one could get their hands on it. Me? Let me think about it. Li Qingshan originally wanted to say, "What use do I have for that thing?" However, on second thought, this was Begonia's sect, after all. If there was a chance in the future, it would not be a bad idea to return it to Begonia. All sorts of tests were carried out in an orderly manner. In the end, this handsome youth named Lin Xian easily passed the tests and entered the school of Taoism, becoming a Taoist. This made Wei Yangxing, the head of the Confucian school, feel that it was a great pity, and many people could not understand why. Ever since Zhuchenzi's death, the school of Taoism had been without a leader. It was all up to the chief disciple and a few professors to manage the situation and pass down their Taoist technique. No one could make the decision to give him any extra benefits, and Wei Yangxing had offered quite good conditions. However, Li Qingshan understood that he had probably chosen the school of Taoism precisely because he did not want to be paid special attention to by someone. It would not be long before he became the leader of the school of Taoism. Not only did he have powerful techniques and cultivation experience, but Ru Xian had also promised to provide him with sufficient resources to cultivate in exchange for the detailed teachings of the Cloud Furnace Tao technique and the Cloud Furnace Tao technique. The rise of a new star could already be foreseen. Lu Chuanfeng sighed and said, "What a pity. It would be great if this kid could join our school of novels." Junior brother, don't be delusional. Although the school of novels is much stronger than before, true geniuses will not take this path. For the academy entrance examination this time, Sun Fubai had also specially rushed back and accepted over 10 disciples for the school of novels. Li Qingshan said, "If it weren't for that bastard Zhou Tong bullying me back then, I wouldn't have ended up in the school of novels." Sun Fubai smiled and said, "This is the will of heaven, and also a blessing from the heavens. I'll do my best not to disappoint you, Qingshan. When we get back, I'll explain in detail to you. The school of novels is also very promising." After returning to Cloud Wisp Island with the new disciples, the three of them said some words of encouragement and explained some of the rules of the school of novels. They let them wander around before returning to the bamboo building to discuss matters. Among the dozen or so new disciples, the oldest was already 20 years old, while the youngest was only 9. After the three of them left, they all let out sighs of relief. The pressure from a foundation establishment cultivator was far too great. Although it was just an unintentional aura, it was enough to make them hold their breaths. The oldest youth exclaimed excitedly, "It's really him!" The youngest child, who was 9 years old, tilted his head in confusion. "Who is it?" "The one who spoke at the end, the one with the biggest physique, is Senior Uncle Li Qingshan. Don't tell me you haven't heard of him before." The young man suppressed his voice as if he was saying they were all too ignorant. "Of course we've heard of him. He's the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture. He was originally just a cowherd, but he only cultivated for around a decade before defeating a group of Foundation establishment cultivators from the School of Novels in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures. He's not even 30 yet he's already close to breaking through to Golden Core. He's the most powerful genius in our Clear River Prefecture, no, the entire Rui Commandery, a young girl said immediately. She was so proud as if she was talking about her own matters. Her eyes were filled with admiration. The young man sighed. Sigh, I'm not asking for anything else. I just want to reach foundation establishment before the age of 30. The others all showed expressions of admiration and eagerness. They were filled with confidence towards their lives in the school of novels. The power of a role model was endless. Although Li Qingshan was still some distance away from his pursuit of becoming renowned throughout the world, becoming renowned throughout the Rui Commandery was not an issue at all. Before he knew it, he had become a legend. In the bamboo loft, the three of them sat before one another. Li Qingshan picked up a cup of tea and said to Sun Fubai, Fubai, you've worked hard. Qingshan will replace wine with tea, so let's toast to you. Lu Chuanfeng also picked up a cup of tea and expressed his gratitude to Sun Fubai. If it were not for him running about outside, the Cloud Wisp Association definitely would not have achieved what it did today. Sun Fubai smiled in response. Junior brother and I should be the ones thanking you. Qingshan, do you still have any money on hand? Money? Are you talking about spiritual stones? Sun Fubai shook his head with a bitter smile. No, just money. Actual gold and silver. Originally, to cultivators who had reached their realm of cultivation, gold and silver were basically no different from scrap metal. However, in order to expand the Cloud Wisp Association, Sun Fubai carried out Li Qingshan's plan to establish free private schools across the Rui Commandery, teaching the children of poor families how to read and write. He wanted to expand the foundation of the School of Novels, but he discovered that money really was not enough. In the vast territory of the Rui Commandery, just establishing these private schools would probably cost hundreds of millions of gold and silver coins. Coupled with the cost of recruiting people and maintaining operations, it would be an astronomical figure, and it would only cost money and no money. Sun Fubai did not lack methods to amass wealth. He had already grasped quite a few salt pans and gold mines, which were all rolling in money. However, if he wanted to carry out such a grand plan, there was still quite a gap. Hearing Sun Fubai's explanation, Lu Chuanfeng said, Since we don't have money, we'll just slowly develop it. Why are we in such a hurry? Sun Fubai shook his head. But that'll be far too wasteful. It's like a barren piece of land. The more seeds you plant now, the more food you'll harvest in the future. If you delay farming by a year, you'll harvest by a year, so the more you invest right now, the better. Li Qingshan rummaged through his 100 treasures pouch and found quite a lot of silver notes, as well as gold bars and silver ingots. They were worth tens of millions of taels of silver. Then I won't hold back. It'd be great if I had more. Li Qingshan thought, regular sects don't accumulate too much gold and silver, but there are exceptions. The building welcomes guests from all over, and most of them are mortals who use gold and silver. The sect should be quite rich. Li Qingshan told him about Lu Chongqing's suggestion, and Sun Fubai immediately said, That's a great idea. A single building is better than 10 banks. Chapter 688. In the depths of the serene lake, the lake rippled on top of Qiu Haitong's head. She sat upright without moving. Her long eyelashes, slightly raised nose, rosy lips, and uncombed black hair cascading down to her waist and buttocks like a waterfall. She was enchanting and beautiful. After a while, she opened her eyes and sighed faintly. Unknowingly, she had stayed at the bottom of the lake for so long. She had never secluded herself for such a long time. It was as if she had been forgotten by the world. Of course, only one person knew that she was there, and that person had clearly forgotten about her. These damned and heartless males. She had been in the foundation establishment realm for many years and had a solid foundation. After converting her cultivation technique into the Rouge Heart Dye technique, she had broken through to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm with the help of Grandma Yu's Rouge Heart. However, she had yet to completely refine it and was still a distance away from the peak. To take that step and form her own rouge heart was not an easy task. She did not have the origin spirit pill, and it was too difficult to break through by relying on her own strength. She got up and paced back and forth in the cave. If not for the rapid improvement of her cultivation, she almost doubted that she could stay here for so long. Although she was tired of the hustle and bustle, after being lonely for a long time, she realized that living alone was not so simple. She tucked her long black hair to the side of her face. Although she was a cultivator, she firmly believed that the meaning of life was not just cultivation. She could not allow her appearance to silently wither in the long river of time. All of her cultivation was to pursue the man she loved, and then use the yearning dye red thread secret technique. Since people's hearts were fickle, she would use a red thread to bind them together. Who would that person be? The first thing she thought of was Hua Sungzan, but she immediately rejected it with a smile. Although she loved him to the point that she was willing to give up her dignity, she did not want to force things to this extent. If the other party was heartless, what was the point of relying purely on a kind of technique to maintain their affection? Then, that fiery red hair appeared before her eyes. With a wicked smile, she muttered, "North Moon, bastard! Dong dong dong!" At this moment, a knocking sound came from above. Begonia looked up. She saw a familiar smiling face outside the crystal wall. North Moon. Li Qingshan stepped into the abode at the bottom of the lake. This abode had not changed much from when he left, although it had undergone some simple decorations. But it was still as empty and boring as a prison. Compared to her original extravagant and gorgeous cave residence, it was like heaven and earth. It must have been hard for her to stay here for so long. Looking at Begonia again, Li Qingshan couldn't help but be moved. At this moment, she was wearing a plain and indifferent dress, and she had a kind of beauty that had been washed clean. Her skin was as white as snow, but perhaps it was because she had stayed at the bottom of the dark lake for too long, so her skin had a lustrous white color. She stood there in a natural and unrestrained manner, and a pair of charming and beautiful eyes looked over. At the same time, it exuded an indescribable charm. From Begonia's point of view, he had changed quite a bit as well. He had lost some of his arrogance and recklessness, and had gained a lot more stability and calmness. The way he looked at her also made her very satisfied. But when she thought of the intimacy in the past, it still felt like it was yesterday. Waves rose in her heart, and she couldn't control herself. Her expression did not change, and she poured tea, polite and yet distant, blaming him for giving her the cold shoulder for so long. Li Qingshan asked, "You're about to pass the second heavenly tribulation, right?" "Yes." Begonia was a man of few words. "Here." Li Qingshan threw a brocade box to her. Begonia caught the brocade box, opened it, and exclaimed in a low voice, "Origin Spirit Pill." Li Qingshan put his hands in his pockets, turned around and left, leaving the cup of tea untouched, and the smoke curled up. "Wait, you're leaving just like that?" Begonia didn't expect him to leave just like that, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Her heart was a little flustered. "What else can I do? I don't think you want to talk to me." Li Qingshan turned around and said. She didn't give him a good attitude, so he didn't want to ask for a snub. Of course, if he used force, Begonia naturally wouldn't be able to resist, but he wasn't a pervert, and wouldn't go so far as to specifically do such things. "You're really cold and heartless," Begonia said angrily. His indifferent attitude had angered her in an instant. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would grow old. You can also be considered a cultivator. I think with your talent, if you thought less about matters of love, you would have long passed the second heavenly tribulation. You can leave. There's no need to come again." Begonia threw the origin spirit pill back forcefully. "You can't be blaming me for not coming to see you all this time, right?" Li Qingshan caught the origin spirit pill, and with a flash, he arrived behind her. He wrapped his arms around her waist and said by her ear, "I don't care, let go of me." Begonia snorted coldly and struggled with all her might. Li Qingshan could feel her plump buttocks rubbing against each other, and when he looked down, that snow-white ravine was rippling violently. "Then I'll give you a simple explanation. I've been cultivating for a while now, fought Si Qing and the others twice, and killed Yi Dan. Recently, I've always been hunted down by his master." "Have you heard of his master?" "He's from the manor of myriad beasts of the Dragon Province. He's called some Beast King or something. He's really powerful." He said it with great ease, but Begonia could hear the thrill in his voice. Yi Dan was not that easy to kill, let alone a Beast King. To a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was a powerful figure of legend. Being hunted down by him was almost certain death. While she cultivated in peace in the secret dwelling he had constructed, he had made a terrifying enemy because of her, and he had to go through dangerous battles outside. He had always been giving his all in silence. He could have done whatever he wanted, but he had never asked for anything from her. In her heart, his coldness immediately turned into silent responsibility, and she felt extremely apologetic. "I don't know. I should have known that Yi Dan wouldn't just let the matter rest after killing so many of his disciples. It's great that you're fine. This is not good news for you. My enemy is your enemy. After all, everyone knows that you're my woman." Li Qingshan lifted Begonia's chin, and she raised her head to meet his gaze. She understood that he was angry at her for giving him the cold shoulder, and she could not help but smile. "If it weren't for you, I would already be dead. I'm afraid this is my fate." Begonia sighed softly. There was a hint of helplessness, but not much sadness. Her eyes were shrouded in a layer of hazy mist, which made her look even more alluring. "I don't believe in fate. Everything depends on one's own effort." Li Qingshan stuffed the origin spirit pill into her hands, and let go of her rather reluctantly. If he continued to maintain this attitude, he could not guarantee what he would do. This time they would meet again. For some reason, he had a feeling that he did not want to offend her too much. Perhaps it was because he was not drunk this time. "Can you tell me in detail what happened outside?" Begonia turned around. She yearned to know what he had experienced. "All right." Li Qingshan recounted the adventures of the North Moon. Inevitably, there were some elements of falsehood in the story, to fill in some blanks, to cover up some flaws. And the most falsehood was all about Begonia, such as, "I've been thinking about you at that time," or, "Ever since I found out that Yi Dan was rude to you, he was someone I had to kill no matter what. He's someone I have to kill no matter what, even if I have to provoke some Beast King." This was his personality. When Begonia ignored him, he would not bother to say a word. But when she gave in, he was willing to say some nice things to make her happy. It had to be said that this was rather difficult. When Li Qingshan said these words, even he himself felt a little uncomfortable. His acting skills were far from normal. Begonia was an intelligent woman who was very good at reading people's expressions. She should have seen through his clumsy lies at a glance, but, even though she said, "I don't believe you," she still wore a bashful smile on her face. Towards the end, her eyes shone with extraordinary splendor, looking extremely touched. The tenderness in her eyes continued to expand. This made Li Qingshan understand why it was said that female cultivators' love tribulations were the heaviest, and ordinary people should not get involved with them. Seeing the joy that came from the bottom of her heart, she was practically glowing, exuding an incomparably moving charm. Thus, his sweet words became more and more smooth, to the point that even he himself almost believed them to be true. At that time, I might have indeed thought about her, but I was interrupted by that Yi Dan's strange cries, so I had no choice but to kill him first. At this time, his hands and feet were very well behaved, only holding her lily-white hand and gently caressing it. Because admiring her radiant beauty at that moment, appreciating the affection flowing in her eyes, was an enjoyment that far surpassed lust. Bashful laughter, concern, coquettish anger, all kinds of expressions were extremely moving. If he were to indulge in lust, it would instead be a kind of destruction to this beauty. Begonia's eyes were filled with smiles. You really let him call you Ah You? Yes, I called him Ah Ching and Ah Dan and Ah Jun. You really should have seen the expressions on their faces at that time. You're really rotten to the core. Begonia laughed wildly. Why don't I call you Ah You from now on as well? Then I'll call you Ah Tang. No, it sounds awful. Just call me by my name. Li Qingshan then said tenderly, Hi Tang. That's too mushy. Begonia frowned, but she felt a strange shudder in her heart. Her cheeks flushed red. Si Qing arranged so many women for you, why didn't you touch them? Or are you lying to me? I swear to the heavens this is definitely true. It's because compared to my Haitang, they are like fireflies to the sun and moon. I really can't arouse any interest. When did I become your woman? Didn't you already accept your fate? Where there is a will, there is a way. I regret it. It's already too late. Of course, there were many loopholes in these words. After such a long time, if he really yearned for her day and night like he said, could it be that he really couldn't find a bit of time to see her? However, she automatically ignored all of them. Even if she thought about it, she felt that not only did he have to cultivate outside, but he also had to fight against powerful enemies. He shouldn't be distracted, and he didn't want to bring trouble to her. If she blamed him for this kind of thing, then she was simply the kind of woman who didn't know what was good for her. She wasn't stupid, she was just too infatuated. Hua Sungzan had never spoken to her like this before, and she didn't care about other men. This woman, who had always yearned for love, was actually hearing these sweet words for the first time in her life. No matter how intelligent and sharp she was, her mind was still a bit muddled. It wasn't that sweet words could trick her, otherwise these words wouldn't have fallen into Li Qingshan's hands. All this time, his help and care for her had not been fake. He had long since touched her heart, planting a seed in her heart. These words were just an opportunity for the seed to germinate. Li Qingshan thought that if he could see numbers like favorability, he would definitely see that her favorability had increased by a large amount. As expected, he couldn't be a nameless hero. It was foolish to just practice and not speak. He had practiced what he needed to practice, and said what he needed to say. This kind of result was as natural as floating clouds and flowing water. In the end, her eyes naturally overflowed with gentleness and concern, practically melting his heart. She shyly called out a "you" in a tone that made half of his tiger bones melt. When it was time to part, Begonia was reluctant to part. Li Qingshan suddenly asked, Haitang, do you have money? At this point, if a modern person were to hear this sentence, they would definitely treat it as an emotional scam program. It's something like silver note. Li Qingshan explained further. He vaguely remembered that when he gave Grandma Yu's 100 treasures pouch to her, there were many silver notes inside. At the time, he didn't care about it at all, but after Sun Fubai's reminder, he remembered. I do. Begonia could never have imagined that the reason he came looking for her was because of these silver notes, which were of little use to cultivators. However, these silver notes couldn't be exchanged for a single origin spirit pill even if they were all put together. Li Qingshan said, I have some use for them. As a result, Begonia took out all of the silver notes, but it was much more than what Li Qingshan had originally imagined. She had been the sect master of the sect of Clouds and Rain for many years, so she controlled the parlor of Clouds and Rain's accumulated wealth. Grandma Yu did not care too much about the money either, leaving it in her care. Before he left, Li Qingshan said, Haitang, don't be in such a hurry to ingest the origin spirit pill. If you fail the tribulation, I'll be sad. He was not lying. Yeah, I'll be careful. Begonia had never been so docile before. she said rather bashfully. In the future, if you have nothing to do, come and sit. I will. Li Qingshan smiled and pecked her gently on the lips before turning around and leaving gracefully. Begonia stood there blankly. She touched her lips. The gentle kiss had touched her much more than when he had taken advantage of her in the past. Only a while later did she return to her senses. She spread her arms and spun around on the spot. She was extremely delighted, and her footsteps became light. The gloomy dwelling at the bottom of the lake seemed to receive sunlight as well. She calmed down after much difficulty and began to look forward to their next meeting. She looked at the origin spirit pill in her hand and thought about how she had to work harder on her cultivation. No matter what he said, she believed they were destined to be together. Li Qingshan left the bottom of the lake, but he wondered whether what he had done earlier was right or wrong. However, he cast this thought to the back of his head very soon. How could the right and wrong of the world be so easy to distinguish? What was done was done. There was nothing for him to regret. As a result, he handed the silver notes to Sun Fubai before attending a banquet in the Parlor of Clouds and Rain at night. He formally took over the sect of Clouds and Rain and obtained a source of wealth. The 100-year plan of the School of Novels began vigorously. To Li Qingshan, this was nothing major. The divine talisman of great creation was not particularly important either. It could barely be regarded as the least important out of his cultivation paths, but it had truly affected the fates of countless people. Chapter 689. Time passed quickly. Winter passed and spring came, summer passed and autumn arrived. It advanced at an unprecedented, steady pace. On the bustling docks of Clear River City, the endless autumn rain scattered thousands of ripples in the river, but it was unable to extinguish the lively atmosphere. A dragon boat was docked in the rippling waters. A man stood at the bow of the boat. At first glance, he seemed like a regular farmer, and his skin was tanned and rough after being worn down by the sun and wind. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the glint in his jet-black eyes. The boat would sail against the flow. Li Long gazed in the direction that the clear river surged towards as he thought of many things. It had already been over a decade since he left his hometown. Even during the new year, he had never returned. It was not because he did not want to return, but because he always had endless farm work to do. The fruits that were about to ripen were waiting to be picked, and the medicinal fields and gardens basically needed to be watered every single day. The Clear River Prefecture had suffered multiple catastrophes, but large swathes of land filled with spiritual qi had been emptied out. A few destroyed sects and medicinal gardens still remained, but they were all taken care of by the disciples of the School of Agriculture. They basically could not leave for even a moment. This was a rare opportunity for cultivation for him. Under these circumstances, it was basically impossible for him to spend his time and travel several thousand kilometers just to return home once. All he could do was ask people to send some silver notes back home from time to time as a form of filial piety. Right now, his face was tanned and skinny, and his clothes were old. He seemed like a lump of soil that had just been dug out of the ground. His entire body gave off a rustic aura. As a result, when the rain gradually grew heavier and he returned to the cabin, the people around him had to maintain some distance from him. Many years ago, he had gone from the Crouching Ox village to Qingyang City to learn from a master exactly to rid himself of his identity as a farmer. In the end, he ended up becoming a farmer through and through. It was indeed rather funny. However, the leader of the School of Agriculture, Earth Elder Huang, had praised his appearance as a skeleton of earth and wood. He said he was a genius of the School of Agriculture, so he wanted to pass on the position of school leader to him. It was exactly because of all the hard work he had put in that his cultivation had skyrocketed. In over a decade, he had gone from an uncultured member of the Jianghu to the primary disciple of the School of Agriculture. A 10th layer Qi practitioner. Originally, he planned on breaking through to Foundation establishment after a few more years of arduous cultivation in a single stroke. A letter from home had been sent from the Crouching Ox village to Qingyang City before being sent to the headquarters of the Iron Fist in Clear River City through the Iron Fist's line of communication before being passed on to him. After learning of his father's death, he hurriedly packed his luggage and set foot on the road back to his hometown. Before departing, in addition to entrusting large tracts of land to his fellow apprentices to take care of, he also paid a visit to his only fellow countryman, Li Qingshan. He asked if he wanted to pass on a message or anything else. Li Qingshan thought for a while and remembered the name, Village Chief Li. Then, he told Li Long to restrain his grief and didn't show any sadness on his face. After so many years, the death of a mortal who was unrelated to him and had even offended him was naturally difficult to move. He did not like to put on an act. Li Long didn't blame him. He had been away from home for so many years. During several critical moments, he had helped her for free, which was how she got to where she was today. Even though she had already become so powerful, she could still be described as treating him as an equal. Even to herself, the old face showed signs of blurring. Only when she heard the news of his death did it suddenly clear up. She did not feel particularly sorrowful either. In the end, Li Qingshan did not pass on any messages. This was within Li Long's expectations. Ever since he had severed ties with his brother and sister-in-law, his connection with the Crouching Ox village had become so thin that it was almost non-existent. This man seemed different from regular people ever since he was young. Only when the witch filled his stomach with talisman water did he become a little more normal. However, he did not like to play with people his age either. He would go to the Crouching Ox Hill to graze cows and play the flute whenever he was free. He seemed eccentric, strange, and unreasonable. Everyone treated him as an anomaly. Although they did not directly reject him, they did not develop any deep feelings for him either. Only many years later did he suddenly realize just how extraordinary he was, which served as an explanation for his miraculous rise to prominence later on. The ship pulled out the anchor and sailed against the flow. The prefectural city of Clear River gradually grew further away. Li Long embarked on his journey back to his hometown. The ship passed through Jiaping City. The city that had once been slaughtered by the rock demons had now regained its vitality. It was said that even the Hawkwolf Guard on the mountain had been restored. The ship continued onwards until it arrived at the dock where they had originally set off from. He disembarked and fished out a seal, summoning a fine horse. This was a mount he had bought for the convenience of traveling around. After traveling for another day, the familiar old city walls appeared in the distance. Only then did he suddenly realize that his hometown was not as far away as he had imagined it to be. Iron Fist School. 2 brawny men dressed in black, along with a pair of majestic stone lions, stood guard in front of the door. Passers-by all made a wide detour around them. The man on the left gazed at the sky and grumbled, "This rain sure is never-ending. Achoo, gatekeepers sure are unlucky in this weather." The man on the right shuddered. "It's much better than summer. As long as we stand here for an hour, we'll feel like we've been fished out of the water. Who told us to join the sect too late, and our martial arts are too lacking? Let's find a brothel later, and have a proper drink to warm ourselves up. Once I become an innate master, I'll be sleeping in a brothel. Just by you. What about me? Li Qingshan was even worse off than me in the past. He couldn't even afford to visit a brothel. Now I've heard that all the brothels in the entire Clear River Prefecture belong to him, and that Li Long used to be a member of our Iron Fist. I've heard that he's already reached several dozen layers of the innate realm now. There are only 10 layers to the innate realm. How can there be several dozen layers?" As they spoke, a dark, skinny man directly made his way towards the entrance. His gaze drifted around. As he looked at the familiar gatehouse, he sighed endlessly. It was only because Qingyang City was relatively remote and close to the boundless mountains that the two demons occupied that the war with the demons in the past did not affect this place too much. Who is it? Country bumpkin, do you really think you can just stare at the iron fist? Don't look around here. Piss off, piss off. I'm Li Long. I'm a disciple of Lu Hong, Sect Master Lu. Go back and report this. Li Long did not recognize the two gatekeepers either. He only knew that they were new disciples he had accepted after he left. They stood there rather awe-inspiring, but their martial arts were not even second or third-rate. All they could do was scare the common people, or they would not have been sent here to guard the gate. You said you're Li Long? The burly man widened his eyes. Although they had never met before, the name was like thunder to their ears. He was a powerful figure who had emerged from their iron fist of Qingyang City. He was a great master who had reached several dozen layers of the innate realm. The Iron Lion Lu Hong would brag about him whenever he drank. However, from his attire, he did not seem like the rumored Li Long at all. Why did he seem like he had just returned from the underground? The two of them dared not tarry. They knew that certain masters of the Jianghu liked to put on an act, so they immediately went in to report this. A while later, a dignified, middle-aged man in embroidered robes walked out with the wind. However, he was not Lu Hong. When he saw Li Long, he was taken aback. He went up and grabbed his hand. "Junior brother, it really is you. Senior brother Wang Lei." Li Long recognized him as well. As it turned out, the Iron Lion Lu Hong had already passed the position of sect master of the Iron Fist to his first disciple, Wang Lei. He had left the city to live out the rest of his life. Wang Lei patted Li Long's shoulder and showed a sorrowful expression. "Junior brother, I am sorry for your loss. Uncle is already so old." He said some comforting words, but Li Long could see that there was not much sincerity in it. It was just some pleasantries. Li Long said, "Life and death are decreed by fate. Riches and honor are determined by the heavens." Wang Lei gave an order. On one hand, he sent someone to invite Lu Hong, who was retiring outside the city. On the other hand, he gathered all the disciples of the Iron Fist and lined them up from behind the screen wall to the entrance of the main hall. "Junior brother, please." Wang Lei waved his hand and walked in front, putting on the posture of a sect master. He emphasized the word "junior brother," meaning to say that he did not forget that he was still his senior brother. The two of them had never been on good terms. Over a decade ago, Wang Lei had often been dissatisfied with Lu Hong's special treatment of Li Long. Afterwards, when he took over the position of sect master of the Iron Fist, he gradually calmed down. Now that he saw Li Long's dejected appearance, he could not help but feel rather delighted. He told Li Long about the changes in the Iron Fist after he left, about how he had led the good men of the Iron Fist to achieve great things, taking control of the entire Qingyang City. Of the original 4 organizations, 2 had been personally destroyed by Li Qingshan. The Drawn Reins village had always remained closed off, and it became even more so after Huang Binggu left. The Iron Fist had become the only organization in Qingyang City, so Wang Lei was obviously very awe-inspiring as the sect master. With a single call, countless people responded to him. Even the district magistrate had to respect him. He had many wives and concubines in the inner courtyard. He thought, "What kind of cultivator are you outside? You might not even be as happy as me being the local tyrant of Qingyang City." All Li Long could do was nod. The Qingyang City of the past was like the entire world to him, but now it was just an inconspicuous, tiny city. There were no fertile fields rich with spiritual qi either. If it were not for Lu Hong's presence, it would have been impossible for him to stop. The two of them sat down in the central hall. Wang Lei asked with a smile, "Junior brother, you haven't married or had children in the past few years you've been outside. Then what do you usually do?" "There's so much farm work that I can't finish. Where would I find the time to marry and have children?" Li Long said. There had once been a disciple of the school of music who was interested in him, but he was too busy to care about anything else, so he left it unsettled in the end. Wang Lei raised an eyebrow in surprise. Farm work? Don't tell me cultivators have to farm? Li Long smiled. I'm a disciple of the school of agriculture. What else can I do if not farm? Wang Lei furrowed his brows and shook his head. What's the point of cultivating anymore? I found it boring in the beginning, but as time went on, I found it rather interesting. Li Long said. Working on the soil, watching the fruits ripen and spiritual herbs grow, receiving the feedback from the earth and plants at the same time, allowing his cultivation to rapidly increase. It was an indescribable joy. Wang Lei curled his lip to express his confusion. He felt like Li Long was just being stubborn. In his eyes, a farmer was only slightly better than a beggar. He would be better off directly killing him than making him farm for a decade. Sure enough, it was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. His awe-inspiring master of the Iron Fist was obviously the head of a chicken. He was still much better than Li Long, who was the tail of an ox. Chapter 690. The galloping horse's hooves splashed the yellow muddy water. The yellow buckskin horse galloped through the curtain of rain and came to the Iron Fist gate. The rider on the horse suddenly pulled the reins and with a neigh, the horse raised its hooves high. Old master! The disciples waiting outside the door saw the person and came forward to greet him. Lu Hong got off the horse. His body was as strong as before. He shook the reins and strode into the door. When he came to the front of the main hall, he saw Li Long and was shocked. You're back, master! Li Long also rushed out of the hall and knelt down in the rain. He had joined Iron Fist since he was a child and learned martial arts from Lu Hong. He had received all kinds of teachings from him. His feelings for him were even deeper than his father's. Good. It's good that you're back. Lu Hong was excited. He helped Li Long up with both hands and entered the hall to sit down. The master and the disciple were so excited that they didn't know what to say. Death is inevitable in life. Only by cultivating like you can one transcend life and death. Your father is so old that it's a happy death. Don't be too sad. I'm afraid it won't be long before you come back to mourn for me. Speaking of Li Long's father, Lu Hong couldn't help but sigh. At his age, he felt the threat of death day by day. He was very envious of cultivators who could prolong their lives. Master, what are you talking about? You're strong and can certainly live to 100 years old. Li Long said sincerely. After more than 10 years, Lu Hong seemed to have aged a lot. His face was full of wrinkles and most of his hair was white. Only qi refinement could slow down aging. No matter how strong a warrior was, he couldn't resist the erosion of time. Living to 100 years old was already the limit. Yes, master. It's not easy to transcend life and death. At most, you can live a few more years. As long as you live comfortably for the rest of your life, it doesn't matter. Wang Lei was in the prime of his life and had a strong physique, so he didn't really care about the word death. When he heard Lu Hong talk about how good it was to be a cultivator, he felt a little uncomfortable. He wouldn't envy his junior brother whose martial arts were not as good as his. Lu Hong glared at Wang Lei. I've lived on the edge of a knife for so many years. Do I need you to teach me? It's all thanks to me and that Li Qingshan that you were able to live in peace for so many years. Wang Lei was unhappy. He was a sect master after all, but Lu Hong lectured him like he was a child. However, in the Jianghu, a master's status was even higher than a father's. Regardless of whether it was the righteous or evil path, deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors was a great crime. Everything he had came from Lu Hong, so he couldn't refute it. Senior brother is right. The most important thing in life is to be as you wish. Cultivation has its difficulties too. I almost lost my life a while ago. Speaking of which, It might not even be as good as living a peaceful life in Qingyang City. Li Long tried to persuade him. Although he had spent more time with land than people in the past few years, he could sense some of Wang Lei's thought. However, he had no intentions of comparing himself to him. They lived in completely different worlds already. He did not want to make Wang Lei unhappy because of him either. After all, Lu Hong would have to rely on him for his retirement in the future. Hearing how Li Long agreed with him, Wang Lei cheered up again. Junior brother really has understood quite a lot after going out for a stroll. Just like the old saying, no matter how good it is outside, it's not as comfortable as home. Lu Hong said in surprise. There's even danger in the 100 schools of thought? I heard that it's like the dwelling of immortals. The basic necessities of life there are incomparable to those of mortals. Only now did he notice how Li Long was dressed. He seemed very disheveled, but at the same time, he discovered that just now, when he walked out and knelt in the rain, there were actually no traces of wetness on him at all. He was just as dry and rustic as before. Li Long told him about the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures and sighed heavily. In that battle, there were thousands of cultivators, but only around 100 survived. Many people with higher cultivations and techniques than me died there. Even now, I still feel lingering fear when I think about it. I never thought the cultivation community would be even more dangerous than the Jianghu. I really do have to thank that Li Qingshan. Lu Hong was amazed. A battle on such a scale was completely unimaginable. It was even more dangerous than the battles of the Jianghu. Even more unimaginable was that the country bumpkin from back then already possessed such remarkable abilities. Li Qingshan. I heard he's become a great figure now. Wang Lei felt like he was listening to a heavenly book. He was at a loss for a moment, imagining just how mighty it would be for him to put an end to a battle on a battlefield rife with techniques and blades. Yes. He's already the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture now. He's close to breaking through to the second heavenly tribulation. He's planning on marrying Great General Han's daughter. Wang Lei clicked his tongue in wonder. That's impressive. Master, you even hit him back then. It's not worth mentioning at all. It's not worth mentioning at all. Lu Hong laughed aloud. Back then, Li Qingshan had offered 10 taels of silver for a punch from him, which had infuriated him quite a lot. Thinking about it now, he had actually hit such an important figure before, which instead made him feel very proud. Li Long thought about the past and could not help but smile. They chatted for a while longer, and the sky gradually darkened. Lu Hong said, "It's getting late. Let's hurry back to the Crouching Ox village through the night." Wang Lei said, "It's difficult to traverse the mountain paths when it's raining. Junior brother has come all the way here, and he hasn't even eaten yet, so there's no need to hurry. Why don't we rest in Qingyang City for the night and wait until tomorrow? Junior brother can have a proper bath tonight and change into a set of decent clothes. You can basically say that he's returning home in glory. We'll all have to change into morning clothes when we get back. What's there to change?" Then Lu Hong glanced at Li Long though. "Why don't we just change into a set of morning clothes here?" In other words, he really did find his current set of clothes to be rather unpresentable. The phrase, "returning home in glory," was all returning home in glory. The smaller the village, the more attention they paid to this sort of decency. All Li Long could do was smile bitterly. Earth Elder Huang had personally bestowed his set of clothes to him. Although it seemed very shabby after being passed down through the School of Agriculture for many generations, it was still a supreme-grade spiritual artifact after all. It would bring great benefit to his cultivation, so why would people look down on it? "Master, let's hurry back after we eat." Originally, Wang Lei wanted to hold a great banquet in the Qingyang restaurant to welcome Li Long back, but he was reprimanded by Lu Hong again. As a result, He held a banquet in the hall and called over a few prominent figures of the Iron Fist to accompany him. The alcohol was aged for over 20 years, while the dishes were delicacies from the mountains and the wild game. It was a delicacy of delicacies. Li Long only drank the alcohol and ate a few mouthfuls before stopping. Wang Lei said, "Junior brother, is it not to your taste? I'll get them to remake it. I'm used to eating fruits. I planted all of these myself. Everyone, have a taste." As a result, Li Long took out a few fruits from his 100 treasures pouch and distributed them to everyone on the table, as well as a jar of fruit wine he had brewed himself. In the past few years, he basically ate his 3 meals a day from the crops he grew, which could basically replace the pills he normally used for cultivation. He sold the rest, which had always sold well. As a result, as long as they had enough land and were willing to work hard, disciples of the School of Agriculture were all very wealthy. "Then we'd like to try it." Wang Lei glanced at the 100 treasures pouch on Li Long's waist in envy. He sneered inside, "Why does he seem like a poor relative from the countryside?" He even brought some local produce. Everyone could not stop after tasting it. For a moment they fell silent. Only when they finished off the fruits and drank the jar of wine did they exhale deeply. Their faces were filled with the aftertaste. These ordinary fruits were actually more delicious than any of the delicacies on the table. They felt refreshed, and the jar of wine went without saying. The fragrance filled the air as it entered their mouths. It seemed rather bland, but it immediately became as intense as fire. Their organs felt like they were being ironed, and the fragrance lingered for a very long time. All the fine wines they had tasted in their lives were as tasteless as plain water compared to this. To those who loved wine, they could even shorten their lifespans by a decade or two if they could drink wine like this every day. A leader said in surprise and joy, "I feel like my inner force has grown by quite a lot." It was not just him. Everyone sensed the changes in their bodies. Not only had their inner force increased, but even some of the hidden injuries they had accumulated over the years had healed. When they looked at Li Long again, they all felt deep veneration. The things he had casually given them were all rare treasures in the Jianghu. It was very normal for it to lead to a bloody battle. In the past, a single stalk of spiritual ginseng was enough to turn Qingyang City upside down. As a genius disciple of the School of Agriculture, the fruits that Li Long had grown were no worse than the spiritual ginseng. Although the spiritual ginseng was relatively old, it had not been nurtured with great care. "Junior brother, these things must have been difficult to obtain." Wang Lei's feelings were rather mixed. He no longer dared to underestimate the disciples of the School of Agriculture. Li Long beside him suddenly became unfathomable too. It was very difficult in the beginning. It took me quite a lot of time to understand. The control of sunlight and rain is very particular. Most importantly, I still have to use suitable techniques. Li Long explained some of the farming methods of the School of Agriculture, but he saw how everyone was confused, so he stopped talking. Lu Hong stroked his beard with a smile. He was comforted. Li Long had even prepared a jar of medicinal alcohol for Lu Hong, but when he considered its value, he did not dare to take it out so directly. He had to wait for a suitable opportunity. After eating these things, the banquet became tasteless again. And although they did not feel full, they did not feel hungry at all. As a result, the group set off overnight. Basically all the disciples of the Iron Fist set off, making their way to the Crouching Ox Village in a grand manner. The Crouching Ox Village was also submerged in the night rain. Only caretaker Lu's home and village head Li's home still had their lights on. In a dark hut in the west of the village, a man and a woman conversed. The woman said gruffly, "Old man Li is dead, so Li Long will definitely return to the village. He's on good terms with Li Er, so we have to ask him to send a letter to that kid. He's rich now, so he can't forget about us. We've taken care of him for so many years. Without us to cook for him, he would have starved to death a long time ago." This had once been the voice that Li Qingshan hated the most, and this was his home in the past, or more accurately, the ruined cowshed next door. There was another cow in the cowshed, and there would also be children playing the flute, riding the cow to the crouching ox hill to graze the cows. However, they did not have to stay in the cowshed. Who knew how many times better their food and clothing were compared to the past Li Qingshan. Chapter 691. Ouch! You crazy woman, let go of me! Elder brother Li let out a cry of pain. Sister-in-law Li pulled elder brother Li's ear and forced him to turn around. I'm so unlucky to be married to a useless thing like you. You don't even dare to send a message. What's the use of having you? Your brother is quite a character, but he's a heartless bastard. Sister-in-law gritted her teeth, her face full of hatred. She hated elder brother Li for being useless, and she hated Li Qingshan for being heartless. Over the years, the one who had changed the most in the village was village chief Li's family. Originally, he was just a farmer who was not much better than them. However, since Li Long went out, the silver was sent back like flowing water, and he suddenly became rich. His original house was pushed down and a large house was built. He ate delicious food and drinks every day, and there was no need to work in the field. Looking at their own house, although they had a few more acres of land, they had one less laborer. They also had to buy cows and they had to feed an extra family. Their lives were much more difficult. She had heard that Li Qingshan was much richer than Li Long, but she couldn't even get a penny from him. It really made her grit her teeth every day. Wasn't it you who came up with the stupid idea to take over his land and drive him out of the family? Now you're blaming me. If you dare to say another word, I'll slap you. Elder brother Li was also angry. These years, he had been mocked by the villagers. They said that they finally had a good man in the family, but he was driven out of the house by him. Hit me! Hit me! Just beat me to death! Sister-in-law Li's ball-like body waved her 4 plump hands and feet and made a scene on the bed. Speaking of these things, she was also regretful to the point of her intestines turning green. But what was done could not be undone. What was the use of saying these things now? Humph, crazy woman! Even if you don't think about us, you have to think about Stone. You want him to farm with you for the rest of his life? Elder brother Li was also silent. His mind gradually became active. No matter how big the hatred is, so many years have passed. After all, we're brothers with broken bones and connected tendons. Even if he wants to blame me, his brother, he can't blame his nephew. As long as he can relax a little. It was an inexhaustible blessing. At the same time, below Crouching Ox Hill outside the village, a few houses were submerged in the night rain. There was a faint glimmer of light. At first glance, it looked like a residential building, but it was covered with a red outer wall, which looked like an ancestral hall. After entering the door, there was an offering table and a few plates of fruits. The lone lamp was on the verge of collapse even without being blown by the autumn night wind, as if it would be swallowed up by the darkness at any moment. Under the dim light, a black wooden figure could be vaguely seen. With one hand on his waist and the other holding a knife, although the posture was very impressive, the workmanship was very rough. It was obviously the work of a countryside carpenter. However, his appearance was somewhat similar to that of Li Qingshan, or more accurately, Li Qingshan in his youth. This was the hut that Li Qingshan had built for himself with a wild boar. Afterwards, he made a name for himself as the Tiger Butcher, so the villagers built a special small temple for him, calling it the Tiger Butcher Temple. There was even a temple attendant responsible for cleaning and taking care of it. In reality, he was just a childless, crippled old man. The villagers called him Cripple Lu. Old Man Lu's responsibility was to ensure that the oil lamp did not go out at night, but there was no one to supervise him. On this bleak autumn night, he had already closed the temple door early. He ate some pig meat and drank half a liter of unclean wine before hugging his blanket and falling asleep. When someone broke through the temple door and entered the temple, he was completely unaware. The person was extremely well built, and his face was covered in a beard, making it impossible to tell his age. When he stepped into the temple, he was not wet at all. His eyes stared at the wooden statue, and they shone with a hateful light. He ground his teeth and said, "Li Qingshan." He suddenly took a step forward and struck the air with his palm. With a loud sound, the statue shattered into pieces. As for the flickering oil lamp, it was still burning steadily. Old man Lu shuddered and woke up. He was still in a daze. Is it thunder? He limped to the front of the hall and saw the well-built figure with a single glance. Before he finished speaking, the man struck out with his palm again, and old Lu exploded like a statue, causing a scarlet mist of blood to rise. Only his head was left intact, and it was placed on the sacrificial table by the man. He silently prayed and said, "Father, I'll complete your unfulfilled wish first and destroy the Crouching Ox village. This will be the first. There will be a day when I personally kill Li Qingshan." Xiong Batian said viciously. If Li Qingshan were present, he might find him rather familiar, but of course it was also possible that he had no impression of him at all. Compared to the enemies he had killed later on, the master of the Black Wind stronghold, Xiong Xiangwu, was nothing. Xiong Batian was Xiong Xiangwu's son. However, he did not remain in the Black Wind stronghold. Instead, he learned martial arts from his grandfather. He knew that when the Black Wind stronghold was massacred, he was still a child. He understood that if he wanted revenge, all he could do was endure and wait for a good opportunity. However, after enduring for over a decade, he discovered that his enemy had already become a Scarlet Hawk commander. His hopes of revenge became more and more uncertain. All he could do was massacre the Crouching Ox village and kill all of Li Qingshan's friends and family to vent his hatred. Xiong Batian lifted up Old Man Lu's head and made his way towards the Crouching Ox village. He was determined to kill everyone and pile up their heads into a tower. This was the Black Wind stronghold's favorite symbol. He wanted to use it as a memorial to Xiong Xiangwu and his uncles. Suddenly, he stopped. In the distance, he saw a group of people pass through the rain and enter the Crouching Ox village. His face became cold. "All right, I'll kill as many as they come today." And the Drawn Reins village, Iron Fist, and everyone else related to Li Qingshan must die. Li Long's return caused an uproar in the courtyard of the Li family. Li Hu and Li Bao came out to receive him, crying out, "Big brother, you've finally returned. Before father died, he was still calling your name. Why are you so late?" They had now become fair and plump, their faces full of richness. Each of them grabbed one of Li Long's hands, as if he had just left yesterday. The cries outside the morning hall also rang out, all of them grieving to the extreme. Li Long silently changed into his mourning clothes. He kowtowed 3 times and bowed 9 times before arriving in the morning hall. When he saw the corpses that had been processed in the coffin, 2 streaks of tears rolled down his cheek. As soon as he completed the ceremony, Li Hu pulled him into a side room. Li Bao followed behind him in a hurry. Li Long was confused. He listened to them argue with each other. As it turned out, after village head Li Long had left, they had been fighting over the family property. They had been in a heated argument, waiting for Li Long to return and uphold justice. The two of them glared at one another furiously. They no longer seemed sad at all. Li Long felt disgusted. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly sniffed. "There's the smell of blood." A heavy smell of blood permeated through the rain, coming from the other side of the village. Chapter 692. Lu Hong, Wang Lei, and the others saw Li Long rush out of the door, so they followed. However, unlike Li Long, they couldn't see in the dark, so they could only see a blurry shadow. Lu Hong was shocked and stopped moving. Wang Lei caught up and rushed towards the shadow. Who is it? Be careful. Li Long stepped out and released his true qi, which turned into a palm and grabbed Wang Lei. Wang Lei felt a huge force and flew back involuntarily. The place where he was originally standing suddenly exploded into a big hole. Mud and rain splattered everywhere. Wang Lei's heart was cold. If he still stood there, he wouldn't even have a whole corpse left. A 10th layer qi practitioner. Xiong Batian was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be a 10th layer qi practitioner in this small village. He threw the head in his hand like a hidden weapon and quickly retreated. He had cultivated for so many years and was only at the 8th layer. Even if he cultivated for another 10 years, he might not be able to reach the 10th layer. Where do you think you're going? Li Long's body flashed, avoiding the head, and was about to chase. Bang, 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 bang! The head exploded in the air, and countless bone fragments flew everywhere. It was more fierce and dangerous than any hidden weapon in the Jianghu. Li Long had true qi to protect his body, so he was not afraid of such a move. However, there were still Lu Hong, Wang Lei, and a group of Iron Fist disciples behind him. If he ignored them, none of them would survive. He took a step back and waved his hands. There were no moves to speak of, but his movements were natural and casual, as if he was farming in a field. His true qi surged, and the bone fragments flew away. There were a few screams. There were still a few Iron Fist disciples who were hit. Although they weren't fatal, the wounds immediately turned black and hardened. They twitched and fell to the ground dead in an instant. Corpse poison. Li Long's pupils shrank. If it was a qi practitioner, as long as they could hold on for a while, they would be able to save them. He could still save them, but these ordinary disciples were no different from mortals. How could they possibly resist it? The poison attacked the heart and sealed the marquee with blood. At this time, even Lu Hong didn't have much time to react. He just watched as Wang Lei ran out. They flew back, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 heads were flying in front of him. They exploded together. The two brothers, Li Hu and Li Bao, ran to the door while panting. What happened? He narrowed his eyes, and with the help of the light from the lantern, he saw the fallen Iron Fist disciple. He immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered, "Murder!" The extremely penetrating voice made the entire courtyard of the Li family boil with excitement before spreading through the entire Crouching Ox village. Many people woke up from their dreams. Lu Hong asked, "Who was that just now?" "I don't know." Li Long's expression was solemn. If the other party was a cultivator who cultivated in the art of refining corpses, then slaughtering an entire village to refine corpses would not be strange. However, this matter was clearly not so simple. Otherwise, they would not have beheaded the villagers. With their cultivation as a 10th layer qi practitioner, even if they were disciples of the school of agriculture who were not skilled in battle, killing an 8th layer qi practitioner would not be a problem. However, once they began fighting, the Crouching Ox village would definitely suffer heavy casualties. And, from the traces of the other party's attack, it made him worry. With a flash of light, a hoe appeared in his hand. He called out loudly, "Who are you? Why have you come to my Crouching Ox village? Do you know the name of Li Qingshan?" Li Qingshan, it's not like you're Li Qingshan. The matters here have nothing to do with you, so why do you have to risk your life for mortals? Let's mind our own business. Xiong Beishan's voice rang out from the other end of the village. I'm from the Crouching Ox village, so how does it have nothing to do with me? You can still flee right now, or I'll definitely take your life. Hearing that, Li Long immediately understood what was going on. He could not help but feel both furious and mocking. This person definitely had grievances with Li Qingshan. As long as he left the Crouching Ox village, Li Long would immediately pursue him. He would definitely kill him. If that's the case, then you can stay here and die with the Crouching Ox village. Xiong Beishan's tone was startlingly bold. He rolled up his sleeve, and to no surprise, there was a string of copper rings for controlling corpses on it. His other hand was the same. With the flow of true qi, the copper rings lit up together. Li Long suddenly felt a tremendous aura of corpse. He flew into the air on his artifact, and his heart sank. Sure enough, it was as he had expected. A dense swarm of corpse soldiers appeared out of nowhere, radiating with an aura even colder than the autumn rain. Although most of them were regular zombies, not even zombies, having not been refined at all. They were just walking corpses transformed from corpse poison and corpse qi. There were a total of 1,000 or 2,000 of them. There were quite a few iron plate corpses among them. Against an army of corpses like that, even 10th layer qi practitioners would be exhausted to death unless they could kill the controller as soon as possible. However, the enemy was surrounded by layers upon layers of zombies, so they had to be extremely careful. The humans and demons had been at war for several years. Coupled with the natural disasters and banditry caused by it, the number of people who had lost their lives was well over 10 million. The art of refining corpses was widespread in the world. Only when the disaster of Burial Mound Mountain occurred did this trend settle down slightly. However, basically every single qi practitioner in the Clear River Prefecture possessed a copper ring for controlling corpses. The enemy had used corpse explosion and corpse poison right from the start, clearly specializing in this cultivation method, which allowed him to control even more zombies. Today, I swear I will leave no one in the Crouching Ox village alive to avenge my father. You still have time to flee right now, or once you fall into the encirclement, only death awaits you. Xiong Batian was like a general on the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, the army advanced, slamming into the huts one by one. Rumble! The earthen walls were directly smashed through, unable to stop the flood of corpses. They actually wanted to flatten the entire Crouching Ox village. Lu Hong's face changed drastically. He had gone through many trials and tribulations of the Jianghu, but he had never seen such a terrifying sight before. It was like a terrifying, colossal beast was lunging towards him from the darkness. Wang Lei shuddered in fright. His legs trembled as he called out at the sky, "Junior brother! Be careful, everyone!" Li Long said and flew in the direction of the army of zombies. At this moment, the Iron Fist disciples who had been poisoned to death suddenly opened their eyes and slowly crawled up from the ground. The people in the surroundings immediately scattered. Li Hu and Li Bao even scrambled away, pissing their pants. Lu Hong bellowed out and used the charge of the Iron Cavalry, landing a punch on the corpse's head. With a thump, the corpse's head split open like a watermelon, and the corpse collapsed on the ground again. He leapt about and punched out like the wind, pushing his martial arts to the limit. Every single punch landed on a head, and the corpses that were about to crawl up collapsed on the ground again. These were just normal walking corpses that were transformed from the zombie poison. Although they were very strong and did not fear death, their reactions were slow. Against a Jianghu expert like Lu Hong, they could not do anything. He was not a threat at all. The Iron Fist disciples erupted in cheers. Lu Hong stood majestically on the corpses. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. He calmed himself down. "Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just a few corpses." What Li Long was facing right now was not just a few corpses, but thousands. There were men and women, young and old. They crowded around him, and they even let out meaningless roars, which combined into a terrifying buzz. The continuous autumn rain had already stopped at some point. The clouds dispersed, and an autumn moon shone down with cold light. It illuminated the tiny Crouching Ox village, but it was like a nightmarish scene. The wave of corpses ignored all obstructions. They advanced rapidly. Some walking corpses fell to the ground, but they were trampled by the corpses behind them. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to a pile of meat paste. Screams rang out from the collapsed houses. However, they immediately stopped and were torn apart by the zombies. Sweat seeped out from Li Long's palms. However, after experiencing the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, he had become much more mentally prepared for a situation like this. He was not in much danger today, but if he could not stop the corpse army, he would only be able to escape with a small number of people. His other family members would all die here. He took out a handful of seed. With a wave of his hand, the seeds scattered. The buildings in Crouching Ox Village were not densely packed. There was quite a lot of empty space between the houses, which had been opened up as vegetable gardens. A seed fell into a vegetable garden and immediately sprouted, growing rapidly and turning into a clump of black thorns. It continued to grow and spread, enveloping the entire vegetable garden in the blink of an eye. The other seeds were the same. Clumps of thorns grew endlessly, forming a wall of thorns. The black thorns were different from regular thorns. Every single spike was long and sharp, shining with a metallic luster. Xiong Batian did not care. Zombies did not even fear death, let alone pain. He dove headfirst into the thorns. Originally, he thought he would be able to break through them easily with the terrifying strength of the zombie army. However, the roots of every single thorn extended several meters into the ground, and they were constantly extending. The thorns themselves were as tough as metal, producing an ear-piercing sound as they were pulled. The thorns were like monsters that had been startled awake, dancing about madly. The thorns wrapped around and pierced. Regular living corpses were directly pierced and ground to pieces, reduced to chunks of flesh on the ground. It was like a meat grinder operating at full speed. When they came across refined zombies, they could also entangle them firmly, pulling them into their bodies. The School of Agriculture was not skilled in battle, but they had their own method of defeating enemies, which was based on these wondrous plants. They had to collect plants with offensive abilities first before nurturing their seeds over a long period of time. They possessed powerful life force, so as long as they landed on the ground, they would grow rapidly. What Li Long had just now scattered was a handful of iron-blooded thorns seeds. However, plants needed to be rooted firmly into the ground, so they could only be used for defense most of the time. They could not differentiate between friend and foe, so they were very difficult to control. Apart from the cultivator, anyone else would be attacked if they entered the thorns. However, they were perfect for situations like this. Li Long's spirit was lifted and he gained a little more confidence. He took out a handful of seeds and scattered them, but this time, no change could be seen on the ground. Let's see how long you can last. Xiong Batian mobilized the army and concentrated their attacks on the areas with relatively fewer thorns. At the same time, he took out a bronze bell and shook it forcefully. The urgent bell rang out and the zombies became even more frenzied. They advanced recklessly, forcefully ripping apart the thorns. Although the thorns had killed a large number of living corpses, the corpse chi in their bodies was fatal to plants as well. The thorns all withered away. The army of zombies charged through the thorns like a flood breaking through a dam. They wanted to devour the tiny Crouching Ox Village. The leading zombie took a step forward with his left foot and stepped on the ground. Pressure spread from the surface into the ground. Before anyone knew it, a sweet melon-like fruit had grown there. Sensing the pressure, it exploded loudly, sending the zombie flying and affecting the surrounding zombies. Boom! 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 Chapter 693. Brother Li and Sister Li hugged each other on the bed, shivering. The whole house was shaking along with them. Smoke and dust fell down continuously. Countless mortals could not understand the terrifying sounds penetrated through the walls and filled the whole room. They didn't even have the courage to see what was happening. From the cowshed next door, the continuous mooing of a yellow ox, full of fear and despair. A child about 8 or 9 years old crawled out from under the quilt and ran towards the door. Sure to. What are you doing? Sister Li suddenly realized that the child beside her had disappeared and turned pale with fright. Old Yellow is still outside. I'll bring it in. Shirtu turned around and answered. He had already opened the door and rushed out. He didn't dare to look around and ran to the cowshed. A yellow ox was shaking its head impatiently, pulling on the rope. It was dripping with blood. Don't be afraid, Old Yellow. Let's go back to the house. Shirtu untied the rope and jumped onto the ox's back. He hugged the ox's head, and only then did the ox calm down a little. With a loud rumble, several zombies broke through the courtyard wall and barged in. Under the moonlight, their ferocious appearance stunned Shirtu. The ox immediately turned around and ran towards the other side of the village. Shirtu was lying on the ox's back. The wind whistled past his ears, and he finally came to his senses. He turned back and shouted, "Father, Mother!" The last scene he saw was his house collapsing. Bricks and debris flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. He didn't have time to worry or grieve. The zombies rushed out of the smoke and dust and chased after him. Their movements seemed stiff, but they were many times faster than the ox. The first zombie pounced. Its 10 long and curved nails almost reached Shitta's buttocks, and the back of the ox's body was smashed into pieces. Moo! Yellow Ox let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell to the ground. Pebble threw himself forward and crashed into a mud wall. Just as his brain was about to burst open, he closed his eyes tightly and felt his whole body lighten. He was surrounded by a gentle but strong wind. When he opened his eyes, he saw a strange man carrying him in his hands. The man was also carrying a shining hoe. The hoe looked like a farming tool, but it easily pierced into the zombie's head. Then, it danced in a circle of silver light and knocked away more than 10 zombies that pounced at him. Li Long didn't dare to continue fighting and immediately soared into the sky. Stone didn't know if it was because he was naturally bold, or if it was because he was scared stiff. He widened his eyes, looking at the ground in the distance. He saw countless terrifying zombies, while his own house was completely crushed, turned into ruins, nowhere to be found. Below them, trees grew wildly. Because they were planted very close to each other, they pressed against each other to form a tree wall, and the roots below were firmly entangled. After being depleted by the iron blood thorns and landmine melons, the zombie army suffered extremely great losses as well. At first, there were less than 1,000 of them, but most of them were weak living corpses. The refined zombies suffered much fewer losses, and not a single iron plate corpse was lost. Bang 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 bang! The torrent of corpses slammed into the walls of the trees. Wood chips flew everywhere and the trees shook. Li Long furrowed his brows. These trees weren't meant to be used for combat. They were offensive plants. Although he still had some offensive plant seeds in his hands, the amount was much less. It was impossible for them to stop the flood of corpses. He clenched a handful of seeds tightly. His palms were covered in sweat, but he was in no hurry to toss them out. Instead, he continued to plant the trees that formed the walls. Under the furious ramming of the zombies, wood chips flew and sap dripped. However, while the zombies possessed monstrous strength, they were unable to break through the sturdy walls of several hundred trees in a short period of time. Under the escort of the zombies, Xiong Batian arrived before the wall of trees. A vicious light shone in his eyes. He never thought his opponent would actually be able to stop him to such an extent, using these strange plants to constantly whittle away at the zombies under his control. The wall of trees stood several meters tall, and they were lush with leaves. It was very difficult for regular zombies to scale it, unless they were iron plate corpses that were even more nimble. However, once the iron plate corpses made it over, they would be separated from the rest of the army. It would take a tremendous amount of energy for a 10th layer Qi practitioner to kill these iron plate corpses, but it was nothing difficult. What he feared the most was that his opponent would use this opportunity to launch a sneak attack against him. These iron plate corpses were his personal guards. It was very difficult for regular zombies to keep them busy. If he casually scattered some seeds, his life might actually be in danger. Although he could make a detour around it, the surroundings of the village were all paddy field. After the endless autumn rain, they were like swamps. Once the zombies entered them, their movements would definitely be affected. Humph. Do you think I'll fall for your trap? It's just a bunch of wood. Since I can't push it over, I'll just charge through it. Xiong Batian shook his head, and the zombies parted to form a path. Xiong Batian personally led several dozen iron plate corpses to arrive before the wall of trees. The ringing of the bell suddenly sped up, and the iron plate corpses at the front swung their claws viciously. The sturdy wood was ripped apart like mud. In the blink of an eye, they dug out a huge hole, which rapidly extended inwards. Before long, they had carved out a tunnel through the wall of trees. As soon as the first iron plate corpse broke through the wall of trees, it was bitten by a mouth covered in sharp teeth. The mouth was actually a beautiful, deep purple flower, while the stem connected to the flower wriggled like a snake. The stem was connected to an even thicker branch. There were a total of 9 stems like that, and each stem had 9 flowers at the top. They were like the legendary 9-headed snakes, known as Hydra flowers. The flower buds lunged at an iron plate corpse like pythons, each biting down on an iron plate corpse. The iron plate corpses struggled desperately, but the soft flower stems wrapped around them like snakes, immobilizing them. At the same time, they secreted digestive fluids that were extremely acidic. Even the iron plate corpses that had been refined could not withstand it, melting rapidly. There were a total of 8 hydra flowers like that blocking the tunnel. Coupled with Li Long himself, he truly could hold off 10,000 enemies by himself. Xiong Batian felt rather regretful. It would have been better if he had made a detour, but he came up with an idea in a moment. He ordered all the zombies to retreat into the tunnel before ordering the iron plate corpses to dig to the 2 sides, avoiding the obstructing plants. No matter how aggressive the plants were, they could not move around freely at the end of the day. Li Long was forced to constantly plant plants to defend himself. "I'd like to see just how many seeds you have," Xiong Batian sneered. The seeds of aggressive plants that Li Long had accumulated were indeed close to running out. And, although it did not take a lot of energy to grow these seeds, the true qi in his dantian was close to running out as it accumulated. He held a spiritual stone in his hand to recover. However, he instead seemed relieved and relaxed. A talisman flew out of his hand. It was only a regular fire talisman. If he was lucky, he would only be able to kill an iron plate corpse. The fire talisman exploded into a ball of fire in the air, but it did not fly towards any of the zombies. Instead, it flew towards the neatly arranged trees. Boom! The flames spread rapidly. The trees began to burn violently like torches. In particular, the fruits on the branches would immediately explode into flames as long as they were licked by the snakes of fire. To disciples of the School of Agriculture, there were only 2 types of plants that were valuable. One of them was plants that were aggressive, but that only made up a small portion of them. Most of them were plants that had practical uses, such as fruits, vegetables, grains, and herbs. Most of these trees were tongue trees that had been specially nurtured. Even their resin was oily. Once they were set alight, even heavy rain would not be able to put them out. A while later, the wall of trees turned into a wall of fire, dyeing the sky fire-red. Xiong Batian led the iron plate corpses to carve out a tunnel under the trees. The army of zombies followed behind them. Basically all of them arrived below the wall of trees, only to suddenly discover that the surroundings had already turned into a sea of fire. Basically every single zombie had been contaminated with a lot of tree sap. Their withered bodies were rapidly set alight. Even the iron plate corpses that were impervious to weapons began to twist and deform under the scorching flames with their armor. Xiong Batian's expression changed drastically. He released his true qi to block the invasion of the flames. He could no longer care about the regular zombies. He led the iron plate corpses around and charged out of the sea of fire. All he saw was a figure descend from the sky, landing on the edge of the sea of fire. Li Long's bare feet stepped on the solid ground. The fire reflected in his eyes and shone brightly. His rough hands held the hoe tightly and scattered the last seeds in his hands in front of him. One by one, they broke out of the ground, grew, danced, and fought side by side with him. Great clouds of smoke rushed into the sky. After a brief period of clear skies, the dark clouds converged once more, shrouding the sky and blocking the moonlight. Autumn rain began to fall. Where the rain and fire intersected, the vibrant plants and lifeless zombies became tangled violently. Li Long's eyes remained fixed on Xiong Batian the entire time. He raised the hoe high into the air and swung it down viciously. By the time the flames were reduced to ashes, the sky had already lit up. A drizzle landed on the gray charcoal, and with a hiss, it produced a wisp of smoke that seemed both misty and gray. Within the smoke, Li Long lay on the scorching ground, gasping for air. He still gripped the hoe firmly in his hand as he gazed at the gloomy sky. He propped himself up and gazed around. The entire Crouching Ox village had already been reduced to ruins. The wooden walls that had been reduced to piles of charcoal served as the boundary. On one side were the bricks and tiles that had been trampled flat by zombies, while the other side was charcoal that had been burnt to a crisp. Although it rained afterwards, the fire still spread unavoidably. Li Long could not help but become frustrated. After a bitter night of battle, he had killed the enemy, but he had failed to protect the village. He was not as resolute as Li Qingshan. This was still his home after all. Countless familiar people and objects had vanished overnight, so he did not feel any joy from victory at all. Instead, his heart weighed heavily. "Father! Mother! Father!" Sobs rang out from behind. Li Long turned around and saw a child clawing away in the ruins, but he could not even move the larger rocks. His face was covered in tears and snot. For some reason, Li Long eased up inside. "What's your name?" Chapter 694. Li Qingshi. Li Long was taken aback. He glanced at the ruins beneath his feet and suddenly understood something. What a good name, but it's a little inappropriate. Stone wiped his tears and snot. "My mother said that I want to be like my second uncle and become an extraordinary person." Li Long rubbed his head and squatted down. "I'll take you to see him, okay?" "Are my father and mother dead? Just like Old Yellow?" Stone asked with a panicked expression. Li Long was speechless. He sighed. "I wonder how Master and the others are doing. With their skills, this fire shouldn't be able to take their lives." At this moment, a group of people appeared on the ruins on the other side of the village. Seeing the two of them from afar, the leader hurried over. "Master!" Li Long's eyes lit up. The leader of these people was Lu Hong. Behind him were the disciples of the Iron Fist and many villagers of Crouching Ox Village. As it turned out, after the fire started, Lu Hong led the disciples of the Iron Fist to evacuate all the villagers to the nearby mountains. They only dared to return when the sky brightened and the fire was extinguished. "As long as you're fine." Lu Hong was relieved. Wang Lei's gaze towards Li Long was filled with awe. The soaring fire last night was basically the work of a legendary immortal. If it were not for him, probably everyone would have died in Crouching Ox Village. The villagers found their houses that had been reduced to ruins with their families. Many of them sobbed. Stone finally understood that his parents were the same as old Huang, they would never return. He began to cry loudly. Although Li Long was relieved that his battle was not meaningless after all, he really could not feel happy. He said to Lu Hong, "Master, I should go back. Don't you want to wait until the burial? My father's soul has already returned to hell. All that remains is a shell. Moreover, I'm afraid that even this body doesn't exist anymore." Li Long saw Li Hu and Li Bao in the distance. When the fire was ignited, they didn't even have time to escape. so no one had the time to carry a corpse. They turned into ashes along with the Li family's courtyard. Speaking of which, it was strange. They were brothers from the same mother. At this moment, it felt so far away, as if they were two completely different lives. The so-called returning home in glory became meaningless. After leaving this time, it was likely that he would never return to this small village again. Li Long thought of Li Qingshan again. Did he already know this would happen? Was that why he was so determined? In the end, Li Long handed over enough silver to build 100 crouching ox villages to Lu Hong, as well as a jar of medicinal alcohol he had brewed meticulously. After handing over some matters, he set off on the path to the Clear River Prefecture. What a big river! What a big ship! Stone leaned against the side of the ship, his eyes wide open as he gazed at the surging Clear River. He gulped. It was probably because he had yet to fully understand the meaning of death. He had already recovered some vitality. He was drawn away by this sight he had never seen before. On the other hand, Li Long's heart was still rather heavy. As he gazed at Stone's back, he felt even more worried. Back then, he had said he wanted to take him to see Li Qingshan out of impulse, but Li Qingshan had already severed his ties with the Li family. With how determined that man was, it was definitely not just empty words. This pitiful child's fate was probably not that optimistic. The ship traveled with the flow. When they arrived at the Clear River Prefecture, it was dusk. The lights of the Clear River Prefecture were as bright as day. Li Long and Stone disembarked from the ship, one large and one small. The people around them all moved aside, showing disgust. Li Long was dressed in the same rustic manner as before, but Stone was even worse off. Stone was in an even worse state. He was so dirty that he looked like a little beggar. Li Long didn't even let him wash up, let alone change into a new set of clothes. Under everyone's disdainful gazes, Stone could not help but shrink back slightly. However, when he saw how calm Li Long was, taking a step forward, he felt much more at ease. After disembarking from the ship, Li Long went to the Hawkwolf Guard first to ask around. He learnt that Li Qingshan was currently holding a banquet in the Parlor of Clouds and Rain, so he arrived before the illuminated Parlor of Clouds and Rain with Stone. Stone raised his head and did his best to look up. On the top floor of the Parlor of Clouds and Rain, it was a scene of singing and dancing. The warm breeze was pleasant. Basically all the Hawkwolf guards of the Clear River Prefecture were gathered here, but most of them could only sit towards the back, as before them were Wei Yangxing, Lu Chongqing, and a group of Foundation establishment cultivators. Even Han Tie had come. Hua Qinglu was there too. Hua Qinglu was among them too. She frowned as she gazed at Hua Qingzan, who sat in the secondary seat. This banquet had been held for him. He was drunk as he hugged women on both sides, flirting with the two women like no one else was around. He would make extremely intimate gestures from time to time. If other men did this, they would come off as lewd and obscene, but when he did it, he seemed indescribably elegant, like a noble young master in a troubled world. Behind the jade, white table in the main seat, a robust young man supported his chin with his hand. He smiled faintly as he fiddled around with a cup of alcohol in his hand, as if he was enjoying the dance. However, at a closer glance, his dark eyes were unfocused. His appearance obviously could not rival a handsome man like Hua Sungzan, but he was like a tiger in the forest, possessing a bearing that looked down on everyone. Even though he was silent, no one could ignore his existence. "Isn't Ling Long beautiful?" Beside him, a woman nudged him gently. Her beautiful face was filled with the perfect amount of pout. She was very petite, like a girl of 14 or 15, but her curves were exquisite and curvaceous. Her baby face was extremely adorable, giving off a special charm. "Very beautiful." Li Qingshan looked down and replied in an unconcerned manner. The woman was very beautiful, and she possessed the ability to socialize well. Probably only Hua Qinglu could surpass her out of everyone present. Then why haven't you looked at me? Afterwards, she suppressed her voice and whispered into his ear, Are you afraid that Commander Hua will get jealous? Her breath was fragrant as she licked his ear gently with the tip of her tongue. Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you before your cultivation is sufficient? I'm not afraid. Ling Long stuck out her tongue, and sure enough, she sat up straight. Li Qingshan shook his head. She was such a shy child in the past. After a year of indulgence, she was bold enough to take liberties with him in public. Sir, Sect Master, there's a man called Li Long who wants to see you. He's currently waiting in the warm room, a female servant reported. Oh, he's back. Li Qingshan stood up and made his way downstairs to the warm room. You've returned so quickly. Come up with me for a drink. This child is. A few things have happened. Li Long thought about what he was going to say and explained everything that had happened. Rock already knew that the person he wanted to see was his legendary second uncle. Under Li Qingshan's scrutiny, his little face reddened as he straightened his back. Li Qingshan closed his eyes before opening them again. I've already severed my ties with the Li family, and this child has nothing to do with me either. You shouldn't have brought him to the Clear River Prefecture. Rock collapsed like a deflated balloon. He felt both wronged and furious. He raised his head, wanting to say something, but when he met Li Qingshan's gaze, he was unable to say anything. He lowered his head, his eyes completely red as tears rolled down his cheek. I understand. However, I want to take him on as my disciple. Li Long sighed. He purposefully did not help Rock wash up because he wanted to make him seem a little more pitiful. If he could gain Li Qingshan's recognition, he would rise to the top in a single step, but it was still not enough. The name Li Qingshan isn't suitable. Let's change it. Li Long's eyes lit up again. Then, what should I call him? Chapter 695. Li Long stared at the 3 true spirit pellets. His heart moved greatly. The value of true spirit pellets to Qi practitioners was self-evident. With these 3 true spirit pellets in his hands, he would definitely be able to successfully build his foundation and take over the position of the head of agriculture. However, he took in a deep breath and didn't reach out his hand to receive them. I don't deserve it. You've helped me kill an enemy. That's your merit. Don't be so wishy-washy. I told you to take it, so take it. Li Qingshan shoved the true spirit pill into Li Long's hand. I will take good care of this child. Li Qingshan smiled and said, That's your problem. Li Long clasped his hands and took his leave. Arriving outside the parlor of clouds and rain, he crouched down and said to Pebble, From today onwards, you'll be called Li Xiaoyao. It's a very good name. I don't want it. He doesn't recognize me, so why should he change my name? Sai, you are still young, but there are some things that you will understand in the future. By the way, don't mention your relationship to anyone. He doesn't recognize me, and I don't recognize him. Uncle Li, you treat me well. I'll listen to you. If you want me to be called Li Xiaoyao, I'll be called Li Xiaoyao. You'll have to call me master from now on. Li Long smiled and patted his little head. Come, let's go eat something, and then I'll give you a bath. Yes, master. 2 figures, one big and one small, blended into the crowd. Xiaoyao, do you like farming? What do you mean? It's farming. I don't like it. Alright, then what do you like? I like herding cows, but old Huang is dead, so I can't do it anymore. I also like to play with swords, but my sword is gone, so I can't do it anymore. I'd better buy you a sword. In the warm room, Li Qingshan stood there for a while and sighed softly. Although he never lacked decisiveness, he was not a heartless person. The sound of light footsteps came from behind him, and a soft and delicate body came up to him and wrapped around his waist. We've finished talking. Why aren't you going back? Li Qingshan said, Ling Long, do you think you're lucky or unlucky to have met me? Of course it's a great fortune. If it wasn't for you, my lord. Ling Long is still an ordinary disciple. She might even be forced to sell her body. A year ago, Li Qingshan formally took over the Parlor of Clouds and Rain in order to provide the Cloud Wisp Association with another source of income. All the disciples of the sect of Clouds and Rain had come to see him, so he obviously did not have the time to manage the Parlor of Clouds and Rain. He needed an agent. Thus, he chose one disciple from the crowd. It was Ling Long. Her cultivation level was mediocre. At that time, she was only in the 6th layer of the aura refining realm. The reason he chose her was actually quite random. While the other female disciples held their heads high and puffed out their chests, trying their best to show off their charm, she was the only one under his gaze. She lowered her head, revealing a bashful expression. At that moment, her graceful bearing was extremely alluring. Ling Long still clearly remembered the situation at that time. He smiled and asked, "What's your name?" Ling Long. "From today onwards, you are the sect master of the sect of Clouds and Rain." Ah! Thus, her fate underwent a complete change. The biggest change was that she had a man. From the moment he chose her as the sect master, in everyone's eyes, she had already become his exclusive property. Even she herself thought so. She was the sect master with the weakest cultivation in all of history, yet not a single person dared to disobey her. Her haughty senior brothers and sisters in the past all lowered their heads obediently. Even the extremely powerful Foundation establishment cultivators treated her politely when they arrived in the Parlor of Clouds and Rain. With her beauty, she adapted to her new identity very quickly. She managed the sect of Clouds and Rain in an orderly manner. Li Qingshan pulled her in front of him and pinched her cheek. He smiled. "Isn't it the same right now? Ling Long is willing, so how can it be the same? I hope you don't regret it in the future." Li Qingshan's words made Ling Long stiffen, but she immediately dismissed it. Li Qingshan's reputation was like the midday sun. Let alone the Clear River Prefecture, he was renowned even across the entire Rui Commandery. He also had the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, one of the 3 great sects of the Green Province, as his backing. Just who could do anything to him? Ling Long definitely won't regret it. Let's go. Let's go back and see how young Master Hua is drinking and whether he's happy or not. Li Qingshan smiled and said nothing more. As soon as they returned to the top floor, Hua Sengzan grabbed him. "Where did you go? Don't tell me you've gone off to have some fun? Come and drink." Li Qingshan accepted the cup of alcohol. He passed over and gazed at his peerlessly handsome, smiling face. Suddenly, he asked, "Was it useful?" Hua Sengzan was taken aback. A hint of bitterness appeared in his smile. "It doesn't seem to be useful." In the past year, Hua Sengzan had changed quite a lot. He had gone from the infatuated man of the past to a dissolute man who spent his time in a luxurious brothel drunk. "Why are you still drinking if it's useless?" In Li Qingshan's eyes, Hua Sengzan was basically like a young girl who had failed in a relationship, so he went to a bar to get drunk and degenerate. He was not prejudiced against going to bed after drinking, but he believed that when Hua Sengzan woke up drunk and saw an unfamiliar woman beside him, he would definitely not be as happy as a regular man. He would probably even feel the pain of being defiled. "What else can I do?" Hua Sengzan laughed drunkenly. When he made up his mind to let go, he felt relief at the very beginning, but he soon felt even deeper pain and conflict. Without the sword of wisdom, it was difficult to sever the threads of love. Smack! A crisp slap landed on Hua Sengzan's face. Immediately, the Parlor of Clouds and Rain fell silent. Everyone stared at Li Qingshan blankly. They never thought he would suddenly slap his good friend. "Big Brother Li!" Hua Chenglu cried out involuntarily. Han Tie stood up. His expression changed as well. Ever since he was young, Hua Sengzan had never been humiliated like this. Li Qingshan said, "Wake up, big brother. Haven't I been rejected all the same? Hua Sungzan was vexed at first before breaking into a self-deprecating smile. He touched the palm print on his face. I'm different from you. Although you're more powerful than me in every aspect, you have absolutely no idea what love is. I can't obtain her, but I can't not love her. Smack. Without saying anything else, Li Qingshan slapped him again. You've said that in front of so many people. Even my teeth are sore. This is a slap filled with friendship. You better get a good taste of it. I've wanted to do that a long time ago. Han Tie bellowed, Qingshan, stop. Li Qingshan grabbed Hua Sungzan and rushed into the air, turning into a tiny, black speck in the blink of an eye. Where are you taking me? Hua Sungzan asked in surprise. The fierce wind whistled past, leaving the prefectural city behind. They rapidly shrank and traveled further away. To treat your illness. Immediately, a great swamp appeared on the horizon. Under the illumination of the silver moon, the ripples shimmered. Hua Sungzan squinted his eyes. The lake of dragons and snakes. Let's wake up first. Li Qingshan suddenly descended and pushed Hua Sungzan into the water. The waves surged, creating a ditch on the surface of the lake. He entered the 100 schools of thought while maintaining this posture, arriving on the School of Medicine's Benevolence Island. Hua Sungzan could not help but be carried around by him. Why did you bring me here? Was the School of Medicine supposed to be able to treat his illness? Bang, bang, bang. Li Qingshan knocked on a door, and it opened. Ru Xian walked out in her white clothes. Over the past year, she had practiced the heavenly tome of Cloud Furnace diligently, so her skin was as smooth as white jade. Her dark eyes seemed like they were painted. She glanced at the drenched Hua Sungzan first before saying to Li Qingshan in disdain, "You're finally going to lay your hands on a man." Wrong. I don't like men, so can you help me out? Li Qingshan said. Hua Sungzan was uneasy inside. He had no idea why Li Qingshan wanted to bring him to see Ru Xian. He was extremely clever, but Li Qingshan could not be understood using common sense. After all, he was a demon who did whatever he wanted. What is it? Li Qingshan smiled. Castrate him. No. Li Qingshan, you're crazy. Hua Sungzan struggled violently. But how could he fight against Li Qingshan's divine strength? He could not even muster a bit of spiritual power. It's just a woman. Let's see how you can love her after you become a eunuch. It's fine if you don't want to be a eunuch. Don't be afraid. Master Ru's medical skills are superb. He can even turn you into a woman. Ru Xian smiled. I can give it a try. With your beauty, you will definitely be a peerless beauty if you become a woman. I don't want to become a woman, Li Qingshan said. Then become a eunuch. No way. Ru Xian said, you can also become a hermaphrodite. I don't want to become anything. Qingshan, calm down. This is my own business. It has nothing to do with you. The conversation between the two of them completely woke up Hua Sungzan from his drunken stupor. The water on his body had not dried yet, but he was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. I just can't stand your cowardly look. You've already come this far. Do you still have a choice? Li Qingshan smiled mischievously. He carried Hua Sungzan into the room and threw him on the ground. He then asked Ru Xian, how's your cultivation of the water of oblivion? After my recultivation, the effect should be quite good. But I haven't found a suitable test subject. After all, it's meant for cultivators. Ru Xian showed a distressed expression. Hua Sungzan felt that the restriction on his body had been lifted. He stood up and was about to rush out of the door. Hearing this, he stopped and asked, Water of Oblivion? Ru Xian smiled. It's a type of potion that can make people forget certain things. Are you willing to try it, Brother Hua? For the past year, apart from cultivation, she had been cultivating and making potions. In order to recall more of his past life's memories, Chu Tian, who was now Lin Xian, asked her to make a stronger potion. In the book of nature, the heavenly book of Cloud Furnace was the best in the art of alchemy. Ru Xian was considered a genius in this field. With Lin Xian's help in improving the formula, the potion's effect was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, she also made a stronger version of the Water of Oblivion. Hua Sengzan looked at Li Qingshan, who was blocking the door, and smiled bitterly. "It seems like I have no other choice," Li Qingshan said. "If you don't want to, you can castrate me." Hua Sengzan turned around and asked Ru Xian, "This Water of Oblivion, is it really effective?" "It requires your active cooperation. If you reject the effects of the medicine and insist on remembering it, the effects will be much worse." Ru Xian took out a bottle of faint, purple potion and swirled it gently in her hand. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at her and frowned. "If you need to remember it, then remember it. Why do you have to forget it?" Ru Xian was still unwilling to confess everything, but Li Qingshan knew she held great hatred. She refused to talk about it because the enemy was extremely powerful. Even with North Moon's strength, he would still be in danger, which was why she refused to involve him. However, Li Qingshan had already made up his mind a long time ago. No matter when she wanted to go to the Mist Province, he would definitely accompany her and help her make a decision. "Who asked a wretched demon like you to stick your nose in other people's business?" Ru Xian rolled her eyes at him. "I want to stick my nose in other people's business. What can you do about it?" "You." How could Hua Sengzan not understand? Ru Xian clearly recognized North Moon. "Cut the crap. Are you going to drink it or not?" Hua Sengzan made up his mind. "I'll drink it." Chapter 696. The light purple liquid flowed into his stomach, and the water of forgetfulness began to spread. It was as if he had drunk 1,000 cups of wine. Hua Sengzan's eyes became misty. Li Qingshan and Ru Xian's silhouettes became blurry. He could not describe the feeling. It was neither sweet nor bitter. There was a kind of emptiness that went deep into his bones. Wherever it went, his heart became numb. "My friend Hua, please close your eyes and try your best to remember what you want to forget. This is the effect of the Water of Forgetfulness." Ru Xian's voice seemed to be coming from a faraway place. It was as light as a gossamer, as if it could be blown away by the wind at any time. Hua Sengzan closed his eyes. He did not need to use much strength. There were some things that he could not forget even if he did not think about it. The first time he met her, the words that came after that, the pictures that came after that, all of them rushed out from the depths of his memory. Every frown and every smile was extremely sweet, but also the source of his pain. However, all of a sudden, all of these memories faded away. It was as if they had been washed away by the flowing water, drifting away uncontrollably. Hua Sengzan subconsciously reached out his hand, as if he wanted to grab those memories. He resisted almost instinctively. He did not want to forget her. However, this kind of effort made the effect of the Water of Forgetfulness reach its peak. Li Qingshan watched from the side. He saw Hua Sengzan frowning and half kneeling on the ground. His face was filled with pain and reluctance. He sighed and said, "Perhaps, compared to him, I really do not know what love is." Ru Xian said, "As a human, how can we be emotionless? If you put tea leaves into a pot of water, you will get a pot of tea. But if you put it into a vat of water, the taste will be very bland. If you throw it into a pond, who can tell the difference?" Li Qingshan laughed and said, "Thank you for the compliment. It's rare to hear such nice words from you. However, we are not a pond. We need to absorb all the rivers and become a vast ocean. Actually, what I want to say is, you are not a human." "I knew it. You are not a human. A mutant is still a human." Ru Xian raised her index finger and shook it. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was a loud knock on the door. Li Qingshan opened the door and Han Tie barged in. He saw Hua Sengzan kneeling on the ground with his eyes tightly shut and a pained expression on his face. Han Tie grabbed Li Qingshan's collar and asked, "What did you do?" "Brother." Hua Chenglu hurried over to help Hua Sengzan up. He turned around and said, "Commander, how can you do this? Let go. I'll still beat up your brother-in-law." Li Qingshan warned Han Tie before saying to Hua Chenglu, "Don't worry, I'm doing this for his own good. I guarantee that when he wakes up, he'll turn over a new leaf." Chenglu. Hua Sengzan slowly wakes up. He still remembers that it was Li Qingshan who brought him to the 100 schools of thought, but he has completely forgotten the reason. With his intelligence, he discovered many blanks in his memory very soon. Some of the things he remembered had become illogical. It was as if a story had been cut into pieces. "Oh right, I just drank the water of oblivion, but just what did I forget?" He thought back instinctively. However, he found nothing. All of his thoughts had been sucked into a hole. His heart felt empty, but he felt lighter than he had ever felt before. Li Qingshan waved his hand gently. Han Tie was sent flying, falling into the lake. He crouched before Hua Sengzan and asked curiously, "Oi, Qingzan, do you still remember Gu Yenying?" "So she's called Gu Yenying." Li Qingshan raised his head and said to Ru Xian, "The quality of your medicine is terrible. What's the point of just forgetting a name? I want a refund and compensation." Ru Xian frowned. "That's impossible. Can so-called infatuation really resist the effects of the water of oblivion?" Hua Sengzan stood up. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. "That's not the case. I have indeed forgotten about her, but I can still deduce her existence through my other memories. I've basically figured out her gender and identity. Fellow Ru's medical skills truly are superb. Hua Sengzan thanks you." With his intelligence, it was nothing difficult for him to fill in the blanks when he had a large number of facts as a foundation. "Brother, is that true?" If it were not for this knot in his heart, Hua Sengzan would have succeeded with foundation establishment a long time ago with his talent. It was possible for him to reach mid, or even late, foundation establishment by now. Han Tie flew back. When he heard that, he was taken aback as well. He understood what it meant. He had known Hua Sengzan since he was young. His talent could already be regarded as extraordinary, but he personally believed there was still quite a gap between his talent and intelligence. "I was worried that there would be many side effects. If it were a regular person, it would probably cause their thoughts to become chaotic. I'm relieved seeing how you're like this. Since it's useful, you should pay up." Ru Xian extended her hand. Li Qingshan said, "You still need to pay for this?" Ru Xian glanced at him. "Do I have to pay up if the effects aren't good, but I don't have to pay once the effects are good? If you want to be loyal, then pay up yourself." Li Qingshan asked, "How much?" "1,000,000 spiritual stones." "Keep dreaming. Isn't fellow Hua worth 1,000,000 spiritual stones? I've turned him from a stubborn piece of trash back into a clever genius." "What a stubborn piece of trash!" The corner of Hua Sengzan's eye twitched, but he never expected Li Qingshan to say firmly, "Of course he's not worth 1,000,000 spiritual stones." "Then how much do you think he's worth?" 100 spiritual stones, no more than that." Hua Sengzan wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Ru Xian wanted to argue further, but she glanced at Hua Sengzan and sighed. "Alright, you're right. 100 it is." Hua Chenglu burst out laughing. Hua Sengzan's veins bulged. "What do you mean by right? Didn't you just say that I'm a clever genius, and that I'm only worth 100 spiritual stones even if I'm cured? So you've been talking for so long just to scold me in a roundabout way? Please don't discuss my value anymore." Hua Sengzan bowed deeply towards Li Qingshan. "Qingshan, thank you." Li Qingshan waved his hand. "You're welcome." Hua Sengzan said, "But if there's such a spiritual medicine, why did you slap me?" "About that, haha. Alright, let's not dwell on these small issues. Let's go back and continue drinking and celebrate for you. Hua Sungzan said helplessly. Let's go somewhere else. Everyone just happened to be back. I think the bamboo forest on Cloudwisp Island is pretty good. A few streaks of light flew through the night sky. Lu Chongqing and the others hurried back to the 100 schools of thought. Li Qingshan said, There are no beauties as companions on Cloudwisp Island. Hua Sungzan said boldly, There are many beauties in the world, but I only wish to win the heart of one. Li Qingshan, Hua Chenglu and Han Tie looked at one another. Was he cured or not? Don't worry, everyone. I'm not talking about Commander Gu. We might not be fated, but I believe there will always be a woman waiting for me somewhere in the 9 provinces. Before that, I don't want to be ostentatious and provoke other women. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react. In other words, he would find another hole to jump into? Could this be the so-called character determines destiny? In this aspect, he and Xiu Haitang were indeed a good match. Of the two of them, one was well versed in worldly affairs, while the other was extremely clever, yet he just happened to be so attached to the word of love that he was almost naive. Li Qingshan felt deep admiration for him. Although he had the ambition of the 9 heavens, he did not believe everyone should be like him. Roaming the world, waging war in the oceans, plucking the stars and the moon, and living forever were all grand and magnificent dreams. However, to many people, perhaps it was not as free and peaceful as sitting at home and drinking a pot of tea. People only had one life. As long as they could persist with themselves, that was enough. Brother, you'll definitely find that person, Hua Chenglu encouraged. Then she glanced at Li Qingshan, and she could not help but become slightly resentful. This playful man was nowhere close to her brother in this aspect. Over the past year, Li Qingshan came to the Hawkwolf Guard much more often. He seemed like he was much more loyal to his duty. However, he actually still ignored everything, leaving it all up to her to deal with. He would tease her every time, as if he had specially come to tease her. What was even more hateful was that he still came so rarely. Li Qingshan patted Hua Sungzan's shoulder. Just give up. You're no longer chaste. Hua Sungzan shuddered. Sure enough, he seemed like he had been dealt a blow. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. Oi, you're a man. Don't tell me you actually care about your chastity. It's already like this anyway, so you should just focus on your current happiness for now. Don't you see Commander Gu in the blink of an eye and fall in love at first sight and pledge your life to her? That'll be hilarious. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. Hua Chenglu became worried too. Ru Xian interjected, If you drink too much of the water of oblivion, its effects will decrease. Hua Sungzan let out a heavy sigh. I've already made a huge mistake. I can't repeat it. I'll request to switch places with Chenglu and return as a vice commander. I won't see Commander Gu again. My cultivation is insufficient. I'm probably not qualified to be a White Wolf Guard. Hua Chenglu hesitated as her eyes flickered. It left Hua Sungzan helpless. In the past year, he had only been immersed in his own misery, but he had neglected to guide his sister. Originally, he thought she would be able to maintain a little more control after receiving the Banyan Tree King's blessing of wisdom, but he never thought she would still be in deep trouble. Li Qingshan smiled. If you don't want to be a White Wolf Guard, then just come back and enter secluded cultivation. Don't even think about touching my vice commander. If you want to chat, go out. If you want to drink, go out. With Ru Xian's order for them to leave, Li Qingshan reopened the banquet on Cloudwisp Island. Lu Chongqing and the others drank a few more cups before returning to their dwellings. The others bid farewell and left in 2s and 3s as well. In the end, only Li Qingshan and Hua Sungzan remained, drinking with each other. In the dead of night, beneath the bamboo loft, Hua Sungzan suddenly said as he watched the endless autumn rain, I want to see her. Li Qingshan's cup paused. He obviously knew who Hua Sungzan was talking about. Apart from Begonia, he did not need his permission to see anyone else. When? The sooner, the better. Then we'll leave after this cup. Actually, I'd rather you refuse. Why? To prove that you care about her enough. If she changes her mind, I definitely won't force her. You can't force something like this, so you might as well let nature take its course. That's only because you haven't met someone you truly love yet. Even if you lose her, it won't be too painful. If you keep talking about love, I'm going to slap you again and drown you in water. Why should I? Chapter 697. Begonia was meditating at the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, she felt the water ripple and the lake water was separated. Her face lit up. She stood up to look in the mirror and used her slender fingers to tidy up her hair. When she turned around, North Moon appeared in front of her. She hid her joy and was about to speak when she saw Hua Sungzan beside him. She was shocked. Xiao Hua! Hai Tang? The moment she turned around, Hua Sungzan almost didn't recognize her. She was dressed in plain clothes, and she was more beautiful than he remembered. She exuded a captivating charm. This wasn't just because she was practicing mind-dyeing rouge. When she walked out of the shadow of the past and listened to the moving sweet words, she regained her confidence in herself. Naturally, she looked radiant. Begonia cast a questioning look at North Moon. Li Qingshan crossed his arms. This man found me. He said he wanted to see you. He has something to say to you. I don't want to see him. Please ask him to leave. Begonia turned around. She didn't want to be entangled with him anymore. She didn't want to be misunderstood. Li Qingshan looked at Hua Sungzan. Although Hua Sungzan was smart, he didn't know what to do in front of this woman who he had let down so much. Hai Tang, it's better to be clear about some things. If there's a knot in your heart, it'll be detrimental to your practice. Li Qingshan shook his head. His body slid backward and disappeared into the lake as he spoke. Hua Qingzan, what else do you have to say now that everything has happened? Qiu Haitang sucked in a deep breath and said without even looking back. That day, I couldn't stand up for you upstairs. It was the biggest shame of my life. Since then, I've been tossing and turning in bed. I'm filled with regret. At this point, Hua Sungzan choked and couldn't continue. Begonia slowly turned around. Seeing him like this, her heart softened. Now that things have come to this, what's the use of saying these things? Hua Sungzan said sincerely, it's useless. But please believe me, if I were alone, I would be willing to die for you. I believe that you are not a coward. But I want to ask you, if it were Gu Yenying, what would you do? Sorry, I don't remember her anymore. You don't remember? Begonia widened her eyes in surprise. She would have believed Hua Sungzan if he had said that he had forgotten anyone except for that woman. Hua Sungzan recounted the strange experience of the night. When the shadow of losing Gu Yenying shrouded him, the various memories of Begonia suddenly became vivid. He could not help but think, if he had not met Gu Yenying, if he had taken the water of oblivion earlier, would there have been a different ending? Begonia let out a long sigh. Then I really have to congratulate you. I can help you answer the question just now. If it were Gu Yenying, you would have thrown everything to the back of your mind just to make her smile. I understand this feeling. But do you know? At that time I never asked you to throw everything away from me. I only wanted you to lie to me and comfort me. Whatever you can do for Gu Yenying, I am willing to do for you. But it's all in the past. Now you are doing well, and I am doing well too, am I not? Begonia turned her head and wiped the corner of her eyes. She let out a long sigh. After saying these words, she felt a lot more relaxed. Hua Sungzan was still the same Hua Sungzan. But unknowingly, he had lost the magic that made her fall head over heels for him. Yes, this is the only thing worth celebrating. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Let's not talk about these disappointing things. I will use tea in place of wine to congratulate both of us for breaking free from our shackles and seeing the light of day again. As expected of childhood sweethearts, both of us are equally unlucky." Begonia smiled faintly and regained her composure. "Indeed, it's time for me to sober up." The two teacups clinked lightly in the air. Their eyes met, and everything in the past returned to calmness from the intense atmosphere. Li Qingshan stood on the surface of the lake and silently felt the changes in the water god seal. Over the past year, the power that had been eroding his waters had been spreading continuously. It had now occupied a third of his waters, and there were no signs of it slowing down. It was clear that the other party had a large piece, or rather, a large number of water god seals. If all of this was said to be the Dragon King of the Sea's attempt to force him out, then it was not surprising that he could take out so many water god seals. He only smiled in response to this. "So what if I have to give up on the entire body of water? It's not like I only want this body of water." He had not wasted the past year. Under constant practice and experimentation, the conflict between the spirit turtle and the phoenix had been greatly reduced. Although he was still some way off from merging fire and water, he believed he would be able to unleash the true ability of the phoenix very soon. This was all thanks to the two demon kings, the Banyan Tree King and the Golden Cicada Spirit King. Over the past year, Li Qingshan would go to the Azura field to chat with the Banyan Tree King when he had nothing to do. His clone resided in the lava and flames deep underground. When the Golden Cicada Spirit King had the time, he would chat with him as well. Whether it be in terms of cultivation or intelligence, they were existences that stood at the apex across the 9 provinces. Just a few words of advice would often enlighten Li Qingshan, allowing him to benefit tremendously. The value of this opportunity was immeasurable. It was no coincidence that Li Qingshan had gained their favor. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine had made him the most resplendent new star of the current demons, while the will of the 9 heavens gave him the boldness to speak to demon kings on equal footing. Li Qingshan's cultivation was very important too. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, his strength might not have undergone any overwhelming changes, but his cultivation level was closer to the essence of the world. With that as his foundation, the difficulty of cultivating the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was greatly reduced. According to his calculations, as long as he truly consolidated his cultivation of the first layer of the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva and possessed the 2 innate abilities of the Phoenix transformation, he would be able to reach Demon Commander. By then, his innate abilities would increase by another 4. That way, he would possess 12 innate abilities, and the innate abilities he already possessed would become stronger as well. His overall strength would undergo a qualitative change. By then, no one at the second heavenly tribulation would be his opponent anymore, and killing him at the third heavenly tribulation would not be easy either. He would possess the power to protect himself across the entire 9 provinces. If he could reach the 4th layer of the Phoenix transformation like the Spirit Turtle transformation and merge water and fire, refining a demon core of water and fire where water and fire coexisted, he would probably be able to reach the peak of Demon Commander. He would possess the strength to challenge Demon Kings, and if he took a step further, he would be a true Demon King. Moreover, he would be a Demon King with 16 innate abilities. By then, he would be able to move unhindered across the 9 provinces. How delightful would that be? However, up to this point, he had only cultivated the first 4 of the 9 transformations of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, the ox demon, tiger demon, spirit turtle, and phoenix. Moreover, he had basically only cultivated half of them. Probably even when he broke out of this world and leapt out of the well, he would not be able to cultivate any of the transformations. He just wondered if he would have the opportunity to see the transformations of the remaining 2 demons and 2 gods. Li Qingshan gazed at the sky. His gaze pierced through the clouds, the stars, and the moon, directly towards the distant space. He extended his arm, as if he wanted to pluck a star. The corner of his lips curled into a smile. 10,000 years? It won't take that long. Hua Sungzan's figure rose from the bottom of the water. When he saw this scene, he felt an inexplicable sense of shock in his heart. He followed the direction of his finger and looked up, but all he saw were dark clouds. What was he looking at? What was in the sky that was attracting him? In the endless heights that no one had ever reached, in the depths of the heart that even love could not touch, the dream would never die. Li Qingshan retracted his arm and looked back with a smile. How was the discussion? The way you looked just now, what? It was admirable and inspiring. I'm not interested in men. Me neither. Thank you. After being entangled for so long, it's time to start again. Hua Sungzan raised his head and gazed at the sky. He had ended 2 relationships of love and being loved. He had let go of all his stubbornness, guilt, and pain. Would he be able to restore his former glory and reclaim the title of genius? Of course, there was no need to think about the number 1 genius. The person in front of him was standing there. It seemed impossible to be the number 2 genius. Little Anne was firmly in this position. Other than these 2 people, he believed that he would not lose to anyone else. He did not say any more nonsense like, "Please take good care of her." After cupping his hands, he left in a natural and unrestrained manner. Li Qingshan returned to the bottom of the lake. Begonia was sitting in front of the dressing table with her back facing him. Her eyes in the mirror slanted. Are you familiar with him? Although the lake was deep, she was worried and listened attentively. Naturally, she could hear their conversation. She felt that their conversation was very special, like they were close friends. We've only met a few times. Li Qingshan came behind her and pressed his hands on her shoulders. You're quite generous. Begonia was originally afraid that he would misunderstand, but when she saw his relaxed and casual look, she was very dissatisfied. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with him? Li Qingshan smiled and leaned over to her ear. When I was outside just now, I was crazy with jealousy. But I believe in you. Her messy red hair blended into her long black hair. She felt a slight itch on her neck. She raised her eyebrows and said provocatively, If I really change my mind and rekindle my old feelings, what will you do? Kill him. If you can't end it, I'll end it for you. Aren't you afraid that I'll be sad and hate you for the rest of my life? The corner of Begonia's eyes raised slightly. No one will be sad forever. I think you're very easy to coax. Compared to being forgotten as a stranger, it's better to be hated for the rest of your life. How domineering! I'm not easy to coax. Begonia bit her lips, but her eyes were filled with joy. Is that so? Li Qingshan held her face and leaned over to kiss her lips. She did not resist and let the tip of his tongue open her pearly white teeth. She even took the initiative to respond with her fragrant tongue. Her delicate body leaned softly in his arms, and her plump breasts rose slightly. When their lips parted, a strand of saliva flowed out. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Isn't this easy to coax? Begonia turned around. I want to drink. You still want to drink? Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. Although he liked to drink, the number of times he drank tonight was a little too much. What, you don't want to? Chapter 698. Li Qingshan smiled and gently touched her rosy lip. Begonia immediately understood what he meant. Since they could kiss, then feeding him wine was not a big deal. However, she knew very well that if they really used that kind of drinking method, it was impossible for the two of them to sit opposite to each other. She had to sit in his arms. It was simply impossible to expect him to behave himself. Her face turned red. With your alcohol tolerance, wouldn't that exhaust me to death? Are you just going to say yes or no? Li Qingshan smiled and pressed against her forehead. Hearing that she had loosened up, How could he not take advantage of the situation? You have to promise me one thing. You are not allowed to touch me. If it was a normal day, Begonia would never agree to such an excessive request. However, after what happened tonight, she longed for his hug and intimacy. As her eyes moved, she was also secretly planning something. For the first time in her life, she was ready to really sell her body. Okay, no problem. Li Qingshan immediately agreed. Qiu Haitang hesitated for a while before finally agreeing. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. In the past year, although he had come to the bottom of the lake many times, it was mainly to talk about love. Instead, he could not be as intimate as before. He immediately hugged her slender waist and held her in his arms. The warm and soft body in his arms seemed to melt. Begonia hugged his neck and moved her body, adjusting to a comfortable position. Her plump and round buttocks gently rubbed a few times. Li Qingshan immediately felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen, and a certain part of his body changed. Begonia's body stiffened. She hurriedly lifted her body and stared at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan spread out his hands and said, "This is not my hands and feet. If I hugged you like this and did not have the slightest reaction, then I am not a man." "You are not a man in the first place." Begonia fiercely sat down, wanting to teach him a lesson. Li Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air, but not because of the pain. His physique was strong, and it encompassed all parts of his body. She only felt that she had sunk into a ball of softness, and the joy was indescribable. On the other hand, Begonia frowned. She couldn't do anything to him, but seeing that he was attracted and tempted by her, she couldn't help but feel a little proud. "Where's my wine?" Li Qingshan moved closer to her face and licked his lips. "I want to drink 3 glasses in a row." Begonia took out several jars of wine from her 100 treasures pouch. After opening the seal, a ray of spiritual light shot out and the fragrance of wine permeated the air. It was extremely strong. As soon as Li Qingshan smelled it, he knew it was the strongest wine. The smell was vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had drunk it before. He asked, "What kind of wine is this?" 1,000 days intoxication. 1,000 days intoxication. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered that when he participated in the entrance examination for the 100 schools of thought, he had made a bet with the sloppy Taoist Zhou Tong and drank a jar of his 1,000 days intoxication. That was why he couldn't wake up and had no choice but to enter the school of novels. He didn't expect that he would have to drink it again today. Begonia's eyes flickered slightly. "You've drunk it before?" Li Qingshan said. "I've only heard of it. I don't know if I'll really be drunk for 1,000 days after drinking it. I don't really believe it." "Then try it." Begonia smiled as she poured him a glass of wine. She brought it to his mouth. Li Qingshan tightly closed his lips, refusing to drink it. Begonia had no choice but to first hold the wine in her mouth, then straightened her body and brought it to his lips. Her cheeks were slightly puffed up, as if she had applied a layer of rouge, making her look incomparably beautiful. Begonia leaned forward and Li Qingshan leaned back. When she moved to the left, he moved to the right. Their ears and temples rubbed against each other. Seeing that the mouthful of wine was about to melt in her mouth, she angrily pounced on him, sending the wine into his mouth. When she wanted to separate, she couldn't do so. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly, caressing her back and sucking on her fragrant tongue. Her ample breasts were pressed tightly against his chest, and he could clearly feel the softness and fullness of them through the thin muslin clothes. It really is a good wine. Using each other's lips as cups, they drank cup after cup. It didn't take long for several jars of 1,000 days drunk to be almost finished. This wine was indeed intoxicating. Li Qingshan had drunk 3 cups in a row, and he didn't like to use his demonic energy to refine the wine, so he was also 70 to 80% drunk. But this time, he didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, his desire grew stronger, and he licked and kissed her slender white neck. At the same time, he had long forgotten the promise of not touching her, and gently caressed her delicate body. "Ah, you don't!" Although Begonia drank less, her cheeks were still red, and her eyes were blurred. She collapsed in his arms. "Don't what?" Li Qingshan smiled and gently stroked her soft breasts. "Don't abandon me." "I won't." Begonia obediently did not resist. Only when he tried to reach under her clothes did she grab his hand and stop him. It wasn't because she was drunk, but because she had long regarded him as her beloved. This body was born for him, and she enjoyed his tenderness. It was only because of her shyness and the little thoughts of a woman that she refused to let him have his way too quickly. Li Qingshan understood where her boundaries were, so he didn't force her. His big hands squeezed her plump breasts through her clothes, making them change into various shapes in his hands. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her beautiful face seemed to be drunk, but not drunk. The corners of her eyes and brows changed slightly with his movements from time to time. She was shy and calm, knowing that she had opened her body and mind to him. Suddenly, he felt a little firmness emerge from the softness, and he gently pinched it with his thumb and index finger. Qiu Haitang let out a soul-stirring moan and opened her eyes to glare at him. However, she could only resign herself to his unscrupulous actions. Li Qingshan's heart moved, and he took out another jar of wine and brought it to her mouth. Begonia opened her mouth to drink, but the wine jar was tilted too much. The clear and transparent wine flowed down her lips, flowing down her slender neck, flowing over her full breasts, and flowing down her smooth belly. Wherever the wine went, her hot skin felt a cooling sensation. By the time she returned to her senses, the jar of alcohol had already dried up. Li Qingshan casually tossed it aside. Her plain clothes were drenched in alcohol, sticking to her body firmly. They were almost transparent, completely outlining her enchanting figure. Her simple and elegant attire immediately became extremely sexy and alluring. Begonia felt very embarrassed, and she circulated her spiritual power to dry her clothes. Li Qingshan grabbed her shoulder and said, "Don't touch my wine, I'm going to start drinking." Then, he buried his head between her breasts and started drinking in big mouthfuls. The so-called land of gentleness should be right here. Begonia hugged his head, and a trace of sobriety flashed through her blurred eyes. She whispered in his ear, "Qingshan, do you love me?" And of course. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. His body slightly stiffened, and he raised his head. "What did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly." Begonia pushed him away and said angrily, "Li Qingshan, how long do you want to lie to me?" Although infatuation could make people seem foolish, she had never been a foolish woman. Many coincidences had already planted doubts in her heart, and when he brought Hua Sungzan over, as well as the conversation he had with Hua Sungzan on the surface of the lake, her doubts had already reached a peak. She had gone as far as to sell her body and meticulously come up with a honey trap, both because she had been moved by her emotions, as well as to lower his guard so that she could resolve her doubts with this question. The final result confirmed her suspicions, but she discovered that it was not easy to accept. She would rather he be the North Moon, a demon. "I really drank too much today." Li Qingshan scratched his head and sighed. It had already come to this, so there was no point in arguing any further. "I should have known a long time ago. It's impossible for the North Moon to appear in the parlor of clouds and rain so coincidentally. The person who shattered the fake jade talisman was you, and the person who came to save me was you as well. The Moon Devil knows how to clone himself. I've really been foolish to actually be fooled by you for so long. What else do you have to say for yourself?" Begonia shuddered and her clothes became dry again. However, the heavy smell of alcohol and the redness that had yet to recede on her face still proved how charming she was just now. "I am me." Li Qingshan smiled and spread his hands. He took a step forward and forcefully pulled her into his arms. "Congratulations. There's no need for you to go back on your word. You can devote yourself to me now. Qiu Haitang struggled violently. Let go of me. To her surprise, Li Qingshan really let go. He glanced up, and the morning light rippled on the surface of the lake. It's almost dawn. Thank you for your alcohol. I should go. Li Qingshan yawned and stretched. You're not allowed to leave. Make yourself clear. Sigh, what's there to say? Just cultivate properly. Since you can't accept it, there's no need to force yourself. Goodbye. Li Qingshan waved his hand and vanished into the lake. He left without any hesitation at all. Begonia's heart wrenched in pain. She murmured, You're not allowed to leave. You promised me. The tiny dwelling recovered its peace once more, but it became deathly silent. Begonia's tears fell like rain. Only then did she discover that he had already occupied such an important position in her heart unknowingly. Was that saying really true? Those with the aspect of peach blossom would never be loved. I lied to you. You won't be able to escape from me in this life. A familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. A pair of arms embraced her gently. When Li Qingshan returned to the 100 schools of thought, it was already dawn. Just as he said, she was really easy to be coaxed. With just a little apology, a little gentleness and sincerity, and a lot of sweet words, she fully understood his difficulties in hiding his identity. She also expressed that she shouldn't have reacted so violently. Whether he was Li Qingshan or North Moon, he indeed risked his life to save her. When Li Qingshan took advantage of her, he still pretended to be obedient and said, If you doubt my identity, just ask. Why do you have to deceive me like this? You're too cunning. She even expressed her sincere apology and said that she wouldn't do this in the future, which made Li Qingshan feel embarrassed. When Li Qingshan left complacently, taking pride in his own charm, Qiu Haitang sat with her legs crossed in the depths of the gloomy lake. Her expression was rather mixed. Never did she think that the young man from the countryside back then would become her man in the end, and she had actually fallen in love with him. Fate really was a joke. Chapter 699. The endless autumn rain gradually turned into drifting snow, drifting across the entire lake of dragons and snake. Clumps of snow bamboo stood proudly on Cloudwisp Island. In the pure white world, they seemed even taller and more verdant. Li Qingshan leaned against the fire and sat in the bamboo loft. He held a cup of hot tea with both hands as he faced the small lake in the center of the island. He watched as the snow rustled down, landing on the frozen surface of the lake. He murmured to himself, water and fire, water and fire. After spending another few months, he clearly felt like he had grasped the crux, but there was a barrier he was unable to break through. This feeling was not very satisfying. He took a sip of hot tea. He could not help but admit that cultivation really was the most time-consuming, which was why both demons and humans required a lifespan of hundreds or even thousands of years to overcome these obstacles. It was unrealistic to try and achieve everything in one go. If he became impatient, it would instead be detrimental to cultivation. He began practicing the arts of the boundless ocean. The ocean pearl revolved and waves of spiritual qi surged out, flowing through his body and producing a sound like the tides of the ocean. Before the previous wave had even subsided, another wave would rise up incessantly. After over a year of cultivation, the ocean pearl had already completely stabilized. His sea of consciousness had become even more powerful, and the arcane artifacts on him had all multiplied in power. Coupled with the demon suppression statuary that grew more powerful as his demon heart strengthened, he could go anywhere in the world even without the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. However, going from early golden core to mid-golden core was no easy feat. Having reached this step, whether it was his human or demon cultivation, the time it would take would be calculated in years. Unfortunately, he could not use the water god's seal right now, mobilizing the spiritual chi of water across the entire Rui commandery for cultivation. Otherwise, it would be much faster. All he had to do was break through to Demon Commander. Only then would he possess enough strength to face the Dragon King of the Sea and get out of this predicament. There was a flash from the corner of Li Qingshan's eye, and a streak of light tore through the air, passing through the snow. It landed on the frozen surface of the lake. Bang! The surface of the ice trembled and cracked. Snow flew into the air. In tight clothes, Han Qiongji had a blade on her waist, making her seem valiant and heroic. "Qiongji, why have you come? If you don't come looking for me, can't I come looking for you?" Han Qiongji glanced around. He feigned surprise and said, Why isn't Parlor Master Li having fun in the Parlor of Clouds and Rain? You're drinking tea in this remote place by yourself. No flowers, no wine, that's not your style. Isn't it easy to get beauties? Don't look down on the school of novels. Li Qingshan smiled. With a snap of his fingers, a beauty of unparalleled beauty went from vague to vivid, materializing from intangible. She appeared in front of Li Qingshan and looked at Han Qiongji provocatively. She was so arrogant that no one could tell that she was transformed by the divine talisman of great creation. Clang! An arc of light flashed, and a wave of air pushed the snowflakes toward Li Qingshan. Han Qiongji snorted coldly and sheathed her saber. A thin line of blood appeared on the beautiful woman's neck. The expression of shock and fear on her face was vivid and lifelike, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of pity. Fortunately, there was no terrifying scene of a head falling to the ground. Instead, it turned from thick to thin, turning real to illusory. Li Qingshan touched the tip of his nose. The saber had just passed right in front of his eyes. He patted the spot beside him and said, "Don't just stand there like a fool." He also felt somewhat fortunate that they were not in the Parlor of Clouds and Rain, and the person beside him was not Ling Long otherwise. Although he would not have slashed at her, he would definitely have lost his temper. "You're the fool." Han Qiongji sat down beside him as she said that, but she remained quite a distance away. Only when Li Qingshan opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace, and kissed her gently on the head, did her displeasure melt away. She leaned into his embrace quietly and gazed at the drifting snow, silently anticipating the grand wedding. Over the past year, they had finally stopped spending more time apart than together. In particular, when she emerged from seclusion after refining the virtue accumulation pill, they had spent a total of 3 months together. Apart from their daily cultivation, they basically spent all their time together. They wandered about the landscape, as if they had returned to the days when they were passionately in love. Afterwards, Li Qingshan discovered that spending too much time together was not always a good thing. No matter how passionately in love, there would be a time when it would cool down. Han Qiongji emerged from the haze of the past, or in other words, she had calmed down from love. She really did have a rather violent temper. There was a period of time when she was basically moody. She would even say something like, "If you don't like me, then cancel the engagement and go marry the woman you like," out of anger. Li Qingshan could understand her uneasiness. His many secrets and how he did whatever he wanted made her uneasy. She was afraid that Han Anjuan's prophecy would come true. At a time like this, he was instead unable to say any sweet nothings. All he could do was hug her firmly and unleash the patience of the spirit turtle. Only then did he survive the difficult period. Afterwards, when everything calmed down, Han Qiongji instead felt rather embarrassed. She pinched his cheek and said, "It's best if we don't spend too much time together in the future. You seem cute, but you really are quite annoying if you spend too much time together." "I think so too." Before Li Qingshan could finish his sentence, he felt his neck tighten. A pair of white hands grabbed him tightly. Han Qiongji said viciously, "Am I annoying?" By the way, when the two of them were talking, Han Qiongji was riding on top of Li Qingshan fiercely. The two of them were naked and looking at each other openly. Faced with such a naked threat, Li Qingshan could only surrender. He shook his head forcefully, and Han Qiongji let go of his neck in satisfaction. That's more like it. In the next moment, Li Qingshan turned around and became the master. So-called cultivation companions were people who could help each other with their cultivation. If this condition was met, even two men could become cultivation companions and cultivate together. However, lovers did not have such a function. Sometimes they would even affect each other. As cultivators, their own independence was extremely important. Mortal couples, on the other hand, paid particular attention to sacrificing a portion of their independence for the sake of their family. This formed an irreconcilable contradiction. It was definitely not as simple as being annoyed if they spent too much time together. Even someone like Li Qingshan, who did whatever he wanted, had almost chosen to directly break through to the fifth layer of the spirit turtle for her sake, embarking on an even more difficult path. As for the various conflicts that Han Qiongji experienced because of him, it went without saying. No matter how deep their feelings were, they could not endure this wear away. As a result, the two of them did not just stay together. Instead, they would meet up once in a while, ranging from a day or two to 3 to 5 days at most. They would spend the rest of their time cultivating separately, forming a special way of getting along. Han Qiongji was not the kind of woman who would be trapped by love and pester endlessly. She was rather straightforward like a man. She just opened up and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. She did what he liked and did not look into those secrets too deeply. If he were not like that, she would not like him either. However, when the two of them met, she would definitely exercise her authority as the mistress of the house. She would not even be able to bring herself to be intimate with the woman she conjured. She would not force herself to accept everything from him, nor would she force him to do everything according to her wishes. Her matters were actually no less than Li Qingshan's. Apart from her personal cultivation, she also had the responsibilities of her clan, as well as the missions of the Hawkwolf Guard. Unlike Begonia, she did not live solely for the sake of love. She had once told Li Qingshan seriously that if he really did tire of her one day, he could just tell her honestly. He could not force it at all. She would personally write a letter of divorce for him. At this moment, Li Qingshan sensed a familiar aura approach. Ru Xian trod over through the snow. Perhaps she had sensed Han Qiongji's existence, but she stopped and hesitated before continuing over. Soon, she appeared in his field of vision. Her clothes were even whiter than snow, and her skin was like jade. She stood there gracefully. Han Qiongji immediately broke free from Li Qingshan's embrace. She stood up and clasped her hands. "Fellow Ru, long time no see." It had been quite a while since she had last seen Ru Xian, so her eyes were filled with surprise. In the past, she was already quite an outstanding beauty, but now she gave off a cold, otherworldly feeling. If it were not for her lively eyes, she probably would have mistaken her for an extremely exquisite jade sculpture. She could not help but grow slightly cautious towards this woman who had heard the most about Li Qingshan. "Fellow Han, sorry for disturbing your intimate moment." Li Qingshan smiled and spread his arms. Actions speak louder than words. "You can do it too." Before he finished speaking, a cold blade was already pressed against his neck. Li Qingshan helplessly shrugged. "Looks like I'll have to wait until this tigress leaves." Ru Xian smiled and said, "Sure, big brother Qingshan. Shall we do it like we normally do?" "Big brother Qingshan." Li Qingshan's teeth ached. "Normally?" Han Qiongji raised her eyebrows and slashed down with her blade. Li Qingshan hurriedly lowered his head, and the sharp blade aura slashed past his head. I was just joking. Don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist Han. Although fellow Taoist Li has many beauties, I'm fortunately not one of them." Li Qingshan curled his lips and said, "Won't it be easier for others to misunderstand you by saying that?" Han Qiongji said, "Misunderstand?" When the time comes for your wedding, I'll definitely give you a generous gift. I hope you haven't been killed by fellow Taoist Han by then. Take your time, I'll take my leave first. Li Qingshan pulled Han Qiongji into his arms and said to Ru Xian, "All right, let's stop joking around. Come in and have a cup of tea. You don't come without a reason. What do you want from me?" Ru Xian said, "You can skip the tea. I've already refined the medicine you asked me to refine." Medicine? What medicine? Li Qingshan didn't remember asking Ru Xian to refine any medicine. You forgot. It's the aphrodisiac. Ah, I almost blurted it out. Ru Xian covered her mouth and laughed. You already said it, Li Qingshan said in exasperation. So that's how it is. No wonder. Han Qiongji dragged out her voice and looked at Li Qingshan with disdain. Ru Xian placed a small glass bottle filled with a light red liquid in Li Qingshan's palm. She smiled and patted his hand, saying, "Take care of yourself." When their fingertips touched, Li Qingshan felt that her hands were ice-cold, like cold jade. Was it because she cultivated the heavenly tome of cloud furnace? Looking into her eyes, he asked, "Tell me the truth, what medicine is this?" "It's a medicine that harmonizes yin and yang and fuses water and fire. It can guarantee you an early birth of a child and advance to the next level. Why don't you try it first?" When Han Qiongji heard the words harmonizes yin and yang and early birth of a child, she blushed. Chapter 700. This fellow Ru Xian really is getting more and more beautiful. Han Qiongji could not help but sigh. Even though she was not a meticulous person, she could sense the wondrous tacit understanding between the two of them, which made her feel rather jealous. However, Ru Xian was extremely calm. She instead refused to lose her temper, which made her seem petty. Li Qingshan gazed at the glass bottle in his hand. Although he had never said a single sweet word to this female friend of his, and they had spent most of the time cursing each other, their relationship was extraordinarily deep. As long as she said a single word, he would be willing to go through fire and water for her. He was originally a man who loved fine alcohol and beautiful women, a man who did not hide his desires. However, when he was with a beauty like her, he rarely felt any lust. He could not help but be described as an anomaly. Han Qiongji said, "What, are you still reluctant to part with me? Forever? What's there to be reluctant about?" Li Qingshan stowed the medicine away carefully and stood up. He laughed aloud. "Just now, you dared to look down on your husband. I'll let you taste your husband's power today." He carried Han Qiongji and made his way into the bamboo loft. However, Han Qiongji broke free from his embrace. "I don't want to. You can deal with it yourself with the techniques of the school of novels." Li Qingshan pushed her onto the bamboo floor and smiled. "That's not up to you." Han Qiongji looked at him and said, "You better try out the effects of the medicine quickly. I still have missions from the Hawkwolf Guard to complete." Li Qingshan was taken aback. Ever since he obtained the medicine, he had been eager to try it out. He wanted to see whether he could break through the final barrier and reach Demon Commander. This desire was so intense that it definitely surpassed all other desires. However, Han Qiongji had come all the way here to see him, so he could not just leave her here. He had to get along with her properly, but he never thought she would actually see through him. "Just do what you need to do. Do you think I'll be happy just because you've been perfunctory with me? When doing that kind of thing, being half-hearted is the most annoying. Forever and ever. There's no need to rush. Cultivation is more important." Han Qiongji thought to herself, "I may not be able to help you much, but I will never be an obstacle in your path of cultivation." "Thank you." Li Qingshan held her face and kissed her deeply. Then, he smiled and said, "I'll spare your life today. Next time, I'll make you beg for mercy." Han Qiongji blushed and said, "Don't even think about it." Her voice turned gentle. "After you finish your cultivation, don't forget to look for me, Or else He watched as Han Qiongji disappeared into the horizon. Li Qingshan returned to Qing Zhao's cave, took out the bottle of light red liquid, and stared at it for a while. He felt a little strange. Since the legendary flower of water and fire doesn't exist, where did this potion come from? Even though Zhang Xian did not know much about alchemy, regardless of whether it was a pill or a potion, it was not like water without a source or a tree without root. It was necessary to fuse the medicinal properties of some medicinal herbs together. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come to a conclusion. I'll just ask her the next time I see her. Li Qingshan opened the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. The taste was vaguely familiar, but before he could taste it carefully, the light red liquid spread throughout his body. After a slight refinement, it immediately turned into a strange medicinal property. Trying to absorb it into the demon core, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of joy. He held his breath, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. It really worked. He saw that the conflict between the two powers that were originally like fire and water, the spirit turtle and phoenix that could not fuse with each other, gradually eased up. Although it was still far from fusion, to him, all that was missing was this final step. That thin membrane was finally pierced through. As if a small gap had appeared in the cloudy sky, a dazzling ray of light descended from the sky, passing through Li Qingshan's head. In that moment, the arduous comprehensions he had comprehended over the past year all surged through his head. The problem that had troubled him for so long had been resolved. Li Qingshan riled up with vigor. He closed his eyes and began a new round of cultivation. Time passed by quickly. When the ice river thawed and the earth returned to spring, deep in the endless earth, amidst the rolling magma, the mirror avatar suddenly turned into a pool of flowing water and evaporated into a cloud of mist in the blazing magma. This also meant that Li Qingshan needed to focus all of his attention on breaking through. In the Qing Shao dwelling, he opened his eyes. He was rather exhausted, but most of it was relief and joy. He said quietly, "It's time." The spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and the phoenix's scripture of Nerva began circulating at the same time. The two of them could be described as the foundations of the demon core. Originally, if Li Qingshan wanted to practice either one, he would have to suppress the other. Only now could he do it. This was the first time he had circulated both of them at the same time, so it would definitely lead to the most intense conflict between the two powers. The demon core revolved, shining with azure and scarlet light at the same time. The azure light was vast and vast, containing a sense of peace and tranquility. Although the scarlet light was much smaller, it was endless, as if it would never be extinguished. Sure enough, the two powers collided violently. The two lights became even more dazzling. They were both so pure that they could not tolerate any other power, let alone the fact that they were polar opposites. The spirit turtle wanted to suppress the phoenix to the very depths of the ocean instinctively and extinguish the final sliver of its flames. However, the phoenix refused to back down either. It burned fiercely, as if it wanted to boil the ocean dry and burn the spirit turtle to death. Li Qingshan controlled the two powers carefully. He could not let the spirit turtle defeat the phoenix in a single blow, nor could he let the phoenix gain the upper hand. He did his best to balance the two powers so that it would be difficult to determine who was stronger for a moment. In the intense clash, the two lights crisscrossed, gradually showing signs of merging. This was the result of a year of arduous cultivation, as well as thanks to Ru Xian's bottle of medicine, which saved him a tremendous amount of time. Li Qingshan knew that this was the most critical moment. Success or failure depended on this. Suddenly, he released his suppression on the spirit turtle and pushed the first layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva to the limit. There was a great rumble in Li Qingshan's head, causing it to ring. Two different colors filled his heart. Behind him, the phoenix's wings suddenly unfurled to the limit. It let out an extremely beautiful phoenix cry almost subconsciously. The phoenix broke free from the spirit turtle's suppression and spread its wings. The spirit turtle seemed to recognize this power too, no longer suppressing it. Li Qingshan returned to his senses and was overjoyed. He withdrew all of the light back into his demon core. The two powers were no longer as distinct as before. Instead, they were both in each other, like a red and blue taiji ball that constantly revolved. After going through numerous difficulties and obstacles, only now did he truly complete the first layer of the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. He possessed the right to use the Phoenix's ability, but he had yet to fully comprehend what the Phoenix's ability was. His demon chi almost lost control, surging out violently. If it were not for the suppression of the 8 gates formation of golden locks, it almost would have reached the clouds. Chapter 701. Actually, Li Qingshan possessed the ability to reach Demon Commander a long time ago. After reaching the 4th layer of the Spirit Turtle, he was only a step away from Demon Commander. Coupled with the 1st layer of the Phoenix, he already possessed sufficient demon chi. However, when the two energies within the beast core clashed with one another, it was better to not cultivate the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Now that he was able to fuse fire and water together, he immediately began his breakthrough. The demonic chi continued to rise. The 8 gates golden lock formation that enveloped the mountain peak seemed to be unable to suppress it any longer. The 8 gates of life, death, rest, alarm, dew, open, pain, and view spun continuously, radiating resplendent golden light. Li Qingshan's mind raced. If he were to unleash his demonic chi, everyone within 100 miles would be able to see him. He would no longer be able to hide his identity as the North Moon. With a point of his finger, the core array disk of the 8 gates golden locks array spun and flew out. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat it on the array disk. In an instant, the array disk spun like it was flying. Advancing like this might be able to sustain the array formation for a while longer, but it would also completely destroy the 8 gates golden lock array. At this moment, Li Qingshan couldn't care too much about this. He straightened his back, his black hair turning scarlet red, his skin turning black. A pair of iron hooves stomped on the ground, a pair of bull horns pierced out, and his figure continued to expand. 1 zhang, 3 zhang, 15 zhang, 10 zhang, all the way to 60 zhang, it still showed no signs of stopping. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 30 zhang and was still growing. If it wasn't for the fact that this cave dwelling was built with the most emphasis on the spaciousness of the interior and hollowing out the entire mountain, it would have definitely collapsed. When Li Qingshan's body rose to nearly 400 feet tall, just now, he stopped growing. 2 streams of white smoke came out of his nostrils, and there were several beast tattoos on his cheeks. His eyes were scarlet like fire, and they were filled with killing intent. He looked even more terrifying and ferocious. Only the pair of phoenix wings on his back gave off a different kind of beauty. After many years of bitter cultivation, Li Qingshan finally became a demon commander. He raised his head to the sky and roared. He was overjoyed. At the same time, a new innate ability began to condense in the demon core. The ox demon was indomitable, unmoving. The tiger demon battled the heavens and the earth, galloping and roaring. The spirit turtle suppressed the sea and hid itself. Li Qingshan silently experienced it, his eyes sparkling. These 3 divine abilities were extraordinary, enough to raise his strength to the next level, in addition to his original innate divine abilities. As he became a demon commander, his overall strength had increased by more than 10 times. If he encountered an opponent like Edan again, there would be no need for him to engage in any sort of bitter battle. He would be able to defeat them easily. All of them were below the 3rd heavenly tribulation. He was invincible. However, there was an accident with the Phoenix's innate divine ability. Originally, He thought he could directly activate 3 of the Phoenix's innate divine abilities, but in the end, he only activated 1. Typically, demon commanders would have 3 innate divine powers. Condensing a demon core would unleash one, transforming into a demon general would unleash another. After advancing to demon commander, he activated another one. Every transformation that Li Qingshan cultivated had its own divine ability system. In theory, a phoenix should also have 3 innate divine abilities. This was still relatively acceptable. The phoenix's strength was still too weak at the end of the day. It managed to reach an agreement with the spirit turtle, but it was still unable to contend against the spirit turtle in terms of strength, so it was not strange for it to be unable to unleash its 3 innate abilities. He believed that as long as he reached the 2nd or 3rd layer, he would obviously possess the 2 innate divine abilities. However, what he struggled to accept was that he had no idea what the phoenix's innate divine ability was. He was unable to actively use it like the tiger demon's breath, nor was it passive like the strength of the earth. He only felt like his life force had become slightly stronger. Li Qingshan possessed a total of 10 innate divine abilities. Apart from the phoenix's innate divine ability, whose effects were unknown, he possessed 3 times as many innate divine abilities as the other demon commanders. Even though Mou was known as the crown prince of the demons, he only possessed 3 innate divine abilities. It's time for me to take back what belongs to me. It's also time for me to see the people I need to see. The largest lake in the Rui Commandery was Calm Wave Lake in the south. Calm Wave Lake spanned 3 prefectures, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was vast and boundless. The mortals by the lake all believed the legendary sea was nothing more than this. Because the lake was calm and did not have any waves, it was called Calm Wave Lake. The residents by the lake fished for a living, so their lives were very peaceful. That was until over a year ago when the lake began to regularly churn with strange waves, swallowing many ships. Sometimes, the waves would even rush ashore. Even the residences by the shore were not spared. It was rumored that a powerful demon had come to cause trouble, but for some reason, cultivators who flew around never came to purge the demon. This was also the largest region of water that Li Qingshan had once refined, but before long, it had been devoured by the unknown demon. Currently, Li Qingshan stood on a white cloud in the sky, gazing down. Calm Wave Lake was vast. Even from such an altitude, he was unable to see everything. Li Qingshan could still remember just how much effort he had expended to refine this lake in the past. Now that it had been snatched away, he would be lying if he said he was not furious at all. If he had guessed correctly, the bastard sent by the Dragon King of the Sea was in this region of water. Let's try out the Spirit Turtle's new innate ability first. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a hexagonal piece of the Spirit Turtle's profound shell appeared before him. An image gradually appeared on it, which was Calm Wave Lake below. With a thought from Li Qingshan, the image of Calm Wave Lake reflected by the Spirit Turtle's profound shell rapidly drew closer. It flew past a swallow and stopped above a region of water. He could clearly see the ripples on the surface of the lake before passing through the surface and checking at the bottom. Li Qingshan raised his left hand, and another piece of the Spirit Turtle's profound shell appeared. It also reflected an image, but it reflected a region of water in Calm Wave Lake. He began his search. Pieces of the Spirit Turtle's profound shell appeared around him, forming a vague, spherical shape. It reflected different images, like monitors, displaying the scenery of different places. Standing in the middle, Li Qingshan felt like everything was under his control. This was the Spirit Turtle's new innate ability, the profound light illuminates all. This ability was rather similar to the water mirror disc. There were techniques with the same effects in the cultivation community, but the effects were worlds apart. The water mirror disc could survey the entire 100 schools of thought at most. Even with the water god seal, It could only survey Moon Court Lake at most. If he used techniques alone, the range would be even smaller. However, if Li Qingshan needed the profound light illuminates all, he could concentrate all of his power on a piece of the spirit turtle's profound shell, and he could even see the scenery from 1,000 kilometers away, down to the finest detail. It was basically like a spy satellite from his past life. It already possessed strategic significance, and he had only grasped this ability to a basic level right now. Once he mastered it, the effects should be even greater. He even fantasized about a day when he could take in the entire 9 provinces just by sitting in his dwelling. Just like how a shut-in knew everything in the world without going out. Speaking of which, this nerdy otaku was really like a tortoise. In order to avoid all kinds of dangers, he locked himself at home and stared at the screen every day. As for his character in the game, his personality in the forum was like a mirror image of himself. Suddenly, Li Qingshan's gaze stopped on a piece of the spirit turtle's profound shell. He smiled, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. He was the bullfrog demon commander that Li Qingshan had once taught a vicious lesson to. Just chasing him out of the Rui commandery isn't enough. We have to rip off all of his limbs and feed them to Big Brother Sha. An old man immediately followed up. His face was filled with hatred. Ripping off his limbs isn't enough. We have to dig out his demon core for Big Brother Sha to nourish, so that Big Brother Sha can become a demon king sooner. No, 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 we can't spare his life. We have to rip him to pieces. We'll each take a piece and have a taste of his flesh and blood. I want to eat his brain. I want to eat his heart. When they mentioned the name North Moon, the demons all became vicious. They all spoke up, each more vicious than the last. In just a while, they had already carved up every single piece of North Moon's flesh. 2 demon commanders even fought over his heart, almost flipping over the table. One of them had never even clashed with North Moon before. Li Qingshan's eyes widened as his face reddened. He tried to hold it back again and again, but he could not hold it back anymore. With a spurt, he collapsed on the cloud as he clutched his stomach and began laughing aloud. With the likes of you trash, you're more like eating my big bird. If it weren't for the sake of the Dragon King of the Sea, I would have skinned you all alive a long time ago. With the pleasure of peeping, Li Qingshan was in no hurry to fight. He wanted to see what other jokes these guys could come up with. At the same time, Big Brother Sha also laughed aloud. Thank you for your kind words, brothers. However, I'm here on behalf of the Dragon King to invite that bastard North Moon to the Ink Sea. There's really no need to fight and kill. Big Brother Sha, how can we do this? We still need you to avenge us. Don't be hasty. Let me finish. However, this also depends on whether that North Moon is tactful or not. If he's willing to hand over the Water God seal, then it's fine. If he's unwilling, then we'll teach him a lesson. However, according to the Dragon King's orders, as fellow demons, we are not allowed to kill each other. At most, we'll chop off his limbs and take his demon core. Big Brother Sha changed the topic. A hint of viciousness flashed in his beady eyes. Ever since he obtained the Water God seal, he felt that his cultivation speed had increased a lot. If this continued, he might be able to become a demon king in less than 2 centuries. He became even more envious of the Water God seal in North Moon's possession. Although he had heard about North Moon's glorious accomplishments as a demon commander directly under the Dragon King of the Sea, his strength could not be compared to these local demon commanders. Now that he had almost half of the waters of the Rui Commandery as his foundation, coupled with the assistance of these demon commanders, he did not need to fear North Moon if they actually began fighting. Li Qingshan laughed even harder, except his smile gradually became vicious. He licked his lips. You want to eat me? Then let me have a taste of you. He dispersed the spirit turtle's profound shell and leapt up. He did not descend. Instead, he flapped his wings and flew towards the sky. The fierce gales gradually ceased to be pure wind. It was mixed with a hint of sharpness that was even sharper than blades. Atmospheric winds began to appear. Just like the underground magnetic field, it was a powerful force that defined the boundaries of this world. Li Qingshan continued to fly upwards. The atmospheric winds began to become violent, whistling and roaring by his ears. However, they were formless and boundless. Only when a gust of atmospheric wind brushed past his face and left behind a thin, bloody mark did he stop rising. Just now, he raised his head and gazed even further into the depths of the storm. Entering the ground is difficult, but going into the sky seems even more difficult. When he looked down again, the clouds had already been thrown far away, becoming very insignificant. He could see the entire calm wave lake, which seemed to be the size of a pond. Suddenly, he unleashed the wings of wind. This was the innate ability of the tiger demon. After becoming a demon commander, it had become more powerful and robust than ever before. As he flapped it, strands of erratic atmospheric winds merged with it. The clouds followed the dragon, while the tigers followed the wind. The wind fueled the flames, and the phoenix wings began to blaze. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed, locking onto the calm wave lake. The palace at the bottom of the lake suddenly descended. The ground rushed towards him at a startling speed. In the blink of an eye, calm wave lake filled his entire field of vision. Li Qingshan's eyes widened and his heart tightened. Never did he think he would actually be so fast right now. No longer suppressed by the spirit turtle, the power of the phoenix wings could finally be unleashed to the limit. Coupled with the strengthening of the wings of wind and the assistance of the atmospheric winds, it was all due to this. However, this was not all. The ox demon's new innate ability played a crucial role. As Li Qingshan descended, a circular depression suddenly appeared on the surface of Calm Wave Lake. It was only several meters across. Right below it was the palace at the bottom of the lake. A similar hole had appeared on the ceiling of the palace. Big Brother Sha currently sat in the hole. In the previous moment, he was still happily drinking with the demon commanders, but in the next moment, he was sprawled on the ground in a horrible shape as if an invisible force had pressed him down heavily. For a moment, he was actually immobilized. With a series of crackles, the cups on the table were all smashed to smithereens. The jade table before him, as well as the jade floor in the surroundings, suffered the same fate. It formed a circular depression. Big Brother Sha. The demon commanders all paled in fright. Big Brother Sha lay firmly on the ground. His face was filled with shock, as he had no idea where the attack had come from. As the water god of this region of water, no one could hide from his senses when they entered this region of water. Even if they could completely hide their bodies and auras, they could not hide their existence. As long as they entered the water, they obviously had to push aside the flow of water to advance. However, even when he was attacked, he had not discovered the enemy's existence. And the method of attack was far too strange. It was not a weapon, a sword, or a claw, nor was it an ability or technique. Although it did not cause him any actual harm, he felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back, immobilizing him. What's going on? Gravity of the Earth was the name of the ox demon's new innate ability. It was only a single word off from the strength of the Earth. Just like its name, it could control gravity within a certain range. It could make something as light as a feather, or as heavy as a mountain. The reason why Li Qingshan could fall at such a startling speed was because of the powerful gravity. As long as they lived on the ground, no life or object could escape this power. What attacked Big Brother Sha was the endless earth, or in other words, a weight that he could not endure. Big Brother Sha felt an intense sense of danger, as if disaster was descending from the sky. He reacted extremely quickly, transforming into a huge, green, sand turtle. He immediately felt much more at ease. He was extremely confident in the defenses of his shell. Out of his 3 great innate abilities, the strongest one was his shell. At that moment, all the demon commanders felt a tremendous demon chi descend from the sky. Before they could even react, a scarlet light flashed through their eyes. Only when Li Qingshan's fist landed on the shell did he pause slightly. He grinned. The unforgettable scarlet hair and scarlet eyes made the demons cry out involuntarily, "North Moon!" Soon afterwards, the surging lake water surged over and sent them flying. The magnificent palace at the bottom of the lake was immediately reduced to pieces, swept away in all directions. The banquet was over. Chapter 703. Many people passed by the lakeside of Calm Wave Lake in the midst of spring. There were young masters and young ladies on a spring outing, as well as merchants and peddlers busy with their livelihood. The ground suddenly shook. Many people lost their footing and rolled on the ground. A small carriage almost fell into the lake. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" Someone pointed at the sky and asked in surprise, "What's that?" Everyone in the surroundings looked over. All they saw was a straight streak of scarlet light piercing through the sky and disappearing into the horizon. Someone said it was a meteor, but it was immediately rebutted. How could there be a meteor with such a trajectory? As they discussed, a great sound rang out from afar. Because it was too far away, the sound was not particularly shocking. Then, everyone saw that where the scarlet light pierced through, the layers of clouds were swept away, faintly forming a circular hole. A thin white line rose up from the horizon, rapidly approaching a terrifying wave that no one had ever seen before. It surged over like a tsunami. Everyone cried out and scattered in all directions. At the center of Calm Wave Lake, the lake water several dozen meters deep was parted viciously, forming a huge crater in the water. At the bottom of the crater, Li Qingshan landed a punch on Sha Bi's shell. The shell flashed with light and a totem-like pattern appeared. It was filled with a primitive, simple, and indestructible will. This was Sha Bi's innate ability that he was most proud of. He was not a divine beast like the spirit turtle, but his shell was his life-bound item. After cultivating it for 1,000 years, he did not hold back on his demon chi, pushing his innate ability to the limit. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to break this turtle shell, but unless he exhausted all his demonic chi, his turtle shell would not be broken. Now that he had the water god's seal in his body, his demonic chi was endless, and he was in an invincible position, unless a demon king intervened, using overwhelming power to break his turtle shell. But how could a mere demon general do it? Crack! There was the sound of something shattering. Sha Bi felt a sharp pain on his back. His eyes bulged. Impossible! Under Li Qingshan's punch, the totem twisted and shattered in the blink of an eye. It was an indestructible turtle shell. The indestructible shell was even dented and cracked like paper. Having cultivated to the 5th layer of the ox demon, he could contend with a corpse king in terms of strength. When he transformed into a demon commander, he grew to 120 meters tall. Just how powerful would it be? When this power descended from the sky, with the support of its terrifying speed, just how powerful would it be? How could a demon commander possibly withstand all of this combined? What if he included Li Qingshan's strongest attack? His fist was pitch black in color, and layers of the tremors of the ox demon wrapped around it. This move had once caused the corpse king to suffer a grudge, and now it had become even more fatal. In Li Qingshan's eyes, the so-called powerful defense and invincible land were just 4 words: clay chickens and pottery dogs. Li Qingshan directly penetrated through Sha Bi's huge body. The vibration force tore his flesh inch by inch, crushing his last fighting will. A tsunami-like wave. Blocked by the mountains and islands on Tranquil Wave Lake, by the time it reached the lakeside, its momentum was already much weaker. It was still several feet high, slamming heavily on the lake embankment. The power of a single strike was actually enough to shake up the greatest lake in the Rui Commandery. It only calmed down after quite a while. Regular people thought it was the might of the heavens, but the cultivators who cultivated near Tranquil Wave Lake were all dumbfounded as they shivered inside. In the depths of the lake, the water surged back like an avalanche. The mud and sand at the bottom of the lake swirled into the air. Only after quite a while did the dust settle. Li Qingshan swung his right hand viciously. He felt like his arm had almost fractured earlier. He said to Sha Bi's huge head beside him, "Even I found that move a little difficult to endure, yet you still want to forcefully block it?" That did not make any sense. If he had not used his innate ability to immobilize Sha Bi, who would be foolish enough to forcefully block it? "I was sent by the Dragon King of the Sea. North Moon, how dare you turn on your own clansmen and defy the orders of Sir Dragon King?" Sha Bi lay at the bottom of the lake on the brink of death. Even his head was covered in terrifying cracks. Before he could even understand what was going on, he was already on the brink of death from heavy injuries. Fortunately, demons at his realm of cultivation all possessed extremely great vitality. As long as he possessed his demon core, he could survive even if his vital points were injured. He mobilized his demon chi to heal his wounds as he used the Dragon King's name to intimidate North Moon. Li Qingshan smiled. "I'll only cut off your limbs and then take away your demon core. Oh right, there's also the Water God Seal. The Water God Seal was bestowed upon me by Sir Dragon King. I'm bold enough to give it to you, but are you bold enough to take it? I'll give up on these waters and leave this place. If you mention the Dragon King again, I'll slaughter you. Right now, this is between the two of us," Li Qingshan said with a smile. He hated being threatened very much. What made him even more annoyed was that he was a little afraid of the Dragon King of the Sea. The more he interacted with the Banyan Tree King and the Golden Cicada Spirit King, the more he realized the terror of these old demon kings. If it was a demon king who had just passed 3 heavenly tribulations, Li Qingshan was confident that he could fight with him. However, the Dragon King of the Sea had been conferred as one of the 10 demon kings thousands of years ago. In a head-on battle, it was no longer a question of whether Li Qingshan could win or not. It would be very difficult for Li Qingshan to even escape. Fine. Since you dare to ask for it, I'll give you the Water God Seal. However, the demon core is out of the question. If you insist on forcing me, I'll explode my demon core and we'll go our separate ways. You won't even get the Water God Seal. If you kill me, Sir Dragon King. Sha Bi suddenly felt that he had made a slip of the tongue. A fierce, murderous aura rose beside him. His black eyes clearly reflected a handsome and ferocious face. He thought to himself, "Oh no! Do you really think my words are nonsense? You better die." Li Qingshan slammed down with both hands. Sha Bi roared and exploded his demon core. He wanted to destroy the Water God Seal as well. Spirit Turtle Suppression, Tremors of the Ox Demon. Li Qingshan's left hand landed on Sha Bi's body and shone with a ring of azure light, enveloping Sha Bi in the blink of an eye. The demon core was forcefully suppressed. However, his right hand was enveloped in black cracks, which rapidly spread across Sha Bi's body. Sha Bi's colossal body shattered loudly, only leaving behind a green-blue demon core and a Water God Seal that hovered in the lake. Li Qingshan stowed the demon core and the Water God Seal away with a wave of his hand. However, that was not the end. He widened his scarlet eyes and let out a deep tiger's roar. In the rippling lake water, Sha Bi's figure appeared again. He swayed with the waves, looking illusory and real. However, under Li Qingshan's gaze, his figure gradually solidified. It was Sha Bi's soul that was supposed to return to the netherworld. When he met Li Qingshan's eyes, his mind was in a trance. Suddenly, he shook his head and wagged his tail, appearing extremely obedient. Li Qingshan smiled. The effect is not bad. The third supernatural power of the tiger demon was to serve the tiger as an accomplice. Legend had it that the tiger had the power to control hundreds of ghosts. Those who were eaten by the tiger would turn into ghosts and follow the tiger to do evil, creating more ghosts. Li Qingshan's supernatural power was to turn the souls of the living beings he killed, be it humans or demons, into ghost servants that followed him loyally. It was as if he had the art of ghost controlling. Chapter 704. The Haunt Ghosts did not possess much battle prowess, but their minds had been subdued by the tiger demon's ability, so they were absolutely loyal. This meant that not only could Li Qingshan kill people, but he could even enslave the people he killed, preventing them from reincarnating in the netherworld. Moreover, the ghosts would definitely tell him everything they knew, so it was best to use them to probe for secrets. Since Shabi came from the Ink Sea, he should know the situation there. Now that he had started a massacre, he would definitely offend the Dragon King of the Sea. It was perfect for Li Qingshan to understand the situation of the Ink Sea from him, so that he could respond appropriately. Li Qingshan was indeed fearful of the Dragon King of the Sea, but that did not mean just anyone could use this to threaten him. He had grown accustomed to being on equal footing with the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Banyan Tree King, so he really did not want to lower himself and visit some Sir Dragon King. He had already fallen out with that bullshit Beast King, so there was no harm in offending another one. Looking at the haunt ghosts Shabi had transformed into, Li Qingshan felt some pity. If only he had possessed this ability a long time ago. It would have been extremely pleasant to lead a group of enemies in conquering the world. He abruptly turned his head and sensed that waves of demonic aura were leaving Calm Wave Lake. Those guests who wanted to divide and eat him were fleeing in all directions. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since he had come this far, he might as well go all the way. Back then, he had been forced by the circumstances to spare their lives, which had already made Li Qingshan rather unhappy. Now that they were here to discuss how to deal with him, they could all go die. Casually tossing Shabi's haunt ghosts into the Azura field, Li Qingshan turned into a scarlet streak of light and arrived high in the sky. He swung his right hand. Profound light illuminates all. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out, shining in the direction the demon Qi had fled in. Very soon, they locked onto all the fleeing figures. Li Qingshan chose the one closest to him. With a flap of his wings, he kicked up flames and shot off as a scarlet streak of light. In the Ink Sea, there was a majestic hall with many lamps. It was like a Buddhist hall, but there was no Buddha statue. One of the lamps suddenly went out. This was not an ordinary oil lamp, but a life lamp. The extinguished lamp belonged to Shabi, who was killed by Li Qingshan. What? Lao Sha is dead? Mou hurried over, a trace of shock appearing on his usually expressionless face. Who would be so bold as to kill someone from the Ink Sea? Lao Sha wasn't someone who would be killed so easily. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and his face became even paler. He turned into a black vortex and disappeared from the palace. In the depths of the Ink Sea, there was a huge dragon that was as black as ink. It was heavy and dignified like a mountain, agile and elegant like clouds. In comparison, the black dragon that Si Qing transformed using the Black Emperor Dragon mantra was like a small snake. It did not feel like a life form at all. The Dragon King of the Sea opened his eyes. After a moment, he slowly closed them again. Boom! A huge bullfrog the size of a small mountain landed heavily on the shore of Calm Wave Lake, crushing countless houses and buildings and causing countless people to scream. However, the bullfrog had no time to pay attention to the ants around it. It pushed off with its hind legs, digging 2 deep pits in the ground, and leapt forward with all its might. In an instant it left the lakeside. Its huge and heavy body could advance over 10 kilometers with each leap. In just a few moments, it was more than 100 kilometers away from the palace in the center of the lake. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He should not have been invited to that banquet. He had personally witnessed North Moon's ferocity. It was not something that he could resist. Moreover, just now, with a quick glance, he discovered something even more astonishing. The aura that North Moon gave off clearly indicated that he had already undergone the second heavenly tribulation and become a demon commander. Demon commanders were nothing. He himself was a demon commander. However, North Moon was a terrifying existence that could defeat a large group of demon commanders when he was a demon general. Now that he had become a demon commander, just how powerful would he be? If that attack had landed on him, he would have already been turned into a pile of meat paste. He regretted that he had been stunned for a moment and had run a little too slowly. At this moment, a huge wave of demon chi rapidly approached. Greatly alarmed, the bullfrog ran even faster. However, in the blink of an eye, that wave of demon chi had arrived above his head. The first one. Li Qingshan flapped his wings, and like an eagle swooping down on a rabbit, he lunged at the bullfrog. By the time he reached the ground, he had already reverted to his original form. He had turned into a giant that was nearly 120 meters tall. Compared to him, the bullfrog's huge body seemed small. The bullfrog used all his strength to leap forward. Suddenly, his body became 10 times heavier, and he fell from the sky. Before he could react, a hoof of the bullfrog had already stomped him into the ground. The powerful force and enormous gravity made him unable to move. He was like a little frog under the claws of a ferocious tiger. "Fellow Taoists, spare me! I had already spared you once, but since you refuse to repent, you might as well die," Li Qingshan said. Under the tiger's claws, he easily ripped apart the bullfrog's body, killing him on the spot. He dug out a demon core and had the spirit turtle suppress it. Then, he tossed the body into the Azura field, preparing to make a fried bullfrog for himself. A demon commander who had cultivated for many years like this should taste quite good. When he thought of Shabi, he felt some regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have shattered him so much. Otherwise, he would have left him to stew in soup. It would probably have been even more nourishing. In the end, he turned his soul into a haunt. Anyway, it was not wasted at all. Afterwards, the scarlet light took off once again, falling towards the next fleeing demon commander. With his speed that far exceeded regular demon commanders and the profound light illuminates all's lock onto him, Li Qingshan killed all the demon commanders who wanted to eat him, turning them all into haunt ghosts. He obtained another 8 demon cores, 5 of which were water elemental. Shabi was worried that the North Moon would use the Water God seal to attack from the north, so he purposefully befriended these water elemental demon commanders. He never expected the development of the situation to be completely different from what he had anticipated. In the end, it all ended up benefiting Li Qingshan. However, right now, Li Qingshan primarily practiced the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva, so these demon cores were temporarily useless. He tossed them all into his 100 treasures pouch for the future. After doing all that, Li Qingshan returned to Calm Wave Lake and took out the Water God seal he had stolen from Shabi. The original owner had been killed, so he easily suppressed and erased the remaining aura from the Water God seal, uniting all the water in the Rui Commandery once again. Afterwards, he merged the 2 Water God seals together, forming an even more powerful Water God seal that could hold even more water. With a thought, Li Qingshan gathered the surging water spiritual chi towards the Water God seal in his hand before channeling it into the ocean pearl in his body. After reaching Golden Core, the rate at which he gathered spiritual chi had become even faster, but to the ocean pearl, it was utterly inadequate. It had always been empty. Now, with the Water God seal, the emptiness in the ocean pearl was filled up very quickly, filling up sliver by sliver. Li Qingshan sighed inside. Sure enough, the spiritual qi required by Golden Core was tremendous. The amount of spiritual qi he had absorbed in a moment was enough for 10 first-layer qi practitioners to reach late foundation establishment. A while later, the ocean pearl suddenly lit up. It had finally filled up. Although he had only filled up the ocean pearl like a force-fed duck right now, and he still needed a tremendous amount of time to refine the spiritual qi into his own power, this had saved him a tremendous amount of time. At the very least, he did not need to spend any effort gathering resources for practicing the arts of the boundless ocean for the next decade. Then, Li Qingshan did not stop gathering spiritual qi. He continued to absorb it continuously, replenishing the demonic qi he had lost in this battle to its perfect state. It was even more abundant than when he had first arrived. The light on the water god seal had dimmed a lot. The water spiritual qi contained in the rivers and lakes was not inexhaustible. It had been accumulated bit by bit over a long period of time. Ever since the great Xia dynasty's Xingzhu emperor defeated all the deities, it had taken him thousands of years to accumulate such a huge amount of resources. In total, Li Qingshan had already used up 50 to 60% of it in the past. Sha Bi had never stopped absorbing spiritual qi during the past year or so either. He had used up 10 to 20%, so only 20 to 30% remained. However, who knew how many pills and how much time he could save on cultivation with this 20 to 30%? Now that he had fallen out with the Dragon King of the Sea, it would be difficult for him to remain as the water god in peace. Naturally, he had to seize the time and pack up everything he could to prepare for the future. However, the remaining 20 to 30% of spiritual qi left Li Qingshan rather troubled. He thought, isn't there another place where I can store this water spiritual qi? He brought his fingers together like a sword and extended his hand, pointing at the Azura field and drawing in all the surging water spiritual qi. The weather in the Azura field changed drastically. Dark clouds filled the sky, enveloping a range of several hundred kilometers. The clouds grew thicker and thicker as rain poured down. However, it was not regular rain. Instead, it was spiritual rain filled with spiritual qi, like a sweet, sweet rain. The rain fell into the lake, and the water level skyrocketed. It overflowed very soon, turning into rivers that surged across the land recklessly. The Azura were currently in a standoff with a group of haunted ghosts. The water surged over, and they all leapt to higher ground. The water surged into the dense rainforest, and the trees grew at a visible rate. Some of the older ones even began to develop a hint of spirituality. This was a sign that they were about to become demons. The banyan tree king also extended his branches and smiled. I haven't been a teacher for so long in vain. The night roamers emerged from their treehouses one by one and gazed at the torrential rain that seemed like a miracle. They spread their arms and drank the rainwater. Although it was only 20 to 30% of the spiritual qi, it was the accumulation of all the rivers and lakes in the Rui Commandery over several millennia. It was enough to modify the Azura field into a blessed land where they could cultivate in the future. Li Qingshan channeled the last sliver of water spiritual qi into the Azura field, and the water god's seal completely dimmed. The sky was already filled with light. He exhaled deeply. Right when he was about to leave, the spirit turtle suddenly gave off a warning and looked back. In the eastern sky, a black swirl appeared out of nowhere, turning into a pitch-black figure. It was the pale-faced MOU in a black cloak. North Moon, it really is you. After a long journey, MOU finally arrived at Calm Wave Lake. His eyes filled with a deathly stillness stared straight at Li Qingshan like he was looking at a dead man. So what if I'm your grandfather? Chapter 705. P.S. This is a miracle. In order for the miracle to continue, comrades, let's start our monthly votes. The sun gradually disappeared and the stars moved. On Calm Wave Lake, two figures faced each other. One was blazing like fire, with a wanton smile on his face. The other was dark like a shadow, cold as if he was always wearing a mask. "So you're already a demon commander," Mou said stiffly. He was also filled with shock inside. North Moon had made a name for himself as a demon general, and he had become a demon commander now. Just how long had it taken him? 10 years? Or even less? For a human cultivator to have such a speed, it could be considered extremely fast. And for a demon, it was even more unbelievable. "How is it? Scared out of your wits?" Li Qingshan said with a smile. "No wonder you're so bold. Do you know what kind of sin you've committed? Breaking the rules of peaceful coexistence set by the Dragon King, killing each other within the demon clan." Li Qingshan laughed. "It's not the first time you've wanted to kill me, and now you're saying such ridiculous things. There's only one rule in the demon clan, and that's the law of the jungle. If you really want to distinguish right from wrong, then fine. I want to kill them because they want to kill me, and I want to kill you because you want to kill me." "Kill me?" Mou's tone finally fluctuated, as if he had thought of something he had never thought of before. This was not because he was stupid, but because he had cultivated this habit for thousands of years. As the crown prince of the Qingzhou demon clan, no one had ever been able to threaten his life. Only he could determine the time of death of others. This time, when he came to Calm Wave Lake and saw North Moon again, all he thought about was how to kill him and not let him escape. He had never thought about the possibility of being killed by him. After being reminded, he began to think. North Moon was already strong enough when he was a demon general. Now that he was a demon commander, what kind of power would he have? He could not help but regret not killing him quickly back then. But he had forgotten a problem. Even if he wanted to kill him, how could Li Qingshan obediently let him kill him? "Yeah, don't forget, you still owe me a debt. It's about time you pay it back." Li Qingshan had once fought with Mou. One of his innate abilities, the Deathbringer Curse, had taken away 100 years of his lifespan. To Li Qingshan, this was not considered a long lifespan. But in the end it was still extremely unpleasant. Mou was silent for a long time before he calmly said, "You will die." It was as if he was announcing some kind of established fact. "I will die." To his surprise, Li Qingshan nodded and frankly admitted, "Everything in this world cannot escape the 4 words formation, steadiness, badness, and emptiness. Who dares to say that they will never die? However, you will definitely die before me. Speaking of which," he didn't say anything else. He waved his right hand downwards, and all of the ripples on the sparkling Calm Wave Lake were instantly smoothed out. It was like a huge mirror reflecting the ink-blue sky and the crescent moon on the horizon. Catoptric deflection. Li Qingshan's reflection in the lake suddenly moved as he leaped out of the water. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Moreover, Mou was not a rabbit. With his innate ability to freely travel through space, it was definitely not an easy task to kill him. In the past, he rarely used his mirror image doppelganger in battle. Only at certain critical moments would he use his mirror image doppelganger to launch a sneak attack. Because the mirror image doppelganger was too weak, it could basically only withstand 1 or 2 attacks. Moreover, in an intense battle, it was important to focus on it and not multitask. But at this time, after Li Qingshan had become a demon commander, these 2 problems had been solved. First, the mirror image doppelganger was no longer so weak. As Li Qingshan became stronger, it also rose. Then, Li Qingshan's divine sense also became stronger. His mind was strong enough to control 2 bodies at the same time to engage in battle. Thus, the mirror image doppelganger could finally fight side by side with him. The phoenix wings and the wind god wings opened at the same time. Li Qingshan and the mirror image doppelganger moved together, attacking Mou from both the sky and the lake. Mou also opened a pair of pitch-black wings, but these wings were not the same as the wings of a bird. Instead, they seemed to be formed from the interweaving of shadows. Under the night sky they rapidly grew. In the blink of an eye, the wingspan had reached several dozen feet, as if wanting to cover the entire sky. It was filled with an ominous feeling. Black feathers fluttered in the air, drawing black trails. Under the cover of these wings, all the fish and shrimps in the lake died. Mou's eyes stared at Li Qingshan, his black pupils flowing like liquid, turning a sliver of white, filled with a strange horror. Gaze of death. Li Qingshan's figure paused. A cold chill instantly penetrated his skin, seeping into his organs and straight into his soul. If someone could see Li Qingshan's flame of life, they would see the flame fiercely flicker and dim. Mou's innate divine ability was indeed strange. It ignored the opponent's speed, strength, and defense, and directly attacked the opponent. Last time, Li Qingshan had suffered a loss under this move. Even with the endless phoenix flames, he was almost unable to resist this power of death. If not for Gu Yenying's sudden appearance, bringing the Dragon King of the Sea's order to stop before going too far, his life would have been in danger. This time, Mou had used his full strength right from the start. Could Li Qingshan still withstand it? Li Qingshan's advancing speed gradually slowed down, finally stopping in front of Mou. His face was pale without a trace of blood, his heart seemed to have stopped beating, and the blazing phoenix wings behind him dimmed. The mirror-image doppelganger lost the control of his will, and like a puppet with its strings cut, it fell onto the lake. Mou, who was in the center of the darkness, opened his mouth. You have indeed become stronger, but this is meaningless to me. Do you think that when you die is up to you? When I say that you will die, I don't mean sometime in the future, but now. As he spoke, his shadow wings extended even more, like two pitch-black hands enveloping Li Qingshan. Mou stepped on a path formed from interweaving shadows, walking towards Li Qingshan. Facing the immobile Li Qingshan, he only needed to wave his hand lightly, and he could cut off his head. However, he did not notice that the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth was slightly raised. Even if he did notice, he would only think that it was a twitch of despair on the verge of death. The power of death was continuously invading Li Qingshan's body, wanting to cut off his life force. However, his flames of life were stronger than ever before, and the phoenix was no longer the phoenix that was suppressed by the spirit turtle. The Yao core spun, sending a warm current to his body, dispelling the chill of death. This was the endless power of the phoenix. Mou walked in front of Li Qingshan, preparing to cut off his head with a wave of his hand. Suddenly, he felt his body sink, as if there was a power that wanted to pull him down, and a warning sign appeared in his heart. Chapter 706. With Li Qingshan's great strength that rivaled that of a demon king, who could block a punch from him with their face, the vibrations shattered the air and produced a boom. His fist sank deeply into Mou's cheek. Bang! With a loud sound, Mou was sent flying, spinning. Just as Li Qingshan was about to give chase with a hideous smile, a darkness suddenly enveloped him. Although Mou had been sent flying, the pair of dark wings gripped him tightly, drowning him within. The moment the light disappeared, Li Qingshan saw that Mou's collapsed face did not reveal any flesh or bones. Instead, it was pitch black, like flowing ink. He had originally thought that Mou's original form was a crow, but it did not seem that simple. Darkness surrounded him from all sides. Li Qingshan flapped his wings, but he felt like he was stuck in the same spot. It was like he had fallen into a black hole, cutting off all contact with the outside world. Only the aura of death permeated every pore. Is this also his fourth innate ability? And it's a variation of his original innate ability. As some bullshit crown prince, he really is something. Although Li Qingshan was surprised, he did not panic. Instead, he became rather excited. If Mou had been like Shabi, killed in a few punches and kicks, he would instead feel disappointed. Since this was an innate ability that isolated domains, he just happened to have an innate ability that could break through them. His fist slowly drew back and instantly struck the space in the most violent manner possible. In the sky above the mirror-smooth lake, a black egg floated quietly. Suddenly, the surface of the black egg bulged slightly and ripples spread out. With a crack appeared on the surface of the black egg. Soon afterwards, it cracked in another direction. Within the black egg, all directions were mixed up. Li Qingshan thought he was blasting in the same direction, but under Mou's control, he constantly changed the direction of his attacks. However, even with that being the case, it was only a matter of time before the black egg shattered. Mou's eyes narrowed slightly. No matter how powerful a demon commander was, it was only brute force. Once they were trapped in the black egg, they would be doomed. He never thought that Mou would be able to break through the black egg, and he seemed to be doing it with such ease. Mou took out a pitch-black bamboo flute, placed it by his lips, and played it slowly. However, it did not make a single sound, and the sound of the flute directly entered the black egg. Li Qingshan felt a chill run down his spine. The sound of the flute was dry and did not have any ups and downs. It was filled with a deathly stillness and numbness. It could no longer be described as unpleasant. Just listening to it for a while would make one feel depressed and bored. Even if he covered his ears, the sound of the flute would enter his heart along with the darkness and silence, slowly devouring his life force. Li Qingshan suddenly recalled that when he fought Mou the last time, he was roared at by Mou and lost 100 years of his lifespan. Even though the sound of the flute was very different from the cry of a crow, it was extremely similar in essence. The curse of death. Mou's most terrifying innate ability also had many variations. With the aid of this pitch-black bamboo flute, its power was pushed to the extreme. Not only would it consume one's lifespan, it could also directly destroy the enemy's will to live. In an intense battle like this, the outcome of losing the will to live went without saying. In that moment, even Li Qingshan felt rather bored. The exhaustion and weakness of a dying old man filled his heart, but he immediately broke free from this emotion. He did not use the spirit turtle to suppress his thoughts, but his own willpower. Drinking fine alcohol, sleeping with beautiful women, and fighting powerful enemies. Life was filled with great joy. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, and fighting against people. It was endless joy. As a result, he swung his fists aloud. Boom, boom, boom. The black egg shattered loudly. He said to Mou, "You've used up all your tricks. Have you run out of tricks?" Mou's expression changed slightly. His ability was an ability that possessed overwhelming power, so when he encountered an enemy that he could not crush, he would actually become rather helpless. At this moment, the mirror clone lunged over from behind Mou and punched through him, but it was only an afterimage. Mou flapped his wings and took off. As a bird, he was startlingly fast, but he was cut off by a scarlet streak of light. At the end of the day, Li Qingshan still came out on top. Li Qingshan's black tiger digs out the heart mist. The force whistled through the air, carving out a great pit in the surface of the lake, kicking up a tremendous blast. Mou immediately vanished and appeared behind Li Qingshan, reaching towards his neck viciously. Originally, every time he moved, he would form a black vortex first. Looks like that's only possible when he teleports over long distances. In close combat like this, it's basically no different from teleportation. Just now, he's only taking my punch to trap me. It doesn't seem to do any harm to him. With a thought, a piece of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out automatically, blocking Mou's attack. At the same time, he swept backwards with the wings of wind. Mou teleported again. In the night sky, A scarlet streak of light shot through the air, leaving behind dazzling trails. A black figure constantly flickered about, appearing abruptly and without any prior signs. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. It was basically impossible for Mou to defeat Li Qingshan in close combat. His speed was already great, but the difference in strength was even greater. Even if Li Qingshan stood still and allowed him to hit him, he would struggle to rip through his ox hide or break his tiger bones. However, if Li Qingshan wanted to catch Mou who constantly flickered about, it would not be easy either. Haha, didn't you say I would die today? All you're doing is fleeing. How are you going to kill me? Li Qingshan destroyed the blur Mou left behind with a punch and mocked loudly. Didn't you also say I would die before you? Then come and kill me. Mou retorted sarcastically. What a troublesome innate ability. I need to find an opportunity to deal him a fatal blow. I refuse to believe that I can't kill you with 10 innate abilities. Just as Li Qingshan was considering a plan, a familiar voice rang out from the horizon. Please pause for a moment and listen to me. Gu Yenying descended from the sky and created such a great disturbance on the ground of the Rui Commandery. As the White Hawk commander, she received the news very quickly and rushed over. Yenying. Mou frowned slightly. It was exactly because of her appearance last time that he lost a fantastic opportunity to kill North Moon. Li Qingshan feigned displeasure. Gu Yenying, what do you have to say? But no matter what, they all stopped. Gu Yenying smiled gently. Since neither of us can kill the other, let's stop for now. North Moon, you can continue cultivating. You'll definitely become stronger and stronger. Mou, you're not far from Demon King, so why don't you come for revenge then? To Li Qingshan, as long as he had time, his strength would definitely grow faster than anyone else. If Mou could undergo the third heavenly tribulation, his strength would grow in an overwhelming manner. This suggestion seemed very reasonable. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Who says I can't kill him? Mou said nothing. He did not feel like there was any possibility of him failing today. As long as he continued fighting, he would definitely be able to find an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to North Moon. And he still had a trump card that he had yet to use. No matter who kills the other, I won't stop it. After all, this is your own will. But if you continue fighting, you'll all die. Mou, you'll die to North Moon, while North Moon, you'll be killed by the Dragon King. An outcome like this where you perish together isn't interesting at all. As a friend of both of you, I have the responsibility to prevent this from happening. Chapter 707. Li Qingshan and Mou's expressions froze when they heard this. Although they had not known Gu Yenying for the same period of time, they had a certain degree of trust in her. They had never said something so certain that they would definitely die. I've already said that you'll die before me. Even this woman doesn't think highly of you. Li Qingshan suddenly laughed, expressing his disdain towards Mou once again. Mou said indifferently, Today, regardless of whether I live or die, you will definitely die. However, there's no need for the Dragon King to personally take action. They both disagreed with Gu Yenying's conclusion. Mou naturally did not think that he would die. On the contrary, he still had a backup plan. He was prepared to subdue and kill the North Moon, as long as he was not obstructed by Gu Yenying. Li Qingshan believed that after killing Mou, he only needed to conceal his presence and return to his post as the Scarlet Hawk commander. No matter how strong the Dragon King of the Sea was, where would he be able to find him? The only worry was that Gu Yenying would betray him. The two of them looked towards Gu Yenying at the same time. The determination in their eyes was self-evident. They wanted to continue this battle until life and death was decided. Foolish males. Gu Yenying sighed while rubbing her forehead. She shook her head and said, All right, since you insist, I definitely won't interfere in this battle. Gu Yenying chose to retreat, leaving Calm Wave Lake. She watched the battle from the western mountain pavilion on the western shore of Calm Wave Lake, expressing her absolute neutrality. As the White Hawk commander, she was originally overjoyed to see the two demon commanders fighting amongst themselves. She had already done her part by speaking up to stop them. Sister, they're not willing to stop? Si Bao leaned on the railing in the storm pavilion and looked into the distance. She raised her thick brows slightly. A battle of this level was extremely rare in this era. This time, it's going to be a battle of life and death. Gu Yenying nodded. She had always been carefree and unrestrained. At this moment, his expression was very solemn. Although he had never intended to become a couple with anyone, the more friends he had, the more paths he could take. Whether it be Mou or Li Qingshan, they were both very important to her. Sister, you don't have to worry. According to my observation, they can at most tie. He didn't need to use any divine abilities. Mou could not even harm a single hair on North Moon's head. It was truly a wonder how he cultivated. Now, he was actually already a demon commander. He's ridiculously strong. As for Mou, his fulgurating shadows is becoming more and more ingenious. Furthermore, his original form isn't that of an ordinary crow. Even if he were to take a punch or two from Li Qingshan, it would be difficult to injure him. Once the situation becomes unfavorable, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Who would be able to catch him if he teleported 100 miles away? Si Bao calmly analyzed the fight between the two of them just now. She was proficient in actual combat, and her words were convincing. In her opinion, at most, this battle would end in a draw. You underestimate the two of them. Mou still has the chance to kill North Moon, and once he fails, North Moon will kill him. North Moon thinks that he can escape the Dragon King's pursuit, but he can't do it. Gu Yenying placed her arm on the railing and looked at the two figures in the sky. Is that so? I want to continue watching. If it's really as Sister said, then there's no way to make use of them. Si Bao smiled. Yes, I can only make use of you. Gu Yenying reached out her hand and pinched Si Bao's nose. Making use was just a joke. In these years of interaction, she believed that she had not let down any of them. If it was just one-sided use, they weren't fools. How could they maintain their relationship? This time, she did not help either side and felt very calm. This time, she can't save you. Mou said indifferently. Yes, this time, she could have saved you. Unfortunately, you're not smart enough. Li Qingshan smiled. If Mou agreed to a truce, he would not chase after him. Even if it was to give Gu Yenying face, it would be best if he did not provoke the Dragon King of the Sea to come after him. But Mou was obviously determined to kill him, so he definitely had to use this opportunity to end things. As he spoke, he calmed all his emotions, as though he was calming every ripple on this great lake. Facing Mou's omnipresent figure, he actually closed his eyes. Here. There was a slight ripple in his heart and there was a faint feeling. Li Qingshan suddenly attacked, punching behind him to the right. Mou just happened to move there, preparing to launch a sneak attack and disturb Li Qingshan a little. However, he did not expect to be thrown over the moment he appeared. He had no time to dodge. With a great boom, the fist landed squarely on Mou's chest. Even the air was shaken to pieces, cracking. Mou's body could already be regarded as tough among demon commanders, but wherever Li Qingshan's fist landed, he was still sent flying heavily. His chest was forcefully torn open, revealing hideous wounds. However, these were not his organs, but a pitch-black liquid. It surged violently and churned into a ball. Just as Li Qingshan was about to pursue, Mou had already flashed several hundred meters away. He looked at him in surprise and doubt as he thought, was it luck? Si Bao let out a soft gasp of surprise from the spectating battle. She could clearly tell that Northman's punch was not luck. Instead, it was filled with confidence. Had he grasped the pattern of Mou's movements during the battle? However, this did not seem very likely. Gu Yenying explained her doubt. Didn't I tell you before? He has the ability to confuse the heavenly secrets and evade divination, which also means that he can perform some divination himself. Big sis, you're saying that he is relying on premonition to grasp Mou's movements. Just what kind of demon is he? Si Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. Knowing divination was nothing, but to be able to use it in such an intense battle to predict the movements of one's opponent was incredible. Even if one was weaker, he could still easily gain the upper hand. Could it be that he was an exotic beast that was born with the ability to predict? I'm not sure either. It seems like he has many different bloodlines mixed together, and each bloodline is extraordinary, which is why he has so many remarkable abilities. However, maintaining this kind of premonition must be extremely taxing on him. He can't do it for long. But even if Mou's physique is extraordinary, how many punches can he take? Gu Yenying silently estimated. It was about time for Mou to use his ultimate move. Li Qingshan flapped his wings of wind and fire, turning into a streak of scarlet light as he flew towards Mou. Before he reached Mou, he suddenly changed his direction and pounced downwards. Sure enough, Mou shifted to the position he expected. A foot stepped on his shoulder, and he fell towards the surface of the lake. His entire shoulder caved in, turning into a blurry mass of black liquid. It took a long time for the force of the shockwave to subside. Just as he was about to fall into the lake, Mou teleported again. Before he could catch his breath, that streak of scarlet light was already within reach. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and flew through the air, constantly bombarding Mou. Even though his body was extremely strange, allowing him to endure extremely great damage, he was basically unable to maintain his form. Under the constant attacks, he could not fight back at all. The expression on his face became more and more human-like, abnormally furious. The spirit turtle was still at the fourth layer, needing to wait for the phoenix to reach the same realm and achieve a balance between water and fire before it could continue advancing. However, after reaching Demon Commander, Li Qingshan's control over the spirit turtle's power had become more and more fluid. After his soul sense had strengthened, he could endure the exhaustion even more. With his speed, as long as he sensed where Mou would teleport to next, he could rush over with a single flap of his wings. If this continued, victory was only a matter of time. Mou teleported again, and Li Qingshan followed him like a shadow, throwing a punch at him. Mou took out a painting scroll from his summer ring and unfurled it with a shake of his hand. It was completely blank. Gu Yenying's eyes narrowed. You've finally taken it out. What is it this time? Li Qingshan's heart shivered. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late, so he simply threw a punch at the painting scroll. Who cares what it is? I'll just tear it apart first. The punch landed on the white paper, creating ripples. Something strange happened. The thin paper did not rip apart, but Li Qingshan's fist sank into the paper inch by inch. The painting scroll suddenly shrank, sucking in Li Qingshan completely. The painting scroll unfurled in Mou's hand, and North Moon's figure appeared on it. He maintained the posture of flapping his wings and punching out. Every single strand of his scarlet hair could be seen clearly, like a lifelike copy of a painting. There was a sliver of delight on Mou's face. North Moon, I've put up with you for so long. Do you know my power now? I'll take you back to the Ink Sea right now and hand you over to the Dragon King. In the Storm Pavilion, Si Bao said in shock. Mou actually has such a strange treasure that can seal and suppress. In terms of grade, it can at least be considered a transcendent artifact. Gu Yenying sighed. Can it really be suppressed? This is Mou's natal item. If he doesn't use this painting scroll, it'll be like what you said. He can still escape, but if this painting scroll is destroyed, he'll definitely be severely injured. Natal item? How can his natal item be a painting scroll? Sibao said in shock. The so-called natal item was usually cultivated from certain parts of the body of the demon race. For example, Shabi's shell was such a natal item. It was closely related to the demon's life, and its power was also extremely great. But what kind of demon's natal item would be a painting? Could it be? Sibao thought of the only possibility. There were all kinds of demons in the world, and no one knew exactly how many types there were. Not all demons were birds or beasts. Sometimes, a stone or a well could become a demon if it gained spirituality. Yes, his original form is actually a painting, a crow in a painting. Gu Yenying nodded. At this stage, there was no longer a need to keep his secret. If that's the case, Dragon King of the Sea. No wonder. Sibao suddenly understood many secrets. Why did Mo have the surname Mo, and why the son of the Dragon King was a crow? Gu Yenying said unhurriedly, the Ink Sea did not get its name from the Dragon King. Legend has it that the Ink Sea was once very clear, and there was an immortal who lived near the sea. He loved painting and calligraphy, and often washed his brushes in the sea. Over time, the sea water turned from clear to black, then black. Sibao had also heard of this legend, but there were many such folklores. Most of them were exaggerated and not worth mentioning. Hearing it now, she was shocked. Could this legend be true? Who knows? Look, it's time to decide the winner. Chapter 708. The moment he entered the painting, Li Qingshan saw a white world. He could not tell the sky from the ground. It seemed to be boundless, yet it also seemed to be as narrow as a cage. He knew he was trapped in the painting. He frowned instinctively and discovered that he could not move at all. He could not even perform the simplest actions. What made him happy was that he could still use demon chi and activate his innate ability. He immediately unleashed the tremors of the ox demon in an attempt to tear the painting apart from the inside. On the painting paper, streaks of black ink spread from his body, interweaving into the shape of cracks before quickly disappearing. In this world in the painting, his most destructive magical power was turned into a harmless animation. The laws of how the world operated, as well as the way it existed, had been fundamentally changed. A new set of laws had been introduced. It was not hard to imagine that even if he used the flames of the phoenix, he would not be able to burn the painting. At most, there would be a cluster of flame-like ink to indicate that it was burning. Could this be the so-called two-dimensional world? This doesn't feel good at all. Li Qingshan, who was trapped in a difficult situation, did not panic. Instead, he felt a strange sense of novelty, sighing in admiration at this wondrous move. Mou examined the north moon in the painting in delight. There was nothing more delightful than seeing his enemy reduced to a tiny painting like this. He looked towards the west, at Gu Yenying in the pavilion. Yenying, do you see this? I've won this battle. You may be the smartest girl I've ever seen, but not everything can be predicted. North Moon was just too fast. Mou had no confidence in sweeping him into the painting at all. He had to endure for a long time before grasping the opportunity to secure victory. Li Qingshan examined this white world quietly and gradually discovered that it was not pure white. Instead, it was slightly yellowish, like an ancient painting that had experienced time. Tui, isn't that obvious? This is a painting in the first place, he cursed in his heart. Suddenly, he discovered that there were some white figures in this white world. They were much fairer than the yellowish surroundings. He could vaguely make out that it was a bird standing on a bamboo. Could this be something from a painting in the past? Birds. Bamboo. Li Qingshan suddenly thought of the black bamboo flute that Mou had played. Could that bird be a crow, and the one that was trapped in the painting was Mou? No, he was not trapped, but he was a painting. I see. It's no wonder he can endure my attacks time and time again. Logically speaking, with my current strength and the destructive power of the tremors of the Ox Demon, any demon commander would be smashed to pulp if they took a hit from me. But he was safe and sound. Rather than saying that his original form was a crow, it would be more accurate to say that he was a blob of ink. He did not have any flesh, blood, bones, brain, or heart, so he did not have any vital points. Even if the body is shattered, it can heal again. Li Qingshan thought of this, but it did not seem to be of much help to his predicament. Now was not the time to think about the content of the painting, but how to get out of the painting. He had to get himself moving first. It was fine if it was a 2D animation, but it was still an anime. However, whenever he wanted to move his body with great strength, he would feel like his bones and tendons were firmly pinned to the spot by an omnipresent power. He could not even contract his muscles. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that Mou said he would take him back to the Ink Sea for the Dragon King to deal with. As it seemed, the painting could only seal, but it could not attack the sealed target from outside. This was rather similar to the Demon Suppression Tower. That made sense, or the painting would be ridiculously powerful. All Mou had to do was move behind him and take advantage of when he was not using the painting. Then, wouldn't even demon kings be at his mercy? He did not know that Mou was currently hesitating as well. As the painting was his life-bound item, he could obviously enter the painting and launch an attack. However, the strength that the North Moon had demonstrated just now left him shaken. Li Qingshan would not just sit there obediently. He silently mobilized the power of the spirit turtle and began analyzing the painting. On the painting, he rippled and vanished at the edge of the paper. He gradually came to a slight understanding. The shackles did not come from the painting, but from himself. He was still rather adapted to the life of the person in the painting. This adaptation was not a habit, but an understanding of the laws. What's this? Give up. All struggles are futile. Today is the day you die. Mou's eyes were pitch black like ink. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, filled with a deathly stillness. He used his two great innate abilities, the gaze of death and the Deathbringer curse. He decided to weaken the North Moon outside the painting first. If he could extinguish his will to live, that would be for the best. Li Qingshan's frozen eyes suddenly swiveled around, meeting Mou's gaze. He also saw the world outside the painting. He blinked his eyes at first before his entire face became animated. He showed an expression of disdain as he opened and closed his mouth. Mou, stop wasting your efforts. And I had thought you were some kind of demon, but it turns out you're just a blob of ink. This must be your final move. What's so difficult about breaking free from this painting? Mou was alarmed. He never thought he would actually adapt so quickly. He immediately dismissed the thought of entering the painting. The world in the painting was his home ground, able to suppress him in various ways, but he really did not want to clash with the North Moon anymore. It was better to take him back to the Ink Sea and deal with him. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you can break free from the painting just because you've adapted to the laws of the painting? There are plenty of ways to break free. Let's try this move first. An incomplete sword suddenly appeared in Li Qingshan's hand. It was pitch black like ink. He moved as well, swinging it gently at Mou. A sharp strand of sword chi shot out from the paper. This is... Mou was not afraid of Li Qingshan's punch, but his expression changed when he saw the sword chi. He dodged in a hurry. However, in his haste, a sword mark was left on his pale face. Black blood flowed from it, and it did not heal even after a long time. This incomplete black sword was the sword chi that Li Qingshan had cultivated in his body after refining the Three Absolutes calligraphy. After refining the ocean pearl, this sword chi had become even more condensed. It was originally just a sword chi, but Li Qingshan, who was in the painting, was able to grasp it in his hand and swing it like a real sword. When he was analyzing this painting scroll, Li Qingshan unexpectedly discovered a familiar mark. It was a mark left behind by the person who had drawn the painting. This painting and the three absolutes calligraphy actually came from the same source. Naturally, he thought of the incomplete sword chi in his body. The strike worked, and Li Qingshan laughed aloud. The incomplete sword in his hand turned into streaks of ink, like a well-made ink animation. Sword chi shot out. Every time a strand of sword chi left the paper and became a real sword chi, Li Qingshan understood a little more. Although it was a little sudden to be sealed into the second dimension from the third dimension, it was not impossible to escape from this second dimension. Now, he understood at least three things. First, Mo Yu was probably the work of the five absolutes immortal, which was why he was restrained by the incomplete sword in his hand. If that was the case, could it be that the Dragon King of the Sea was also an object in the painting? Second, as long as he destroyed this painting scroll, he would be able to heavily injure Mou. If he could refine this scroll, he might even have a chance to control him. This painting could be considered a treasure, and he could even use it to threaten the Dragon King of the Sea. However, the chances of this were not high. Third, the five absolutes immortal was fucking awesome. It was no wonder Brother Ox had praised the incomplete three absolutes calligraphy that was merely a spiritual artifact. Of course, he had only said something along the lines of, "This junior has some potential." Strands of sword chi shot out from the painting, and Mou was clearly in an extremely miserable shape. As long as he was locked onto by the sword intent, the sword chi would pursue him endlessly. He could only block, not dodge. If it were any other demon commander, blocking these strands of sword chi would be no problem at all, but he was restrained by the sword chi. Every strand of sword chi that landed on him would definitely leave behind a wound. As a result, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. He was outside the painting, so he could not directly attack North Moon. All of his attacks would be converted into ink when they landed on the scroll. This was a law the painter had set down to protect his painting. After all, the painting had never been used to seal up enemies. The only exception was if there was a power that surpassed this law. However, that would directly destroy the painting, which was something Mou could not accept. If he rolled up the painting scroll, it probably would not take long for it to be torn apart, allowing North Moon to escape. Mou knew how the three absolutes calligraphy had been torn into so many pieces in the past. All he could do was hope that the incomplete sword in North Moon's hand would run out of energy, so he could immediately roll up the painting scroll and bring it back to the ink sea for the Dragon King to deal with. As he constantly swung it, the incomplete sword in Li Qingshan's hand indeed became shorter and shorter. In the end, only the hilt remained. After all, it was only condensed from sword chi, so it was not infinite. Before Mou could even catch his breath, Li Qingshan fished out another true three absolutes calligraphy. The incomplete sword in his hand immediately returned to its original state, becoming even more condensed and sharp. As long as his spiritual chi did not run out, he could keep swinging it until he tore through the painting scroll. Oh no! Mou also understood who had killed his subordinates during the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures and stolen the 3 absolutes calligraphy. When he thought of Gu Yenying's warning, he was tempted to let go of North Moon and leave. However, when he thought of North Moon's various mockery, he made up his mind. He also took out a 3 absolutes calligraphy and leaped into the painting. The uncontrolled painting scroll floated towards the surface of the lake. In the storm pavilion, Gu Yenying's eyes were like an eagle's as she stared at the scene in the painting. Each of them held an ink sword and engaged in an intense battle. Clusters of ink danced and danced on the yellowed paper. Their figures overlapped and separated at times. Mo naturally understood the laws of the painting better than Li Qingshan. He could even use the painting scroll to suppress Li Qingshan. This was the reason why he dared to leap into the painting and easily gained the upper hand. Si Bao kept turning her head, wanting to see the front of the painting scroll clearly. Sister, who will win? Gu Yenying sighed. The outcome has been decided. The painting scroll floated along with the night wind and finally could not resist the pull of gravity. Just as it was about to fall into the water, Mou suddenly broke free from the painting. His body was covered with wounds and his brows were tightly furrowed. The ink sword in his hand had disappeared. He clutched his chest with one hand and grabbed the painting scroll with the other. With a forceful shake, Li Qingshan was flung out of the painting. He bit a 3 absolutes calligraphy in his mouth and held another 3 absolutes calligraphy in his left hand. Mou immediately spread his black wings and tried to escape. His hand tightened and he turned around to see that Li Qingshan was holding onto the other painting scroll. Mou roared, "Let go!" Li Qingshan smiled. "Don't even think about it." Chapter 709. After a series of battles, Li Qingshan finally gained the upper hand. He was tempted to laugh aloud. In the painting, although Mou had the upper hand in the beginning, his demon qi was not limitless. He had used many abilities at full strength and was heavily injured by Li Qingshan a few times, so it had actually taken a lot out of him. On the other hand, Li Qingshan displayed astonishing endurance. As time went by, Mou gradually ran out of stamina. He was struck 3 times by Li Qingshan and lost. It would not be easy for him to break free now. Li Qingshan gripped the painting firmly. Even if the Dragon King of the Sea took action, he would not be able to take it away completely. The painting did possess wondrous effects, but in terms of toughness, it was not as tough as some arcane artifacts forged from metal. It definitely could not withstand the full strength of 2 demon commanders. "You, North Moon, what do you want?" At that moment, fury flooded Mou's face, but he immediately recovered his expressionless, dead face. Now that the North Moon had the upper hand, he did not strike immediately. He clearly had other plans. "Why don't you let go first and we can talk about it slowly?" Li Qingshan had already noticed that the painting was extremely important to Mou. Otherwise, it would take him some effort to escape after he broke free from the painting. By then, Mou would have fled far away long ago, making it difficult for him to catch up. However, Li Qingshan did not mind letting him go just to take the painting with him. The reason why he was in no hurry to strike was obviously to maximize his benefits and minimize conflict. If Mou really did originate from the painting, then it was very likely that he would be able to control him as long as he refined the painting. With a hostage like that, even the Dragon King of the Sea would have to hold back. Judging from Mou's reaction, Li Qingshan was even more certain of his reasoning. "Feel free to state your conditions, but don't even think about getting this painting." Mou's words were resolute and decisive. This painting was where his roots lay, even though it had its own will. Although he had become a demon that could cultivate, he was still unable to break free from this connection. From a certain perspective, he was the so-called artifact spirit. If the North Moon refined him, he would only end up as a servant. "You don't seem to understand who's in charge now." Li Qingshan suddenly pulled back. The scroll was stretched taut. Although there was still a smile on his face, a cold light flashed in his scarlet eyes. He glanced at Mou's hand, which was holding onto the scroll. The originally pale hand had now turned jet black, almost fusing with the scroll. Otherwise, he would have to consider launching a surprise attack. "If you dare to destroy this painting, you will become an irreconcilable enemy of Mo Hai. From this Azure province, no. There is no place for you in 9 regions anymore. Could it be that, if I let you go today, we can still turn from enemies into friends and become a pair of good friends?" Li Qingshan sneered. This kind of threat made it seem like Mou was only putting up a strong front. Could it be that he would have to wait until he had overcome the third heavenly tribulation and become a demon king before seeking revenge? Mou looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Forget it. Li Qingshan smiled. You've finally given in. However, Mou's expression sharpened. He pulled hard, and with a rip, the scroll was snapped in half. Mou would actually rather destroy it than hand it over to Li Qingshan. Light surged out from where the scroll was snapped, forming a ball of white liquid. It changed shape and enveloped Li Qingshan. This was the strange world that existed in the scroll. Before it completely dispersed, Mou had used it as a final counterattack. Once he was enveloped by it, even Li Qingshan would be heavily injured. However, Li Qingshan was always on guard, so how could he fall for it? He immediately pulled back and retreated. The white liquid dispersed very quickly, merging with the space there. When he looked again, Mou had already vanished into the black vortex with the remaining half of the painting, completely cutting off any possibility of Li Qingshan repairing the painting. You sure are decisive, but you've already come this far. Do you still want to leave? Li Qingshan praised. His expression sharpened, and he flapped his wings and rushed into the air. As the world spun around him, pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out. Li Qingshan closed his eyes before opening them again. The southwest. Profound light illuminates all. With a wave of his hand, all the pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell stacked on top of each other, illuminating the southwest. Sure enough, he discovered Mou several hundred kilometers away. He never thought he would not flee in the direction of the Ink Sea, instead going in the opposite direction. At least he did not lose his bearings. Li Qingshan turned into a scarlet streak of light, whistling off in the southwest like a comet. As soon as Mou shifted successfully, a mouthful of black blood sprayed from his mouth violently. Ripping the scroll apart had already inflicted irreparable damage on him. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart. Looking back, a few hundred miles away, there seemed to be a scarlet eye staring at him. He suppressed his injuries and immediately teleported a second time, changing directions once more. He's going north again? Profound light illuminates all. Mou shifted 3 times in a row, constantly changing directions. The feeling of being watched followed him like a shadow, like a sharp sword hanging over his head, ready to fall down at any time. And he shifted closer and closer each time. He barely managed to shift a final time, but he only shifted a few dozen kilometers away. He still did not escape from the surveillance. He knew this was just the matter of a sprint to North Moon. Mou was already exhausted. His wounds erupted violently. The wounds left behind by the 3 Absolutes' calligraphy had only healed after much difficulty, but they all split open now, oozing with black blood. In just a while, a scarlet streak of light leapt out of the horizon and flew over. Mou knew there was no hope of escaping, so he just stood in the air and watched the scarlet light approach him calmly. North Moon, you've gone too far. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and exhaled. A gust of wind grew from small to large, turning into a whistling tornado that swept towards Mou. If I tear you to pieces, can you still recover? In the West Mountain Storm Pavilion, Sibao saw them disappear, and was about to fly after the scarlet light of North Moon when a hand pressed down on her shoulder. Sibao looked back and said in confusion, "Sister, we should go back. Aren't we going to see the result? Life and death have been decided." Gu Yenying shook her head heavily. She really hoped that Mou could agree to Li Qingshan's conditions. That way, there would still be room for negotiation. They could ask the Dragon King of the Sea to come forward, pay the price, make an agreement, and so on, but she also understood that Mou would not accept it. She could go and persuade Li Qingshan to let Mou live, but he would not agree either. She had heard many high-sounding words like, "It's for your own good," but she also understood how disgusting these words were. They pretended to predict the other's future, and if they did not do as they said, they would do this and that. Even if that was the case, how many people would be willing to accept it? She knew it was useless, but in the end she still said it. In the end it was still useless. There was nothing worse than watching a terrible thing happen and being unable to stop it. From now on, in this cultivation world, there would be 2 less acquaintances. Mou let out a shrill cry and turned into a black crow. He bypassed the wind pillar and flew towards Li Qingshan, drops of ink dripping from his body. Facing the counterattack of absolute death, Li Qingshan also restrained his expression. He silently raised his fist and prepared to send this enemy on his last journey. Suddenly, he twisted his body and punched behind him. The crow disappeared and turned back into Mou, appearing right behind him. Facing this fatal punch, Mou opened his arms. There was no fear on his face, not even the slightest bit of shock. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, and his lips opened and closed soundlessly. "You will die." Li Qingshan's heart sank. Just as his fist touched Mou's body, he turned into a mass of black ink and exploded with a loud bang. He had blown up his demon core and taken him down with him. The power was 10 times greater than any golden core cultivator blowing up their golden cores that Li Qingshan had seen in the past. The surroundings seemed to be dyed black by ink. The ball of darkness filled with the power of death swelled to the limit, and it also seemed like a black sun had appeared in the sky. Within a range of several dozen kilometers, all vegetation withered and all humans and animals died. Li Qingshan had been expecting this a long time ago, so he had made corresponding preparations. In the moment Mou blew up his demon core, pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out, forming a stable sphere. After reaching Demon Commander, the defenses of the most basic ability of the spirit turtle, the spirit turtle's profound shell, had become even more powerful. The black sun swallowed it silently. Immediately, cracks appeared on the spirit turtle's profound shell, and it tottered. It only lasted for a while before shattering loudly. The darkness swallowed Li Qingshan as well. The power of death attacked his flames of life one last time. This was not because the spirit turtle's profound shell was not powerful enough. Instead, Li Qingshan had been constantly using his innate abilities and constantly making predictions throughout the battle. Both his mind and demon chi had been greatly depleted. The black sun gradually shrank before vanishing in the end. Li Qingshan gazed at the crescent moon and the sky filled with stars. He exhaled deeply and smiled. Mou, I'm still alive after all. The moment the spirit turtle's profound shell had lasted for was crucial, blocking most of the damage. Fortunately, the power of the explosion had no guidance. It only spread out in all directions in a disorderly manner, or he really would have been in danger. After going through so many hardships, killing Ko Cho had been a joy. Though it was time to run now. Thousands of kilometers away, before the life lamp had even been extinguished, a pair of dragon eyes opened again. The ink sea began to surge. In the ink sea, the Dragon King roared. In South Hub City, the Lord of the Green Province, Chu Lai King, set foot on the city walls and gazed into the depths of the ink sea. His soul sense covered thousands of kilometers, and all he saw was an ink dragon rushing into the sky. It slithered through the air like a huge pillar that held up the sky, connecting the sky and the sea. The ink sea roared madly, wanting to follow it. "Fellow ink dragon, what's happened?" Chu Lai King asked loudly. The Dragon King of the Sea did not answer. He shot past above South Hub City, directly towards the southwest, thousands of kilometers away. All of Li Qingshan's hairs stood on end. He experienced unprecedented fear. There were clearly no enemies within his senses, but the feeling of danger was like a sword swinging towards his neck. It was only a millimeter away, and his head would roll to the ground. He composed himself and prepared himself with the spirit turtle, just in case divination locked onto his position. In the end, he concealed his aura. However, a problem had occurred at this step. Just now, from the explosion, his body was drenched in ink. Upon closer inspection, the ink was not just on his skin, but also deep into his muscles and bones. Even his demon core was covered in a layer of deathly aura. Although it could not harm him, it could not be completely removed in a short amount of time. If he guessed correctly, the Dragon King of the Sea and MOU came from the same source. As such, the ink was as eye-catching as a bright lamp in the darkness. No matter how he concealed his aura, it was useless. Is this MOU's final curse? I was just joking in the past. This is what you call a fucking curse of death. I have to say, beautifully done. Li Qingshan praised. He flapped his wings and dove into the atmospheric winds. Chapter 7:10. The atmospheric winds were as sharp as blades, leaving behind wounds on Li Qingshan's body. Even the ox demon forges its hide could not stop them, and he did not have the strength to spare to use the spirit turtle's profound shell either. Instead, he focused all of his attention on the pair of wings on his back. The word wind was crucial to the wings of wind. Li Qingshan had discovered by chance that gathering atmospheric winds could increase the wings of wind by quite a lot, but he could not maintain it for long. As a result, he flew into the atmospheric winds. Even if he became injured, he would not care. Strands of atmospheric winds wove into the wings of wind, allowing him to erupt with unprecedented speed. He flew towards the southwest, or more accurately, away from the ink sea. The atmospheric winds whistled past his ears, and the ground moved in a hurry. New sceneries constantly appeared on the horizon. It was too much for the eye to take in. If it were not for the impending disaster behind him, it would have been an extremely delightful sight. However, even at such a level of speed, the sense of danger in his heart still did not ease up. Instead, it grew heavier and heavier. Li Qingshan understood that the Dragon King of the Sea was definitely faster than him. His only advantage was the distance of over 5,000 kilometers from the very beginning. If he did not deal with the ink marks on him, being caught was only a matter of time. Running away was useless, so as soon as Li Qingshan discovered the effects of the ink marks, he immediately powered the demon core with everything he had. The demon core of water and fire revolved, shining with scarlet and blue light. The phoenix burned while the spirit turtle suppressed, purging the aura of death from the demon core strand by strand before spreading it around his body to deal with the ink marks that clung to him like maggot. However, this process was very slow, like stubborn stains. Repeated scrubbing could only make them fade slightly. Li Qingshan did not relax at all. He maintained the greatest speed he could reach and fled into the distance. This seemed to be a replica of him and MOU just now. He could not help but sigh with a smile. Retribution sure came far too quickly. He had encountered the same problem as MOU. First of all, his demon chi could not last for much longer. After a bitter battle, he had no time to rest. He had to flee for his life. Powering the wings of wind consumed demon chi, and cleaning up the ink marks on him consumed demon chi even more. If it were not for his prior preparations, he would have run out of supplies already. He gripped the Azura field tightly, drawing out the spiritual energy that had just been stored inside and guiding it into his body. However, the efficiency was clearly incomparable to using the water god seal directly. The recovery speed was far from being able to keep up with the consumption. In order to conserve his demonic chi, he didn't even dare to use his demonic chi to heal the wounds torn by the astral wind. Instead, he relied on his body's regenerative abilities to heal them. The demonic aura continued to deplete. 30%, 20%, 10%. The deep ocean pearl suddenly began to spin. If the Yao core was the essence of his Yao cultivation, then the deep ocean pearl was the crystallization of his human cultivation. Under his urging, streams of spiritual energy were injected into the Yao core, transforming into Yao Qi. Moreover, he still had his final trump card, the divine talisman of great creation. The Cloud Wisp Society was developing quite well. As the greatest contributor, Li Qingshan's novels were greatly promoted. The willpower gathered in the divine talisman of great creation was already 10 times greater than before. It could be said to be the last line of defense. But at the same time, there was another problem that troubled him, and that was fatigue. Fiercely flapping the phoenix wings consumed a great deal of energy. The ox demon was famed for its endurance, and ever since he obtained the strength of the earth, he had almost never felt tired. But now, exhaustion was quietly creeping into his body and slowly spreading. Although he didn't need to stand on the ground to use the divine earth strength now, it was still greatly affected when he was far away from the ground in the sky. However, if he left the astral winds, his speed would immediately slow down. The current situation could be said to be one of external and internal problems. He had yet to see the Dragon King of the Sea, but he already felt like he was about to collapse. Li Qingshan stood in the air, his scarlet hair fluttering in the wind. His scarlet eyes gazed into the east. On the horizon, a darkness that was even deeper than the night spread, covering the stars and the moon like a dark cloud. In the blink of an eye, it had filled half the sky, enveloping the heavens. In a split second, Li Qingshan felt an oppressive feeling that was close to suffocation. His mind trembled, but he immediately calmed down and shouted towards the sky, "Dragon King of the Sea!" The dark cloud was like ink that had melted in water. It floated continuously as if it was a living thing, scales and claws could be faintly seen within. A pair of dragon eyes lit up and swept an indifferent glance at him, as if he had been pierced by a sharp sword. Then, he withdrew his gaze. The ink-like dark cloud passed over his head, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the other end of the horizon. Li Qingshan lowered his head, only to see a blob of ink stain on his chest. It was constantly spreading and expanding. His brows furrowed, and his body suddenly burst apart, turning into millions of water droplets that fell into calm wave lake. 10,000 kilometers away, Li Qingshan was horrified. Through the eyes of his mirror clone, he finally saw the Dragon King of the Sea who had pursued him from so far away. Originally, he wanted to buy himself some time, but the clone had been defeated in a single clash. This was a mirror clone that possessed a portion of his strength and was the strongest he had ever created. It was in no way weaker than any demon commander, yet he had failed to see how the other party had attacked. Only when he was struck did he realize that he had been pierced by a drop of ink. With his vitality, he would not necessarily die even if his heart was pierced by 10,000 arrows. However, instead of saying that the drop of ink had killed the mirror clone, it was more accurate to say that it had destroyed the innate divine ability, the water mirror's image, from its very foundation. And that drop of ink contained a powerful will that directly penetrated through the doppelganger, wanting to attack his original body. If not for the fact that his mirror doppelganger was different from ordinary doppelganger techniques, this move would have caused serious damage to his original body. This was no longer just a difference in strength. It was also a chasm in terms of cultivation. It was no wonder that the Dragon King of the Sea could make the Beast King of the Dragon Province retreat with a single word, forcing him to let go of his disciple's death. No matter how many schemes you had, it would all be useless against an opponent like that. However, he had already achieved 2 of his objectives in sending out his mirror clone. The first was to assess the Dragon King of the Sea's speed. In the end, the Dragon King of the Sea would definitely catch up before he could clean up all the ink on his body. The second was to assess his strength. In the end, once he caught up, he would be dead for sure. Right now, His original body situation was even worse than his clones. Even if he could tell how the Dragon King of the Sea had attacked, he probably could not even block a single attack. Although the distance between them was so great that mortals would never be able to cross it in their entire lives, it was as dangerous as a fish on a chopping block to him. He had considered seeking refuge with the Golden Cicada Spirit King or the Banyan Tree King in the past, but they were only fellow cultivators. The Golden Cicada Spirit King admired him, but he did not owe him anything. His only objective was to jump out of the well. Anyone who destroyed this objective was his enemy. Although the Banyan Tree King had once tried to recruit him, he would not go against the neutrality he had maintained for 10,000 years and fend off the Dragon King of the Sea's wrath for him. Fellow cultivators, only those who walked the same path were friends. If they tried to interfere with another person's path through emotions, it would only destroy their friendship. Having understood this, Li Qingshan had never thought about seeking refuge with anyone in the first place. Chapter 7:11. No, there's always a way out. Li Qingshan glanced down and discovered that before he knew it, the landscape on the ground had already become completely different from the Green Province. The lush vegetation formed a blue sea, covering the land that rose and fell with mountains and rivers. It was filled with a primitive, savage aura. Huge, monstrous birds flew across the sky. The dense forest was shrouded in mist, and waves of demonic chi came from it. If demons in the Green Province were bold enough to fly through the sky and walk on the ground so openly, they would be butchered by cultivators very soon. Is this the Mist Province already? Li Qingshan had been flying southwest the entire time. He had already crossed a distance of over 5,000 kilometers now, entering the Mist Province. The spiritual chi in the Ocean Pearl was about to run out too, and his body was utterly exhausted. Killing intent loomed over him too. After flying for a while longer, he suddenly saw a black pillar of smoke rush into the air. His eyes narrowed, and he saw mountains appear on the horizon. However, these mountains were very unusual. They were bare, without any vegetation, and they did not have peaks either. The black pillar of smoke originated from one of the mountains, and rivers of fire flowed out from the mouth of the mountain. It's a cluster of volcanoes. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He felt like a flash of inspiration had passed through his head, but he was unable to describe what the inspiration was. The phoenix wings retracted backwards, leaving the astral wind layer. It streaked across the sky like a perfectly straight scarlet light, entering the erupting volcano. The flowing magma was scorching and dazzling. The phoenix wings became increasingly gorgeous amidst the blazing flames. The strength of the earth began to come into effect. Power surged into his body, and the feeling of exhaustion vanished. Li Qingshan felt refreshed, but he dared not stop at all. He passed through the cracks and dove into the depths of the volcano. Li Qingshan had the experience of cultivating underground. He used the tremors of the ox demon skillfully and carved out a path through the cracks. The phoenix's scripture of Nerva also drastically reduced the damage the scorching heat and flames caused him. He could withstand the remaining damage with his ox hide. Most importantly, even though the gushing seams also contained the underground magnetic force, it was not as powerful as the underground magnetic force. However, it was nowhere near as intense as it was underground. If he were underground, he would never be bold enough to dive into the magma. As he expected, there was a large layer of magma beneath the active volcano. He continued to flee in the magma. As she flapped her phoenix wings, she gathered waves of fire's spiritual energy and used the flames to wash away the ink stains on her body. As expected, the speed at which the ink marks faded was much faster. However, the difference between his speed in the magma and flying in the astral wind was like the difference between a snail and a bird. He couldn't use his wings of wind to its fullest, and he was also disturbed by the underground magnetic field. For every moment he delayed, the Dragon King of the Sea would close in on him. After a while, they reached the end of the lava layer. He had to make a choice. He could either continue to stay in the lava and wash away the ink stains on his body, or bet that he could wash away all the ink stains on his body before the Dragon King of the Sea caught up to him. Otherwise, he would return to the ground and continue to use his speed to buy time. But Li Qingshan was very clear. Regardless of the choice, he would not be able to escape the fate of the Dragon King of the Sea catching up to him. At most, the latter would allow him to live a little longer. What was the point of entering this sowing because of that inexplicable flash of inspiration? Was he supposed to waste some time for nothing, or was he supposed to just die in the flames and ask for a quick death? To the southwest of the volcanoes, hot springs of various sizes gurgled, giving off white steam. With a boom, a streak of fire rushed out of the hot springs. Li Qingshan rushed into the air once again, flying off in the southwest direction, towards the depths of the Mist Province. A while later, a black cloud swept past the volcanoes, directly heading towards the southwest. The ink stains were cleaned away bit by bit until only a single patch remained. Li Qingshan's face was completely devoid of joy. Suddenly, he looked back, only to see a black line appear on the horizon. The black line rapidly expanded. A pair of dragon eyes that were as deep as ink locked onto him from over 500 kilometers away. He was currently flying at full speed. If he had remained where he was, the black line would probably have swept across the sky in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan looked back ahead and clenched his fist. The moment of life or death was about to arrive. Of course, all that could be decided was his own life or death. As a result, he stopped fleeing and threw himself towards the boundless ground. With a boom, the ground shook. Countless towering trees were torn to pieces and blown away, allowing sunlight to shine down on his face. A pair of scarlet eyes gazed at the distant sky. The black clouds blotted out the sky and pressed down heavily. A mountainous dragon head hung down, staring at him. There was no hysterical hatred, nor was there any surging killing intent. It was like a god looking down on the ants of the common people. Li Qingshan faced it head-on proudly and rose up from the ground. 10 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, 60 meters, 120 meters. There was no panic from being driven into a corner. There was no fear from the arrival of death. There was only surging battle intent. You've done something you shouldn't have done. The Dragon King of the Sea was not in a hurry to attack. He opened his mouth and said. His voice was like the clouds in the sky, mighty and boundless. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, all humans and beasts looked blankly at the sky if they had a bit of intelligence. The existence that was too huge and beyond their understanding had instead lost the ability to fear. And the more powerful the demon and cultivator, the more they could feel the trembling from the soul. Since you've already done it, there's nothing to be said about whether I should or shouldn't. Come on. Li Qingshan opened his arms. His wings were glorious and he was in high spirits. He said, "Come on." The Dragon King of the Sea seemed to be a little surprised by his courage or stubbornness. He felt the pull of fate in the unseen world and was momentarily speechless. Without waiting for the Dragon King of the Sea to respond, Li Qingshan flapped his wings and soared into the sky. The closer he was to the Dragon King of the Sea, the more he could feel the strong pressure. There was really no chance of winning this battle. He would definitely die. He smiled and swung his fist at the dragon's head. A few droplets of ink tore through the air, but he was already powerless to dodge right now, so he did not bother dodging at all. His body began to burn. First it was the glorious wings on his back, followed by his scarlet hair that was like fire. His blood brimming with vitality also turned into flames, seeping through his skin and igniting everything, turning into a magnificent ball of flames. Like a comet of fire, he rushed into the sea of clouds that blotted out the sky. Flash. Extinguish in the main hall of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Little Anne and the Buddha sat before each other in silence, striking the wooden fish. Thump, 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 the steady, unchanging sounds of the wooden fish seemed like it could last for 1,000 years. The ancient Buddha would remain the same even after 10,000 years. Thump. The wooden fish shattered. Little Anne suddenly looked back. She felt a sense of fear which appeared on her beautiful face. Ever since she entered the Chan monastery of Devanaga, she had never spoken to anyone under the name of practicing silent meditation. Now, she cried out involuntarily, "Qing Shan!" The firelight flickered in the sea of clouds before dimming and extinguishing very soon. The dark clouds in the sky gathered together, turning into a man in ink-green robes. He stood there with his hands behind his back, sinking into his thoughts. Everything returned to normal. He had already avenged himself, except he did not see the demon core or any other items. There should have been an azure field among them. This was nothing strange. He knew he was dead for sure, so he obviously did not want to let the enemy take advantage of him. He had probably abandoned them along the way. If a soul nascence cultivator's soul nascence had fled, there was still a chance for them to be reborn, but a mere demon core was useless. Their bodies had been completely destroyed, and even their souls had been incinerated in the flames. North Moon is already dead. The Dragon King of Ink Sea was certain of this. It was not to the extent where he could not even tell the difference between his original body and his clone. He could clearly feel that in the unseen world, that sliver of fate had been severed. Although there were still some parts that he could not see through, who could completely understand fate. Perhaps only the gods and Buddhas of the 9 heavens could achieve that. It was also possible that they could not. He had no way of knowing about this. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that according to his senses, North Moon had once slowed down in a cluster of volcanoes. It was very likely for him to have left the demon core and items there. The Dragon King of the Sea returned to the volcanoes and spread his soul sense to search around, diving deep into the magma. The further down he went, the stronger the interference from the underground magnetic field became. In the end, he found nothing, so he no longer bothered himself. He turned into a black dragon and vanished into the horizon. A demon core and an azure field had never mattered to him in the first place. Unbeknownst to the Dragon King of the Sea, as long as his soul sense penetrated another 5 kilometers or so underground, he would be able to find a demon core. However, at that depth, the double interference from the underground magnetic field and the magma made it impossible for even a powerful demon king to use his soul sense as he wished. Unless the Dragon King of the Sea was willing to go down and search for it himself, but under the circumstances where his senses were suppressed to the extreme, this was also not an easy task. Thus, the demon core floated quietly in the blazing magma. Not far away, the ownerless azure field emitted a ring of bloody light, protecting itself from the damage of the magma. Not long ago, Li Qingshan was in the magma, trapped in a dilemma. He was trying his best to pursue that ray of inspiration in his mind. Amidst the roiling flames, he instinctively circulated the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. The fire spiritual energy he absorbed flowed through his body and finally gathered on the demon core. At this moment, the 10th innate ability that he had never been able to understand suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was actually in a state where he could actually understand and use it. Li Qingshan's mind shook. So this is the Phoenix's innate ability. Legend had it that whenever a phoenix's lifespan came to an end, it would throw itself into the fire and turn into ashes, obtaining rebirth from the blazing flames. The world called this nirvana, symbolizing immortality. The full name of the Phoenix transformation was the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Thus, when he left and continued to flee, he left the demon core and the azura field in the magma. At the same time, he stored the ocean pearl, demon heart, divine talisman of great creation, and even the water god seal and 100 treasures pouch in the azura field. Under his control, the demon core and the azura field sank into the depths of the magma. In the instant that Li Qingshan turned into flames and burned to ashes, the demon core flashed with light, then quickly retracted. Only now did it start to shine again, emitting rings of scarlet light. They gathered the roiling flames and slowly began to spin. The demon core spun faster and faster, the scarlet flames gradually becoming more tangible, turning into a fiery phoenix egg. Chapter 7:12. When the flames burned out, it was shrouded by the dark clouds of death, and everything returned to darkness. Suddenly, a ray of spiritual light passed through, and a wisp of consciousness awoke. It was blurry, and he was bewitched. Everything seemed to have returned to a long, long time ago, longer than the North Moon, longer than Li Qingshan, and even longer than Li Er. At that time, he didn't have a name yet, and he was at the intersection of his past life and this life. In his mother's womb, he curled up peacefully, waiting for the day he was born. He couldn't be sure if he had really been reborn, or if he had transmigrated to another world. Only when he felt the scorching, warm, and life-filled liquid around him did he slowly believe that he was still alive. He had won the bet. It turned out that the phoenix's supernatural power could only be used in blazing flames. It wasn't used to attack, nor was it used to defend. It was used for rebirth, just like in the legends. Phoenix's fire, nirvana rebirth. This reminded him of Xianyue. She had the ability to come back from the dead. However, this ability sounded very powerful, but it was not without reason that Gu Yenying had evaluated it as useless. And the phoenix's nirvana could only receive such an evaluation. If he encountered an enemy he couldn't resist, the demon core would most likely be taken away. How could he be reborn calmly? Unless the enemy's strength was far greater than his, he definitely wouldn't let the demon core be separated from his body. It would be too late to separate it when they met face to face, but if they didn't meet face to face, there was no need at all. This time, if it wasn't for Mou's curse and the ink stains on his body, he could have retracted his aura and escaped calmly. This was a very special situation, and the probability of it happening again was very small. No matter what, it had helped him escape once, and he couldn't ask for more. After all, it was the legendary, eternal life ability, and he had a vague feeling that it wasn't that simple. But what he wanted to know the most was when he would be able to get out of this situation. He wanted to look around, but he couldn't open his eyes. He wanted to stretch his arms and legs, but he couldn't feel them. Helplessly, he discovered that he was also a ball of liquid, and he was in an oval egg, but he wasn't sure if there was egg white and yolk. The so-called, the more you muddle along, the worse you get, was probably referring to this situation. But after muddling along, he became an egg, which was really terrible. Could this be the legendary bastard? Bastard! He cursed in his heart. Even though he did not have a fist to clench and no teeth to bite, he still made up his mind. One day, he would go to the Ink Sea to slay a dragon and let the old dragon witness his prowess. He would hang the dragon on the wall as an ornament. The future was bright, but the road was full of twists and turns. Now, the only thing left to do was to hatch the eggs. Since he had nothing to do, he could only kill time by letting his mind wander. Abruptly, he recalled a saying, "The world is as chaotic as a chicken." Pangu was born in it. He lived for tens of thousands of years. When the world was created, the clear yang was the sky and the muddy yin was the earth. Before the world was created, the world was chaotic like a big egg. Chaos was the beginning of all things, the source of all life. At this moment, he'd returned to the primal chaos and was searching for his roots. He was like a towering tree that had turned back into a seed, and he was experiencing the process of germination and growth once more. However, it was absolutely not a mere repetition. After experiencing it once, the tree would definitely grow taller and thicker. Legend had it that after a phoenix was reborn, it would become even more beautiful and powerful. Li Qingshan seemed to have understood something. He began to circulate the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, and waited for the day he hatched in the form of an egg. Time passed bit by bit. In the depths of the lava, inside the fiery phoenix egg, Li Qingshan felt that he was no longer a ball of chaotic liquid. His body was gradually taking shape. Thin bones, tender skin, flowing blood, inch by inch an embryonic form was taking shape. His thoughts were also becoming clearer and clearer than ever. During this process of reconstructing his body, his divine sense was also being refined. Under the control of his mind, every single bone and every single meridian in this new body was condensed with the most reasonable and perfect structure. It was still very tender, but it contained tremendous potential. However, this was not even the most delightful thing for him. The various conflicts that had existed in his body the entire time had not just been the spirit turtle and the phoenix. The spirit turtle, the ox demon, and the tiger demon were also in a relationship of suppression and suppression. Ever since he reached the 5th layer of the ox demon, suppression had become extremely difficult. Even the ox demon and tiger demon were not actually on good terms with each other. The ox demon was as steady as a mountain, while the tiger demon howled like a fierce gale. How could there not be conflicts and resistance between them? It was just that they did not stand out too much under the greater conflict. Every single transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was an extremely powerful living being, possessing a clear, independent will. The ox demon would not change its determination, while the tiger demon challenged everything. The spirit turtle sank into the abyss, while the phoenix soared in the sky. The more powerful they were, the more prominent their differences and conflicts became. When it gave him power and abilities that surpassed other demons, it also led to great internal friction. As for the demon heart, the ocean pearl, and the divine talisman of great creation that represented different paths of cultivation, they were also filled with conflict and interfered with one another. This was a price that he had to pay. Unless he spent tremendous amounts of time reconciling them, the greater his cultivation, the greater the internal friction would be. Many of the time, once he reached that point in cultivation, he would not even have the opportunity to reconcile them. In other words, he should have been even more powerful. He clearly possessed 100% of his strength, yet he could only unleash 70 to 80% of it. 20 to 30% of his strength was not to be underestimated. If he possessed this in the past, he could have killed Mou extremely easily. In a battle between experts, even a slight difference in strength could be fatal. It was impossible for the Dragon King of the Sea to force him to such a state, as he would fly faster, and the speed at which he purified the ink on his body would be faster too. It would be enough for him to erase his traces and conceal his presence before the Dragon King of the Sea caught up to him, vanishing into the dense forests of the Mist Province. It was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. Once his past body was burnt up in the flames, the body reborn from chaos would still be very young, but it would also be an unprecedented opportunity. Without destruction there could be no construction. He would have the opportunity to find his lost power. The Phoenix's nervo was not something he could use to fake his death and escape when he was being hunted down. Instead, it was an even more glorious rebirth. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts and forgot about everything else. He prepared for the day he broke out of his shell. Perhaps due to the influence of the flames of the earth, he gathered, the eruptions of the volcano above him became extremely frequent. Magma constantly sprayed and flowed, and volcanic ash never dispersed. The phoenix's embryo and the azura field slowly moved upwards before he knew it. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering boom, the volcano erupted once again. Countless scorching hot rocks flew thousands of feet into the sky, arcing through the air and falling into the distance. Among them was an oval phoenix's embryo, which shone with a faint, scarlet light. As the magma around it rapidly dried up, apart from its shape, it no longer seemed any different from regular rocks. Chapter 7:13. The stone egg passed through the black smoke condensed from volcanic ash and shot into the sky. It gradually slowed down, and finally, it ran out of momentum and began to fall, falling into the embrace of the earth. With a thump, it struck the grayish-brown earth, creating a great pit. Several hours later, the volcano settled down. The magma slowly cooled down, and the volcanic ash settled down. The stone egg lay quietly in the pit. Smack! A droplet of rain landed on the ground. Whoosh! Rain fell from the sky. The rain kicked up a white mist that lingered in the wilderness. When the rain fell into the craters of the volcanoes, it evaporated into smoke. Pillars of white smoke rose up from the volcanoes like beacons. The volcanoes that originally represented terrifying destruction actually possessed a strange, immortal aura right now. However, the air became even more humid and stuffy. When the rain became lighter, more than a dozen figures appeared on the ground. They were all wearing only a pair of jeans, and their naked bodies were strong and healthy. Their tawny skin was brightly colored, and it was hard to tell if it was a tattoo or a painting. They were filled with a savage aura. The Mist Province had always been known as the Land of the South, so the people who lived in the jungles of the Mist Province were obviously known as barbarians. The barbarians all carried a basket on their backs and held long poles in their hand. The ends of the poles were metal claws. At first glance, they seemed like a group of scavengers, but in reality, they were basically the same. However, they were not scavenging rubbish or trash, but rocks that had erupted from the craters of the volcanoes. The scavengers spread out, each guarding a place. They hunched their bodies and widened their eyes as they searched the ground. First, they would use a long pole to grab something, and then they would rub it in their hand. If it was an ordinary stone, they would directly throw it on the ground. If it was sparkling, they would reveal a joyful expression and throw it into the basket behind them. This cluster of volcanoes might be a dangerous place of death, but there were plenty of precious ores as well. The metals that had been tempered by the earth fire were materials for forging divine weapons. There were even fire spirit rocks and fire crystals that were priceless. At this moment, a young barbarian discovered a strange item in the distance. The item was only the size of a palm, and it was weightless in his hand. There were some strange patterns on it, like it was wrapped in a floral cloth. The strangest part was that the item had not been burned away by fire, nor had it been wet by water. It did not even have a speck of dust on it. Even the barbarians, who did not have much knowledge, could sense that something was out of the ordinary, and that was the azura field. The azura field was not far away from the phoenix egg, and it was also ejected. However, the azura field could now truly be considered an arcane treasure. Its divine splendor was restrained, and no spiritual energy leaked out. Let alone the bodies of mortals, even ordinary cultivators might not be able to see through its effects. Come here, come here. What's this?" The young barbarian shouted loudly. Although his tone was strange, the language he used was no different from that of Qing province. Although this world was much larger than Earth, there were not as many languages. Even the demon race used the same language. A group of barbarians gathered around and expressed their opinions on the azura field, but none of them could tell what it was. Someone suggested that the young barbarian tear it open and take a look. Perhaps there was something good hidden inside. The young barbarian didn't want to do it. He was afraid that it would be torn apart, but he couldn't resist the urging of the people around him. He pulled a little, and the azure field naturally didn't move at all. The crowd roared with laughter, laughing at him for not even being able to open a cloth bag. How useless! All of you, shut up! The young barbarian gritted his teeth and used all his strength to pull. However, the azure field still didn't move, and the laughter became even more intense. Let me do it! The strongest barbarian snatched the azure field. His face was red from holding it in, but the result was the same. In the end, a few barbarians worked together, but they couldn't move it at all. After confirming that it wasn't an ordinary item, they returned it to the young barbarian. Everyone was envious of his luck, and the oldest barbarian said, "Child, keep it well. It might be able to be exchanged for a lot of good things." The barbarians went back to search, and their eyes widened even more. They hoped that their own families could have such luck. After a while, another person shouted loudly and called everyone over. The barbarian discovered a strange stone. The stone was even bigger than a human head, and it was round like an egg. "Isn't this just a stone?" a barbarian said unhappily. His luck wasn't too good. Not only did he not discover anything strange, but he also collected the least amount of ores. "No, this is an egg. When I picked it up just now, it even moved a little," the barbarian who discovered the stone said with certainty. The two of them argued and almost fought. In the end, they asked the old barbarian to appraise it. He hugged the stone egg and looked at it for a while. According to his many years of experience in picking stones, this was just an ordinary stone formed from lava. It just happened to look like an egg. "Child, don't waste your energy. Throw it away." The crowd dispersed. The barbarian looked at the stone egg in his hand. He still felt that it looked like an egg, or at least it had been an egg before it turned into stone. However, since the old barbarian said it wasn't worth much, he hesitated for a moment and threw it into the stone pit. If he brought this stone egg along, he wouldn't be able to carry many ores. After a while, the ground trembled. Another volcano nearby began to erupt, and the barbarians all fled. Just now, the barbarian who had picked up the stone egg passed by the stone pit and took a look. He stopped and picked up the stone egg, hugging it in his arms. The barbarians retreated to the foot of the mountain, and what appeared before them was a boundless sea. The terrain rose and fell like the waves of the sea, while the barbarian group of volcanoes was a lone island in the sea. They arrived at the shoreline and dove back into the seawater. They were like fish that had returned to the sea. They moved through the jungle nimbly, pushing aside the disturbing leaves and advancing along a small, almost indistinguishable path that was covered in greenery. There were very few decent paths in the Mist Province. Most of them were small paths like this. Even if the vegetation in the way was cut down by weapons and axes, it would grow back in just a few days. If no one used a path, it would be swallowed by greenery very soon. Soon, a stockade surrounded by logs appeared in front of them. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Forests always contained various dangers, so it was still the village that gave them the most peace of mind. The stone egg and the azure field lay in 2 bamboo baskets as they entered the village of barbarians. A few days later, a group of several dozen people arrived before the village. They were all equipped with weapons, and their attire was no different from that of regular barbarians. Their heads were wrapped in green cloth, and they all carried a pouch on their shoulders. They all gave off a sense of competence. They rode high up on over a dozen pack beasts that resembled neither oxen nor horses. The sturdy pack beasts easily carved out a path through the forest. In particular, the pack beast at the very front was the tallest and strongest. The leader of these people sat on it. He seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. His coarse face was weathered, and his hair that had already begun to turn white was braided into a large braid. His eyes shone brightly, and the pair of large, shiny, golden earrings on his ears were particularly eye-catching. "Open up! The gold's here!" Gold earrings bellowed at the top of his lungs like he was singing. His extremely penetrating voice spread through the entire village very soon. "The merchants of Goldie Fort are here. Open up the gate!" Shouts rang out from within the village, and the gate suddenly opened. As the merchants lined the path to welcome them, they walked in proudly. The barbarians who had gone to pick up stones laid them out for the merchants to choose. The merchants brought out all sorts of goods to exchange. Gold Earrings was drinking with the old chief when a subordinate suddenly came in and said to him, "Master, go and take a look. We've discovered a wondrous item." "What wondrous item?" Gold Earrings immediately stood up. Rare ores would appear in these volcanoes from time to time. His mission this time was to circle around these volcanoes and visit over a dozen villages. Then, he would transport the items he exchanged for to Fragrant Flower Market and sell them. He would be able to earn 10 times the profit. However, he had been a merchant for decades, and there were not many items that could be called wondrous items. "I don't know. It looks like it's woven from cloth, but no one can tell for sure, nor can they tell what it's used for." Gold Earrings was stunned. His subordinate was experienced and knowledgeable, but he could not even tell what material it was made of. He could not help but become even more interested. He rushed over to take a look, and his eyes immediately lit up. Although he did not know what it was used for, he could tell from the material that it was not an ordinary item. Could it be a spiritual weapon? Although he had a lot of inner force, he could not see any spiritual light. However, he was prepared. A small bug flew out from the pouch at his waist. The bug flew to the Azura field, but there was no reaction. He immediately revealed a disappointed expression. The young barbarian quickly performed. He took out the saber at his waist and slashed at the Azura field a few times. Naturally, the Azura field remained unscathed. There must be something good inside for it to be wrapped in such a good cloth. It's worth a lot. Gold Earrings hesitated for a moment. In the end, he spent a jar of salt and a saber to buy this wondrous item of unknown use. This wondrous item had definitely been refined in a special way. He might be able to sell it for a high price in Fragrant Flower Market. Even if he failed, with his silver tongue, he would not suffer a loss. The barbarian hugged the jar of salt and the saber in satisfaction. Just as the merchant group was about to leave, a barbarian rushed out and blocked their way. He raised the stone egg in his hand high. "Good egg! Good egg! I don't want a saber. I just want salt." He had brought back this stone egg with great difficulty, but in the end, he had not been able to sell it. How could he be satisfied when he saw his clansmen easily earn a jar of salt? Gold Earrings took the stone egg and examined it. There were no signs of it being polished. It seemed to be naturally formed. He placed it by his ear and listened. Then, he knocked it a few times. The sound was deep, and it did not seem hollow. Even if it was really an egg, it was a dead egg. "I found this along with the cloth bag. Came from a volcano, so it must be something good. I'll lose out if I don't buy it." Chapter 7:14. The Fragrant Flower Market was called a market, but it was surrounded by green walls that stood several meters tall. People moved about on the streets, and the buildings were lined up one after another. It was quite a large city, which was uncommon in the Mist Province. It gathered countless villages and tribes within a range of several hundred kilometers for trade. After the group of merchants led by Gold Earrings entered the city, they were like a droplet of water that had merged into a lake, vanishing very quickly. Only a dozen or so days later did they emerge again. Gold Earrings was still at the forefront. He had changed into a brand new set of clothes, and his hair and beard had been combed again. He was in high spirit. This was definitely not just because he had gotten a good night's sleep and a hot bath in the city, but also because he had benefited far more from this trip than he had anticipated. That flowery cloth bag of unknown function had actually been sold for a high price of 100 taels of gold during the monthly fragrant flower market's auction. Right now, it was placed heavily in the bag beside him. Up until now, he still hadn't figured out what that flowery cloth bag was used for. He had only announced at the auction that it contained precious ancient treasures, and that even the most powerful experts with the sharpest swords wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. When he thought up to there, he could not help but feel some regret. If he had known this earlier, he would have definitely sold it for an even higher price. However, none of the people who wanted to buy the bag were people he could afford to offend. If he were in Goldifort, then so be it, but in the fragrant flower market, he was afraid of stirring up trouble, or there would most likely be problems on the way back. Just losing the item would already be considered lucky, but he probably would not even be able to keep his life. If he casually tossed the corpse into the forest, all the wolves, tigers, leopards, snakes, insects, rats, and ants within a few kilometers would be drawn over by the smell of blood. In just a few hours, not even bones would remain. At the very least, he could return with peace of mind now. Although he had brought quite a lot of gold and silver with him, he could deal with all the people who regarded gold and silver with importance. Even if he could not deal with them, he still had the name of Goldifort. He basically would not fall out with someone over some gold and silver. There were obviously many people who did not even regard Goldifort with importance, but these people would never regard gold and silver with importance. Gold Earrings had been a merchant for many years and had thought through these matters very thoroughly. His only regret was that the stone egg had not been sold. It was still in his bag. After all, not all businesses would be successful. At his age, he was used to this kind of failure. It would not affect his good mood. He called out to the team behind him, "Boys, don't be so quiet. Sing for me." "All right, Uncle Bow." The team's morale was high, and the shortest and most capable guy was singing at the top of his lungs, "Hey, hey, hey, we're barefooted after walking through the mountains and the sea. If you meet a mountain, you will step on it. If you meet water, you will wash your muddy feet. You won't look back even if you hit the ceiling, hey, hey, hey." The loud and clear song resounded through the sky. Everyone's face was brimming with joy, and the whole team began to sing. Having traveled the ancient paths for many years, they did not have to worry about running into any powerful demonic beasts. Instead, the song could alarm them and deter the wild beasts. Although the Mist Province was known as a land of wilderness, the common people who grew up in the wilderness were renowned for their ability to sing and dance. They had not been brought up by the teachings of etiquette, so they were not bound by etiquette either. They were closer to the carefree and natural nature of ancient people dancing around bonfires. Whether they were men or women, young or old, they could all sing a few songs. From a certain perspective, this was their civilization and legacy. However, this cheerful atmosphere came to a screeching halt on the evening of the fourth day. As soon as they crossed over a mountain stream, the surrounding vegetation grew thicker. The towering trees that had grown for who knew how many millennia listened to their singing silently. Suddenly, Gold Earrings sensed that something was amiss. The forest was rather eerily quiet. The docile pack animal beneath him shook its head uneasily. He waved his hand, wanting to stop the singing and listen carefully. Swish! A rock pierced the throat of the loudest young man, stopping the singing first. "It's a powerful enemy." Gold Earrings immediately made a judgment. With his martial arts and his vigilance, he actually failed to see which tree the rock had come from. With a swish, he drew his blade and called out at the top of his lungs, "Gold's here." This was a method for merchants from Goldifort to display their identities. There was no one within several hundred kilometers who did not know about it. However, the loud voice seemed to lose its original penetrative nature. A heavy murderousness spread out with the night mist, approaching the merchant group step by step. The pack animals all neighed in fear. They either had no idea or they did not care. "We're from Goldifort. Which cave or village do you come from? Come out and talk to us. If you want money or goods, we can negotiate." Pairs of jade-green eyes lit up in the dark forest. The leaves rustled and figures emerged one by one. Gold Earrings's face immediately changed. He blurted out, "The bone-eating tribe." The figures only seemed half-human, while the other half seemed like beasts. They were well-built and furry. Their arms were long and drooping, and their fingers were all sharp claws. A pair of sharp teeth protruded from their lips. Even when they hunched over, they were still taller than regular people. The sturdiest monster extended its scarlet tongue and licked its nose. It said in a hoarse, unpleasant voice, "I want people." With that, it lunged over with a fierce gust of wind. Gold Earrings swung his blade and landed on its shoulder, but it felt like he had struck the extremely tough hide of a rhinoceros. It only left behind a scratch, and he was pushed to the ground viciously. Even he was like that, so his subordinates were even worse off. They were all subdued in a single clash. They did not seem to have any intentions of killing, but when Gold Earrings thought of the rumors regarding the bone-eating tribe, his heart sank. However, this was no longer a situation that a martial artist like him could deal with. Even true shamans might not necessarily be able to escape alive, as these monsters were shamans. The pack beasts were directly slain, producing miserable wails. Their bags were ripped apart, and pieces of gold tumbled into the bushes, but they failed to draw a second glance from these monsters. What they wanted were people. The bone-eating tribe specialized in hunting their own kind and feeding on humans, not for filling their bellies, but to strengthen themselves through shaman art. The more people they ate, the more powerful they would become, and their appearance and temperament would become more and more twisted and cruel. However, in the jungle where the strong were revered, no one would place importance on appearance and morality over strength. Regular barbarians were completely powerless against shaman tribes like that. The group of merchants were pressed to the side of the road, lined up in a row. Just now, the monster who had said, "I want people," began to choose. He grabbed one of Gold Earrings's earrings and ripped off the entire ear, tossing it into his mouth and chewing it. "The meat's too tough." After choosing for a while, he finally chose the youngest one. He grabbed him and bit down on his neck, sucking hard. Only when he had sucked enough did he begin to chew away. The other monsters chose their targets too, lunging over to eat. For a moment there was only the sound of chewing in the forest. Unlike their crude and vicious appearances, they ate extremely meticulously. None of the flesh or blood went to waste. Before every droplet of blood hit the ground, they would suck it clean. Even the bones were forcefully chewed and swallowed. Gold Earrings, who had been determined to be too tough, managed to avoid the first round of the banquet by luck. As he gazed at this nightmarish sight, his body stiffened, unable to move. There was a flash from the corner of his eye, and he saw a ring of scarlet light flash in the bushes. The stone egg that had been determined to be a regular rock was currently glowing slightly, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Chapter 7:15. The stone egg that had rolled into the bushes with the gold shone with rings of scarlet light, brightening and dimming like it was breathing. The bone-eating shamans noticed this too. The strongest shaman leader had just finished off the pitiful young man's last finger. His sturdy body swelled up even further. He licked the blood on his face as he made his way over. A pair of eyes suddenly opened in the stone egg like rubies. After a lengthy slumber, Li Qingshan's consciousness slowly returned. He blinked his eyes and sensed the existence of his limbs, but they were trapped by a tough shell. He stretched his body, wanting to break out of the shell. The shaman leader picked up the stone egg and sensed that it was boiling hot, trembling gently. He turned around and asked Gold Earrings hoarsely, "What's this?" Gold Earrings shook his head numbly. The shaman leader squeezed hard, but the stone egg did not budge at all. It flickered quietly. He could not help but let out a hum. With his strength, he could even crush steel, let alone rock. He saw a large rock on the side of the road in the distance, so he went over and casually dug a hole in it. He placed the stone egg in there and smashed down with his fist. Boom! The rock shattered to pieces, but the stone egg remained unscathed. Crack! However, a crack appeared on the surface of the stone egg, shining with red light. The crack spread and covered the entire surface before long. Rumble! The thick stone shell finally fell off. The phoenix's embryo was as red as the setting sun. Its surface was covered in beautiful patterns that seemed like burning flames. Even the most beautiful piece of art in the world could not compare to it. Gold Earrings widened his eyes. He never thought the stone egg he had exchanged a jar of salt for would actually be hiding something like this. If he had cracked open the shell a long time ago and revealed this appearance, it would probably be worth even more than the pattern bag. He smiled in a self-deprecating manner. It had already come to this. Who cares if it's worth anything or not? The bone-eating shamans were surprised. They cleaned up the food in their hands in a hurry and gathered over. They studied the phoenix's embryo, but they were unable to see the situation inside. However, Li Qingshan saw the vicious faces through the shell. He could not help but feel rather confused. Weren't I in the volcano? Why am I here? Don't tell me the volcano erupted and washed me out? Oh no, it's the Azura field. All my belongings are in there. The leader shaman licked his fangs. Greed filled his eyes. The bone-eating tribe devoured humans to strengthen themselves, so they were extremely sensitive to life force. The life force in the egg was basically greater than 1,000 or even 10,000 people. If he ate it, he could probably directly become the chieftain when he returned to the tribe. The other bone-eating shamans obviously sensed it too. The greed in their eyes was the same. A skinny, little shaman was unable to resist the temptation, extending his hand in an attempt to touch the egg. He was sent flying by the shaman leader with a slap, landing on the ground. His fate was unknown. The shamans immediately stopped acting up, but their eyes remained glued to the phoenix's embryo. Li Qingshan could clearly see the greedy eyes in front of him. He clenched his hands and feet, but he felt that his body was unprecedentedly tender and weak. The monster Dan was still intact, but all the monster aura had been exhausted and could not be used. He couldn't even use his innate divine abilities. The so-called Nirvana rebirth was obviously not about becoming stronger in a short period of time. Instead, it required a process of growth and maturity. He also wanted to make use of this process to adjust the various powers in his body. Right now, he was in his weakest state. After so much difficulty, I managed to escape from the Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit. If I die to these pieces of trash, that would be a joke. Li Qingshan could tell the strength of these bone-eating shamans with a single glance. As humans, they could not reach the 6th layer, and as demons, they could not condense a demon core. Although their bodies were tough, they were at the level of iron plate corpses at most. But right now, he could not even deal with a regular zombie, let alone iron plate corpses. He sensed the scarlet, scorching liquid flowing through his body, which made him purse his lips and smile. The phoenix's embryo suddenly shone brightly. The flame patterns on its surface danced like real flames. The bone-eating shamans suddenly sensed danger. As they gradually broke away from the boundaries of humans, their senses became even sharper, but the greed of humans made them hesitate. They were reluctant to leave. Boom! The phoenix's embryo shattered loudly, and violent, scarlet flames surged out violently, swallowing the bone-eating shamans and reducing them to ashes amidst their howls. The liquid in the phoenix's embryo was a tangible product that Li Qingshan had condensed from the fire of the earth, so the power it contained went without saying. It was not something a few shamans could withstand with their bodies. When all the shamans gathered around the phoenix's embryo, gold earrings moved silently. The bone-eating shamans did not believe he had the right to escape, so they did not restrain him. Suddenly there was a scarlet flash. He reacted quickly, kicking off with his legs and lunging into the distance. He felt a wave of heat rush over from behind, and he slammed into a tree viciously. His vision darkened and he almost fainted. He immediately bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully woke himself up. He felt his back burn with pain. It was all thanks to the circle of shamans blocking most of the force of the explosion, allowing him to survive. Gold Earrings was about to take off when he glanced back and saw the young shaman who had been sent flying earlier standing a few steps away. He immediately stiffened up and became immobilized. This was not cowardice. He had faced so many life-threatening dangers in his life that he could still smile even if a blade was pressed to his neck. However, he could not resist this sense of fear. It was said that many animals would lose the power to resist when they faced their natural enemies. No matter how vicious a dog was, it would still tremble with its tail between its legs before a dog butcher. These bone-eating shamans were the natural enemies of humans, true butchers of humans. They were only small compared to their own kind. Killing him was still as easy as raising a hand. "Sigh, I've killed these animals. You can say I've gotten my revenge." The jar of salt was worth it. However, the shaman did not even glance at Gold Earrings. A food he could eat at any time was not worth his attention. He focused on the center of the explosion, arching his body and letting out a threatening growl. Who can survive such a violent explosion? Gold Earrings could not help but follow the shaman's gaze. The surrounding trees and grass that had been set alight flickered with fire, but the center of the explosion seemed rather gloomy. All of the flammable vegetation had been reduced to ashes instantly. Vaguely, he made out a very small figure. Don't tell me a monster really did emerge from the egg. That works too. I'll kill all of these man-eating bastards. Even if I'm killed by a monster, it's better than dying to their hands. That's Gold Earrings squinted his eyes before snapping them open again. The Mist Province had never lacked mysterious and strange legends, but everything he had experienced tonight was even stranger than the legends. What emerged from the egg was not a monster, but a baby. He seemed like he had just been born. He was only around a foot tall, and his skin was white and rosy, like he was carved from jade. He seemed extremely young, but his scarlet eyes shone with a soul-stirring light. There's actually another one. How troublesome, Li Qingshan murmured. He discovered his voice was almost like an infant's murmur. With his current strength, he was still not the bone-eating shaman's opponent. The danger had not been resolved yet. However, just how many dangers had he been through and how many powerful enemies had he faced? He did not care too much about an opponent like that. Under the bone-eating shaman's threatening growl, he glanced over with his scarlet eyes indifferently. All of the bone-eating shaman's hairs stood on end. He leapt backwards, pacing around on all fours. He was afraid to make eye contact with the scarlet eyes, but he refused to leave just like this. The heavy aura of life drew him in. Li Qingshan made his way over to the bone-eating shaman. His strides were very small, but he walked with ease and composure, without the slightest fear or hesitation. He passed through the flames in the grass, and the flames wrapped around him, coiling around him obediently. The bone-eating shaman staggered backwards. As Li Qingshan advanced, clusters of flames surged over, suddenly turning into a pair of wings of fire and lunging towards the bone-eating shaman. The flames whistled and whistled like a phoenix spreading its wings. Actually, this was just a bluff. Regular flames were unable to deal much damage to a bone-eating shaman with a tough body. The bone-eating shaman let out a wail and fled in a hurry, vanishing into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Don't tell me this infant is a fire devourer? It's said that fire devourers are born from fire, but I've never heard of them turning into eggs. And it's said that most fire devourers live in the south? Who cares? If the fire devourer pursues the shaman, I'll flee immediately. I didn't think I'd actually make it out alive this time. That's unbelievable. Having survived a desperate situation, Gold Earrings thought happily, but he saw that the fire devourer did not pursue the fleeing bone-eating shaman. Instead, he looked at him and asked with a tender voice, "What's your name?" Gold Earrings almost fell into a state of numbness again. He wanted to act like he had heard and seen nothing. The bone-eating shaman who fled through the jungle saw how Li Qingshan did not pursue him, so he stopped hesitantly. Suddenly, he heard a shrill, despairing shriek, and he immediately fled into the distance without even looking back. Clearly, the fire devourer had already begun eating. He did not want to become food, so he better report everything here to the chief. Gold Earrings shrieked out, swatting away the flames on his hand desperately. Li Qingshan leapt in fright. He thought, it's just been burned by fire. Do you really have to cry out like a pig being slaughtered? The fear in Gold Earrings' heart had already been suppressed to the limit. With the slightest provocation, it erupted like a balloon that had been punctured by a needle. "Stop howling. I'm asking you a question," Li Qingshan said. His voice was blurry and tender, but the might it contained was not something Gold Earrings could contend with. This was a bearing that could only be developed after experiencing slaughter and grasping life and death. Gold Earrings discovered that his hand had only become bright red from the heat. He no longer dared to look down on Li Qingshan. He prostrated on the ground and trembled. I'm Goldie Abao. That's a good name," Li Qingshan praised without any sincerity. He asked, "Do you want to live or die?" Goldie Abao's desire to live suddenly erupted. He raised his head. "I obviously want to live." Li Qingshan smiled. "Very good. I hate people who don't want to live the most." Chapter 7:16. Li Qingshan's tone of seniority made Goldie Abao lower himself even more. "I definitely won't become someone that Sir hates." Faced with an existence that could even kill shamans so easily, he dared not disobey him at all. "That's good. Raise your head." Goldie Abao raised his head in a hurry, only to see Li Qingshan holding a piece of eggshell in his tender little hand. "Go find all of these pieces right now." "Yes." Li Qingshan just waited where he was and yawned. After such a short while, he actually felt rather tired and sleepy. He casually tossed the eggshell into his mouth and chewed it a few times with his few baby teeth before swallowing it. A warm stream spread out, rousing his mind. He rubbed his head, and a layer of fine hair sprouted on it. He could not help but grin. His naive and cute appearance made Goldie Abao shiver all over. He ignored his wounds and began searching through the forest in a hurry. Originally, the spiritual fluid in the phoenix's egg was for Li Qingshan to drink so that he could recover a certain amount of strength to crack the eggshell. Afterwards, he would eat the eggshell, and he would basically be able to move about freely. He would not be as weak as he was right now. However, he was surrounded by these bone-eating shamans, so he was forced to use the most violent method to detonate the phoenix's egg. The eggshell shattered and scattered in the forest. However, he did not find it to be a pity. As long as he survived the current danger, recovering his strength was only a matter of time. The sky had already completely darkened. The rainforest was humid, so the burning vegetation was extinguished before long, turning into white smoke that merged with the night mist. The heavy smell of blood and the pungent smell of being burnt intertwined, gradually permeating the air. Oh right, there was also the fragrance of dead pack animals being cooked by the wildfire. Li Qingshan wrinkled his nose. He did not have much experience living in rainforests, but he knew that many wild beasts had already begun hunting at this time of the day. The smell flickered like a beacon in the darkness. The reason why he had not approached it immediately was probably because the aura the strange people had left behind earlier still served as a deterrent. Once the smell gradually dispersed, the danger would grow heavier and heavier. Now that there was no fire to borrow, if a ferocious beast appeared, he really wouldn't be a match for it. And if that one ear saw through his weakness, it would be good enough for him to escape. It was also very likely that he would immediately kill him. Those monsters might return, so they had to leave as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Fortunately, after the flames were extinguished, the light emitted by the eggshell was particularly eye-catching. Thanks to the dense forest, most of the eggshells did not fly far and were nailed to the trees that blocked the way. Goldie Abao, whom Li Qingshan called One Ear, was rather nimble. Before long, he had collected 5 or 6 eggshells. Li Qingshan threw all of them into his mouth. His body grew a little, his hair became much thicker, and even a few more baby teeth grew out. After waiting for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the eggshells are almost all collected. Li Qingshan has also grown from a newborn baby to a 1-year-old. Goldie Abao was secretly amazed. He thought, these eggshells are actually rare spiritual items. I wonder what they'll do if I secretly eat one. That was what he thought, but he dared not actually do it. Even if he did not discover it, the spiritual medicine of others could be his own poison. At this moment, he discovered another eggshell the size of a pinky on the ground. Right when he was about to pick it up, a huge centipede lunged over and ate it. Goldie Abao pulled his hand back in a hurry. The most terrifying things in the rainforest were not tigers or leopards, but these inconspicuous insects. If he was bitten, his life would truly be in danger. He did not think the strange infant that seemed like a fire devourer would save his life either. The eggshell flickered with light in the centipede's body. The centipede suddenly swelled up, growing rapidly and going from the size of a palm to the size of an arm in a while. It twisted and rolled about on the ground, becoming particularly vicious. Suddenly, there was a crack, and its body broke into over a dozen pieces. It stopped moving. Goldie Abao sucked in a deep breath. Fortunately, he was not greedy. The strange infant's voice rang out from behind him. "What are you doing? Stop dawdling." Yes. Goldie Abao continued his search in a hurry. As soon as he left, the ground rustled. Who knew how many insects crawled over, devouring the centipede's body? Wild beasts with a certain level of intelligence were still cautious and fearful, but insects that moved based on their instincts could not care about that. They were instinctively drawn in by the pure aura of life. They could not endure this power and died, and their corpses attracted even more insects. After being diluted by the insect corpses, some insects finally survived. Their bodies swelled up rapidly before devouring the other surviving insects. This kind of situation happened in every place where there were eggshell fragments. They frantically devoured each other, forming many insect balls. If one did not see it with their own eyes, they would never imagine that there were so many insects hidden in this forest. Some of the insects were attracted by the carcasses of the pack beasts on the road and flowed over like water. In the depths of the jungle, the auras of wild beasts that slowly drew closer were unable to escape Li Qingshan's senses. "That's about it. Go and bring the basket over." Li Qingshan swallowed another eggshell. Although he still seemed like a 1-year-old baby, his physical strength had basically recovered to the level of a grown man. Goldie Abao let out a sigh of relief. If he had to compete with these insects, even 10 lives would not be enough. Taking the basket, Li Qingshan leapt up gently and entered it. "Let's leave here first and find a quiet place." Although he had already recovered some of his strength, where regular wild beasts could no longer harm him. Since he could use free labor, it was good to save some of his strength. Goldie Bao was more than happy to do so. He had wanted to leave this place a long time ago. When he thought of the mountain stream he had just passed, he picked up the basket and retraced his steps, leaving this land of death without even looking back. The entire merchant group had been wiped out this time. He had truly been extremely lucky to be able to escape in the end, but was his life really safe? If he accidentally angered the strange infant behind him, he would probably be burned alive. Compared to being skinned alive by shamans, it was very difficult to say which was more comfortable. The mountain stream fell off the cliff and turned into a stream, gurgling over the rocks. Goldie Bao stopped. Li Qingshan asked, "Why have you stopped?" Goldie Bao said, "The smell of blood on me is too heavy. I might attract wild beasts, so I need to wash up." "Alright," Li Qingshan said. He just happened to have some things he wanted to clarify so that he could decide what to do next. Goldie Bao carefully put down the basket and used the stream water to clean his wounds. His wounds burned. He had left in too much of a hurry, so he had even tossed the healing pills into his backpack. "Come here. I have something to ask you." "Please ask, sir." "I was originally cultivating well in the volcano, so why am I here? Tell me, is this your scheme?" Li Qingshan glared at him. He did not seem terrifying at all, but his malice was not fake. "Sir, how could I have that ability?" Goldie Bao explained in a hurry, telling him how he had obtained the stone egg. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. He obviously knew that it was impossible for a regular person to fish it out of a magma volcano. He had only said that to scare him so that he would be more obedient. As it seemed, the situation was pretty much the same as what he had guessed. He really had been spat out by the volcano. The Azura field should have been the same. "Then let me ask you, did you see something?" "What is it?" Goldie Bao thought, "Oh no. Is it that patterned bag?" Li Qingshan described the size of the Azura field. Seeing Goldie Bao's gaze drift about, his face changed. He called out sternly, "Where is it now? I sold it." Unable to brush him off, Goldie Bao could only admit it. "Who did you sell it to?" It seems like someone from Black Water Cave." "Seems like?" "Yes, it's definitely someone from Black Water Cave." Li Qingshan nodded. It was fine as long as he knew its whereabouts. The Azura field was his most important arcane treasure. Basically all of his belongings were in there, so he had to get it back. As long as he found the Azura field, he could immediately arm himself to the teeth. He could absorb the demon heart, ocean pearl, and divine talisman of great creation back into his body, and his strength would increase drastically. He could even control night roamers, Azura, and even haunt ghosts. He could protect himself with ease, and he even had to ask the Banyan Tree King what part of the Mist Province this was and confirm a path back to the Green Province. Once he lost the Azura field, all of this would become a mirage. However, he was not particularly worried, as the Azura field was an arcane treasure after all. Its brilliance was concealed, so regular people would never be able to see through its functions. Even if they could tell it was extraordinary, they would struggle to refine it. Even second heavenly tribulation cultivators would struggle to achieve that. In the past, Mou had spent several days refining it, but he still failed in the end. Although he could not use his full strength to avoid alarming Sibao, the Azura field back then was only a dragon arena. It could not be regarded as an arcane treasure at all. As long as anyone realized the value of the Azura field, they would store it away carefully, regardless of whether they could refine it or not. As long as they confirmed the Azura field's location, they would be able to find a way to retrieve it. Li Qingshan said nothing. Goldie Bao felt an invisible pressure weigh down on his chest, becoming heavier and heavier, suffocating him. Suddenly, Li Qingshan extended his arm and reached towards Goldie Bao's forehead with his tender, little hand. This action scared him out of his wit. He called out, "I can help you find that treasure, sir. The people of Blackwater Cave might still be in the fragrant flower market." The little hand continued to press against his forehead. Goldie Abow thought, "My life is over." However, he felt a warm stream flow through his body. Wherever it passed by, the pain vanished and all of his wounds healed. Even his mind became extremely vigorous. His inner force that had stagnated a long time ago actually broke through once again. Li Qingshan pulled back his hand. "I'm not someone who can't distinguish between kindness and grievances. Those who don't know can't be punished, but you sold something of mine, so you have to help me find it. We'll go to the fragrant flower market right now. If we succeed, it'll benefit you greatly. If not, I can't be bothered with killing a mortal to vent my anger. You better think about it yourself. Sir, you've saved my life. Trifling matters like this are only natural. How can I possibly ask for any benefits?" Chapter 7:18. Using both carrot and stick was always the only way to control his subordinate. If he blindly threatened them, it would be easy for them to retaliate. In the upcoming journey, there were still many places where this one ear would be of use. This little favor was just to keep him motivated. After undergoing Nerva rebirth, Li Qingshan gained a deeper comprehension of the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Healing Goldie Abow's wounds did not actually take up too much of his strength. All he did was stimulate his life force's potential in an ingenious manner, speeding up his recovery. However, this kind of stimulation could not be overdone. Otherwise, it would overdraft one's life force, and there would be great side effects. It was normal to lose 8 to 10 years of one's lifespan. "Once you're done, let's go." Li Qingshan looked behind him. In the dark forest, there was a faintly discernible path that extended into the depths of the forest. He had a feeling that things were not over yet. Goldie Abow originally wanted to dissuade him. Traveling through the forest at night was not a wise choice. Not only were there nocturnal venomous insects and ferocious beasts, but the path would also become extremely difficult to traverse. However, when he followed Li Qingshan's gaze, all he saw was deep darkness. His heart shivered for some reason. The bone-eating tribe did not only consist of a measly dozen or so people, and they were renowned for being vengeful. If anyone dared to kill their people, not only that person, but even the entire clan would be annihilated. Now that so many people had been injured, they would probably come out in full force to take revenge. A single shaman was already so terrifying. If there were over 100 of them, probably even the strange infant would not be able to stop them. When the words came to his mouth, they became, "Yes, sir." He picked up the bamboo basket and rushed off in the direction of the fragrant flower market. As long as he made it there, he would receive the protection of the fragrant flower clan. Even the bone-eating tribe would not dare to act recklessly. A gust of wind blew through the sea of trees, rustling loudly. Like the waves of the sea, tens of thousands of tree branches waved, and the tree seemed to have turned into a monster that wanted to devour people. Goldie Abow widened his eyes, but he could only barely make out the surroundings within a few steps. The intertwined roots on the ground could easily become a tripping trap if one was not careful. He gathered his inner force and tried to walk as softly as possible to avoid alerting the sharp ears in the forest. Fortunately, he had traveled this trade route for decades. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still picture every twist and turn in his heart. This was a road that had been paved with countless lives. There were far fewer venomous insects here than in the forest, but he still had to be careful of a venomous scorpion or a venomous snake dangling down from the branches. Unlike the tense Goldie Abow, Li Qingshan laid in the bamboo basket leisurely with his arms as a pillow, breathing in the humid, hot, yet extremely fresh air as he listened to the wind blowing through the sea of trees. Great waves were set off. He could also hear even more. To. And to end sound. He couldn't sound. He could even to. And let. It wasn't just the trees. Every single plant was reaching higher into the sky. He know to grow. He know not. No, not to. Not to and all. He and were not to. There was no need for him to cultivate arduously and walk the troublesome path of the past all over again. All he had to do was patiently wait for him to grow up and balance the multiple powers in his body during this process. He smiled. He could just treat it as a holiday. He just had no idea when he would be able to return to the Green Province. North Moon's death had probably already caused a very great disturbance. However, to most people, it was just a casual conversation after a meal. Outside the Azura field, there were only a handful of people who cared about North Moon. Qingzhan would probably feel sad. He had done his part as a friend, so he would not ask for anything more. Would Ru Xian feel sad for him? That woman had a very venomous mouth, but he firmly believed that not only would she feel sad, but she would even cry. It was said that the tears of merfolk could turn into pearls. I'll have to ask her for a few when I get back. She would definitely feel sad, but she was probably in secluded cultivation. She might not even know about it right now. In comparison, Qiongji was rather lucky. She probably thought he was in secluded cultivation in the Chain Mountains. To cultivators, secluded cultivation for a year or so was nothing. However, it was hard to say. He might even be exposed. This was also what he worried about the most right now. However, since it was useless no matter how he thought about it, he was better off just letting go and focusing on the present and properly enjoying the scenery of the Mist Province. However, there was still a hint of concern. Little Anne, are you all right? Qingshan. In the Chan monastery of Devanaga, Little Anne cried out involuntarily. Gazing towards the southwest, she experienced unprecedented fear. She bit her lip and composed herself. She took out the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase and began divining with the cloud bookcase of the 7 lot. The bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase flew out of the bamboo tube condensed from light, flickering with rainbow light. She extended her hand and paused for a moment before grabbing the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase. Her expression changed drastically. Death without a doubt. It was already dusk. The evening bell rang out, and the melodious sound echoed through the Buddhist halls. The lanterns were dim and smoke curled up. The ancient Buddha stared at the petite figure below. His face was filled with eternal benevolence. Little Anne gripped the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase firmly. Her body trembled gently, and her lips were completely drained of blood. She murmured, Qingshan. Qingshan. 2 specks of white flames suddenly erupted from the depths of her eyes that were as dark as deep pools as she made her way out of the hall. One Will, where are you going? The dauntless monk's large figure appeared in front of the hall. His gaze swept past Little Anne's shoulder and landed on the shattered wooden fish. He frowned slightly before returning to her face. Abbot, my cultivation has not been going well. I want to go out for a walk. The flames in the depths of Little Anne's eyes receded, and she stowed the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase away in her sleeve. Her expression became calm and tranquil, and she brought her palms together and bowed. Just like before, she did not show any respect, nor did she show any arrogance. However, the dauntless monk sensed undercurrents flowing beneath her calm exterior. Situations like this were truly rare. Such a normal reason was extremely abnormal when applied to her. Ever since she entered the monastery, she had not been in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she had focused on the Buddhist scriptures. The rate at which she progressed surprised everyone. No one doubted that another monk king would appear in the monastery. I've said it before. Before you undergo the second heavenly tribulation and practice the chant of Devanaga, you're not allowed to take a single step out of the monastery. What if I insist on it? Little Anne raised her head and met the dauntless monk's gaze emotionlessly. No one knew that her heart was not just surging with undercurrents. She was basically howling furiously, tempted to incinerate and destroy everything that stood in her way. You have to get through me first. The dauntless monk was not angered by Little Anne's rudeness, but he became even more certain that the more talented a prodigy was, the more they needed to be controlled, just in case they went astray. On the threshold, the two of them faced each other. Little Anne's chest heaved as she bit her lip subconsciously. Her rationality was gradually twisting and collapsing. If he was no longer here, then what was the point of sitting here cultivating and remaining in this world? What path was there for her to pursue? What path was there for her to take? Even if she made it through the door, she would have nowhere to return to. The determination in her eyes surprised the dauntless monk, but suddenly, he recovered his composure and bowed again. Yes, Abbot. He turned around and returned to the Buddha statue. He sat down on the cushion and took out another wooden fish, continuing to strike it. The dauntless monk seemed to be in thought. He said, "Focus on the heart as precept. From precepts comes composure, and from composure comes wisdom. Your Dharma name is one will, but that doesn't mean you can stubbornly do everything. You better cultivate properly." Little Anne raised her face and became confused. She had clearly calculated that she would definitely die, but in that moment just now, she sensed that he was still alive. This feeling was no different from the palpitation she felt just now. It was like some sort of mysterious revelation, which immediately made her calm down. Her gaze became determined. As long as there was still a sliver of hope, she would do everything she could. Perhaps he just happened to be in need of help right now. She could not do something pointless. Several days later, she finally received some information. After killing a group of demon commanders, the North Moon fought Mou on Calm Wave Lake and killed him. Afterwards, the Dragon King of the Sea pursued North Moon for thousands of kilometers, killing him in the wilderness of the Mist Province. North Moon, Mist Province, Dragon King of the Sea. She muttered these 3 words to herself and waited for another half a month before entering secluded cultivation, breaking through to the second heavenly tribulation. A whoosh, whoosh. Goldie Abow gasped for air, drenched in sweat. He had run for most of the night, so his inner chi was almost completely depleted. His footsteps gradually slowed down. Right when he was about to ask for some rest, an order rang out from the basket on his back. "Stop! There's someone up ahead." "Are they bone-eating shamans? Bone-eating shamans? You're talking about those strange people just now." "No, they're just some mortals," Li Qingshan said. 100 paces away, there was a bonfire burning, as well as the presence of many humans. "That's fantastic." Goldie Abow beamed. He had just been worrying about the issue of food and water. Li Qingshan said, "Aren't you afraid they're enemies?" Goldie Abow said proudly, "I've been a merchant for many years, so I've made quite a name for myself in this generation. I have friends in various caves and villages, so it's perfect for me to ask for some food and water. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to borrow a mount, so I'll be able to travel faster. Not to mention, sir, you're here, so why should I be afraid of a few measly mortals?" His last sentence was already a test. After running for most of the night, he slowly calmed down and recovered his usual cleverness. He felt like it was very likely that this strange infant was not as powerful as he imagined him to be, or why would he let the fleeing shaman go? And he just sat in the basket patiently like that. Li Qingshan said indifferently, "Are you doubting me? How would I dare?" Goldie Abow's heart leapt. He still spoke extremely politely, but his heart began to pound. Let's go. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with explaining anything. By the time his suspicions turned into actual action anyway, his strength would have already recovered to a level where he could kill him. It was normal for him to doubt him, but what he did after that would directly determine his fate. If he obeyed his orders obediently and helped him retrieve the Azura field, Li Qingshan did not mind giving him some benefits. If he wanted to use this opportunity to do something, he would just have to kill him. You choose your own path. Take care of yourself. To be continued. Mobile users, please read it at M. Chapter 719. That meaningful sentence made Goldie Bao shiver inside. He slowly walked forward, silently adjusting his breathing at the same time. Suddenly, he stopped and said emotionally, "Sir, please don't look down on me too much. I've lived for so long, so I still know how to repay a debt of gratitude. Not only have you saved my life, but you've even helped me take revenge. It's only natural for me to repay you with my life." A childish laughter rang out from the basket. Li Qingshan smiled. "I've seen quite a few people. Some are smart, some are stupid, some are cunning, some are loyal, and unknowingly I've developed a knack for judging people. If I really want you to repay me with your life, you probably won't do it no matter what." Goldie Bao's expression stiffened. He felt rather awkward. He had indeed only said this after careful consideration. No matter what choice he made in the future, he had to obtain this strange infant's trust as much as possible. If it really was a dead end, he definitely would not take it. In this sea of trees, survival would always be the most important. Compared to revenge and repaying a debt of gratitude, it was all secondary. Li Qingshan said, "Since you're a merchant, let's talk business. If this deal goes through, the benefits will be 100 times, 1,000 times better than that 100 taels of gold. I can guarantee that you won't have to do this for the rest of your life. If it doesn't work out, even if you don't want to repay me with your life, it's not up to you. Then in other words, we're partners in business. May I ask for Sir's great name?" Goldie Bao laughed dryly, but he was greatly moved inside. "Just call me a you." Li Qingshan considered it. Originally, he wanted to make up a fake name, but he really did not have much talent for names, so he just used his real name and covered it up slightly. "Yes, Sir, a you. Speaking of which, our fort has someone called Goldie Yu." Goldie Bao thought, this name sure is ordinary enough. I can tell it's a fake name with a single glance. Barbarians did not have much talent for names either. They often used the name of the village as their surname, and their names would be a Bao, a Lan, or something like that. There were many a Yu, both male and female. What a coincidence. We're almost there. I don't want to see anyone, so you go deal with them. Goldie Bao had already seen the flickering firelight in the forest. He felt that his strength had recovered slightly, so he strode over. "Who are you?" One of them shouted in a low voice and pulled out his saber. The people around the bonfire woke up and immediately took out their weapons. "I'm Goldie Bao. Is that Huang Liang Fei from Huangliang Beach up ahead?" Goldie Bao was overjoyed when he heard the voice. It just so happened that he knew someone. "Is that Uncle Pu from Gold Fort? Please come over. We just said that you made a fortune in the fragrant flower market. Why are you here?" Huang Liangfei stowed his blade away and invited Goldie Bao over to the campfire. He saw that his clothes were tattered and covered in blood. He was even missing an ear. He could not help but become surprised. "What's going on? Where are the others?" "Sigh, we've been robbed." Goldie Bao glanced around. There were 8 of them, but it was a pity that they did not have pack beasts. After all, they were not specialized merchants. Who is so audacious to dare rob the caravan of Goldie Fort? The bone-eating tribe. Goldie Bao spat out 4 words, and everyone's expression changed. Huang Liangfei asked, "The The bone-eating tribe is up ahead? Goldia Bao told him what had happened, but he skipped over the matters related to Li Qingshan. He only said that a powerful vicious beast had thrown a wrench into their plans, which was why they managed to escape. This is the retribution of those monsters, and it's also because you've done good deeds, receiving the blessings of the Bodhisattva. Come eat something. Only then did Huang Liangfei stop worrying. He did not doubt what he said. If it were not for a coincidence like that, how could he have survived the mouths of the bone-eating shamans? He glanced at the basket on Goldia Bao's back. He refused to toss it away even as he fled, so who knew what kind of good stuff was in there? Thank you. I'll definitely repay you when I go to Huangliang Beach in the future. No, we should be the ones thanking you, or we'd probably run headfirst into the mouths of the bone-eating tribe. A kid suggested turning around and returning to the fragrant flower market, but Huang Liangfei immediately turned him down. Not only was traveling at night dangerous, but it also took up a lot of energy, so they could not travel too far. After all, not everyone possessed Goldia Bao's martial arts and experience, so they were better off resting properly and setting off in the morning. However, when they heard such a thrilling story, none of them felt sleepy anymore. They gathered around the campfire and discussed the chilling legends related to the bone-eating tribe one after another. The flickering firelight passed through the gaps in the basket, landing on Li Qingshan's intrigued face. He never thought the group of strange people were actually all humans. However, a tribe like this that relied on cannibalism to cultivate could only exist in this land of wilderness. If it were the Green Province, the Hawkwolf Guard would definitely destroy them. At this moment, he felt a probing gaze cast into the basket. As it turned out, it was Huang Liangfei. Afterwards, even more gazes appeared. Even though Goldia Bao sat beside the campfire, he did not put down the basket on his back. This action attracted quite a lot of attention. Huang Liangfei was still considering what to say when the kid who suggested turning around earlier asked, "Uncle Bao, what's in your basket?" "Nothing much, just some goods." Goldia Bao sensed the gazes in the surroundings begin to change slightly. He thought, oh no, I actually missed out on this. If he said there was nothing important in the basket right now, probably no one would believe him apart from the naive kid who had asked about it. Unless Sura Yu walked out himself for them to see, but Sura Yu clearly had no intentions of doing that. Li Qingshan sat in the basket calmly and sneered slightly. He just happened to find this laborer not strong enough. Huang Liangfei exchanged glances with his companions. He had heard that Goldia Bao had earned 100 taels of gold from selling a wondrous item in the fragrant flower market this time. Coupled with the ores, it was quite a bountiful harvest. Was it all in the basket? Only the kid failed to sense the change in the atmosphere at all. He asked about the appearance of the bone-eating people in fear and excitement. Normally, not a lot of people would target a merchant group. Even if the ambush succeeded, the revenge of Goldie Fort would be no laughing matter. Now that Goldia Bao was in such a sorry state, Huang Liangfei was confident he could kill him alone, and no one would know he had come here. The people of Goldie Fort would only think the bone-eating people had eaten him clean. He could obtain what was in the basket on his back without any risk at all. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Malice permeated the surroundings of the campfire. Goldia Bao suddenly fell silent, lowering his head and trembling all over. A sliver of contempt flashed through Huang Liangfei's eyes. He never thought an old merchant like him would actually become so frightened. He crouched down and said hypocritically, "Uncle Bao, are you fine?" Goldia Bao said nothing. It was not that he did not want to speak, but that he was unable to. At this moment, a small hand passed through the gap in the basket and pressed against his back gently. Streams of heat flowed through his body, and all of his blood began to boil. Endless power seemed to surge out of his body, filling every inch of his body. Huang Liangfei's hand had already reached for the hilt of his blade. Goldie Bao suddenly raised his head. His face was bright red, and he seemed even more vicious. He grabbed Huang Liangfei by the neck and was about to crush it hard when a tender voice rang out from the basket, "Don't kill him!" Goldie Bao struck Huang Liangfei's chest with a backhand. With a thump, Huang Liangfei's ribs cracked, and he was sent flying. Only now did he return to his senses. He was utterly shocked. Since when did his martial arts become so powerful? "There's a child in the basket? Uncle Bao, what are you doing?" the kid said in surprise, but his voice was drowned out by the roars of his companions. Clang! The barbarians all drew their blades and swung them at Goldie Bao. A gust of wind blew over, and the campfire danced wildly. Their shadows blurred about like ghosts. Goldie Bao punched out with both fists and sent another 2 barbarians flying, but he was unable to avoid the other blades. A few fire snakes suddenly surged out of the campfire, shooting towards the barbarians' eyes. Fire! Arg! Although the barbarians were fierce, they subconsciously covered their eyes when their vitals were suddenly injured, letting out miserable cries. How could Goldie Bao let go of an opportunity like this? He swung his fists and legs, knocking all the barbarians from Huangliang Beach to the ground. Although he did not kill them because of Li Qingshan's orders, they were all heavily injured and had their bones broken. In the time it took for a spark to fly off, the clash had already ended. Goldie Bao looked at his hands. He struggled to believe that this was his own strength. He felt like he had not even used his full strength. Don't celebrate too early. Be careful of shortening your lifespan. Li Qingshan leapt out of the basket. Arg! Shortening my lifespan? I've completely unleashed all the potential in your body. If you wait for this to subside, you might even die. Li Qingshan sniggered. Goldie Bao's face changed. His excitement immediately turned into fury, but when he met the scarlet eyes, he dropped to his knees with a plop and called out, "Please save me, Sir Yu." Since he was bold enough to say it, he was clearly not afraid of him learning about it. Li Qingshan smiled in satisfaction. If he dared to stab him with a single sentence, then he would have to consider switching labors. He made his way over to the campfire and extended his fingers. The flames transformed into various shapes and sizes. "You don't mind eating people, do you?" Arg! Goldie Bao looked at the barbarians on the ground. "You don't want me to kill them? Don't tell me you want me to be like the bone-eating tribe." He gritted his teeth. "I don't mind." "Sir Yu, do you know the shaman arts of the bone-eating tribe?" As long as he could survive, he was willing to do anything. "That's good. I don't know any shaman arts, but I've gained some inspiration. Pull that guy surnamed Huang over." "Yes." Goldie Bao pressed Huang Liangfei before Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan pressed his hand against his forehead. Huang Liangfei, who was originally on the brink of death, began to put up a violent struggle before suddenly collapsing and becoming motionless. Li Qingshan held a bright red ball of flames in his hand. This was all of the life force in his body, or in other words, it was the fire of life. The very nature of the bone-eating tribe's cannibalism was to devour this life force. This power was far too impure to him and completely useless, but to mortals, it was without a doubt a complete supplement. "Open your mouth." He flicked it gently, and the flames flew towards Goldie Bao's mouth. Goldie Bao opened his mouth in a hurry and felt a warm stream flow into his stomach, spreading out and rousing his spirits. "Thank you, Sir Yu." Li Qingshan nodded. Danger was approaching, so he would just nurture this only subordinate of his a little, just in case he was useless when it mattered. Chapter 720. The night deepened, and the smell of blood became even heavier. The corpse of a pack animal collapsed in the center of the path, but no vicious beasts approached it the entire time. They paced around in the distance before fleeing into the depths of the jungle in fright. The murky eyes of a pack animal suddenly twitched, and a black insect crawled out before turning around and burrowing back in. The pack animal's colossal body was riddled with wormholes of various sizes, revealing bloody, white bones. A huge, colorful spider monopolized the pack animal's body, plunging its mouth into the skull and sucking away the brain. Insects of various sizes had already completely taken over this place. They were everywhere on the ground and in the sky as if they were the masters of the jungle. Specks of green light suddenly lit up in the darkness. They were pairs of eyes. Vicious figures emerged from the forest. The shamans of the bone-eating tribe had arrived. "Chief, it's here." The shaman who had been frightened away by Li Qingshan said to the colossal figure in front of him fearfully. "Goo insects? There are shamans among them?" The bone-eating chieftain glanced back. No one could tell that he had once been a human. His white, curved teeth protruded, and his muscular arms drooped to the ground. He seemed like a combination of a black bear and a gorilla, except his fur was a little sparse. His voice was like the growl of a wild beast, filled with deterrence. "No, there shouldn't be. Then where did these goo insects come from?" The bone-eating chieftain was filled with vigilance. If it were not for shamans, how could they gather so many goo insects in such a short time? Although the bone-eating tribe was definitely the most vicious predator in this rainforest, the lessons of his ancestors prevented him from underestimating other shamans. Chief, these insects aren't under anyone's control. They taste quite nice," said a bone-eating shaman with a head of white hair. Unlike other bone-eating shamans, he was extremely skinny. If it were not for his vicious face, he seemed like a regular old man at first glance. He held a cane in one hand, and there was a shriveled human head at the top of the cane. He grabbed an insect the size of a forearm in his other hand, shoving it into his mouth and biting it. With a spurt, yellow-green juice spurted out. He was satisfied. "Shaman priest, what do you think is going on?" the bone-eating chieftain asked. His voice was filled with respect. Even barbarian tribes had shaman priests. Their status was only second to the chief, or even higher. They grasped divination, sacrifices, healing, and so on. They were a symbol of power in shaman tribes. They must have been attracted by something. After eating that thing, they became so big in such a short period of time. The bone-eating shaman priest gestured with his long, withered hands. Suddenly, he swung his staff and smacked the shaman's head forcefully. "You bastard! You said the baby was born from an egg." Yes, which priest?" "It's an eggshell. Look around. There might be fragments." The bone-eating chieftain wrinkled his nose and glanced around. He arrived in front of a large tree and plunged his claws into it viciously, digging out the tree core. After crushing it, a scarlet fragment the size of a grain of rice appeared. The dense aura of life within it surprised him. It was no wonder these insects could grow so large in such a short amount of time. His face was filled with greed. Even a mere eggshell was like this, so what would happen if he ate the entire egg? The only thing he worried about was the identity and origins of the baby born from the egg. He had no idea whether he was strong or weak. The bone-eating shaman priest smiled. Back then, he was probably very weak. If he had a choice, why would he let the eggshell scatter all over the ground? A coward like you actually ran away in fright. You're just unlucky. If you ate him, you might even be able to draw down heavenly lightning. It's even better than eating 100 or 1,000 people. Deep regret flooded the shaman's face, but when he thought of the scarlet eyes, his heart shivered. He thought, if you meet those eyes, you'll definitely run too. Chase him. I'll definitely eat that baby and avenge my children. The bone-eating chieftain swung his arms and bellowed out viciously. Roar! The bone-eating shamans roared out in response. The shamans rushed into the depths of the jungle on all fours. To them, Goldie Abao's aura and footprints were basically as clear as road signs. Li Qingshan's method of extracting life force became more and more proficient. Before long, all of the howls and howls vanished, reduced to withered corpses. Only the naive kid who had no idea what was going on remained, sitting on the ground limply like he was in a nightmare. Li Qingshan did not seem to see him either, returning to his seat by the fire. Sir, what do we do with this kid? Goldie Abao lifted the kid up in a single stroke. As life force surged into his body, his eyes became rather bloodshot too. It was no wonder that the bone-eating shamans were so meticulous when they ate people. Nothing could compare to the pleasure. Right now, all he wanted was a little more. It's not like they provoked you. Li Qingshan stared at the flames and extended his hands into the fire. If we don't kill them all, Huangliang Beach will probably come for revenge. Goldie Abao said. Although the people of Huangliang Beach had tried to murder him first, there was no right or wrong in the jungle. Only the strong preyed on the weak. It was better to avoid as much trouble as possible. Is Huangliang Beach also a shaman tribe like the bone-eating tribe? Of course not. How can there be so many shaman tribes? At most, they have a shaman doctor watching over them. Then what are you afraid of revenge for? Goldie Abao suddenly returned to his senses. Before he knew it, the surroundings had become much brighter. The gloomy jungle now cleared up like it was dusk. He casually grabbed a blade from his waist and twisted it forcefully. The blade twisted, and the tough metal became like clay in his hand. He felt like he was filled with endless energy. He was so energetic that he felt like he had returned to his 20s. No, he felt even better than back then. This was the power that only shamans possessed. With this power, why would he be afraid of revenge from Huangliang Beach? It was Huangliang Beach who had to worry about him venting his anger on them and destroying their Huangliang clan. And as long as he continued to follow this this power would definitely grow stronger and stronger. Thank you, sir. Goldie Abao tossed aside the kid from Huangliang Beach and knelt on the ground, bowing his head. The gratitude on his face was definitely genuine. The people of the Mist Province's desire for power was not something people from a peaceful place like the Green Province could imagine. Just the value of this power was 100 times greater than gold. He had already made up his mind to properly cling onto this person. Even if there were some risks, it would be worth it. Riches came with risk. Looking at this person's personality, he did not have to worry about him burning the bridge after crossing it at the very least. Prepare to set off. Li Qingshan stood up and said. Yes. Originally, Goldie Abao was utterly exhausted and planned on resting, but after absorbing the life force of 7 or 8 people, he no longer felt any exhaustion. He removed a set of clothes from the corpses and changed into them, equipping himself with a blade. He even gathered some food, water, gold, and other valuables, making ample preparations. He seemed like he was brimming with energy, completely different from his uneasy state a few hours ago. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.